In Shenyang City, magnificent palaces stand tall. The sky is clear, and doves soar freely. A man with a flustered expression looks into the mirror before him. Qinchuan says, "What the hell, what's going on?" As he speaks, he pants, looking at himself. He exclaims in disbelief, "I transmigrated." The system then crackles to life, with a constant click 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 click. A stream of film pours out. Shocking Qinchuan, he blurts out, "What is this?" Memories flood into his mind. The voices of everyone around him echo. They all praise. They say the son of the family head is a true genius. The family head is truly blessed. A doctor prepares to leave. Qinchuan then shouts loudly, "Doctor, there's no cure for my son's illness." "Really?" Hearing that, he says helplessly, "If only I had that one medicine, I could surely save my son." No way, no way, no way. Qinchuan climbs a high cliff, picking a certain medicinal herb. The clicking sound continues. An angry voice shouts, "Qinchuan, you trespassed into the forbidden area to gather medicine, causing your core to shatter and your cultivation to vanish. You are no longer fit to be the family head." A civil war breaks out. On one side is Old Master Z, beep beep, and on this side a young man gets hit by a car, beep beep, and dies. Click 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 continues. Qinchuan's eyes widen. Qinchuan touches his head and says, "Hey Qinchuan, our fates are somewhat similar." A somber voice echoes, "The only thing I can't let go of is my son. Rest assured. Since I've taken your body, I will do everything in my power to take care of your son." At this moment, a shout rings out from outside, with a tone of urgency. "Lord, Lord, something's happened to the young master." Hearing those words, Qinchuan immediately panics, turning to ask, "What happened?" The maid behind him replies tearfully, "The young master was ambushed by Qin Meng on his return from training." Then Qinchuan angrily opens his eyes wide and shouts, "That unfilial son!" Thud. A pair of feet kick the door open, sending it flying. He's shocked and surprised. Qin Meng approaches, with a look of disdain. He sticks out his tongue and says, "Is Qinchuan home? The family head summons you to the training grounds. Don't be a coward and hide here. Hurry up and go." Qinchuan suddenly appears right next to Qin Meng. He gives a terrifying look and says, "Are you worthy to call my name, Qinchuan?" Hearing that, Qin Meng is somewhat afraid. Sweat pours from his forehead as he thinks to himself, "Didn't this good-for-nothing lose all his cultivation? Why is his aura still so scary?" He tremblingly glances to the side and says, "Qinchuan, you're no longer the family head. Qinchuan, Qinchuan." Widening his eyes, he forces out, "HMPH, so what do you want?" he continues. "Then why aren't you leading the way?" Hearing that, the guy replies, Right, this way please, this way." The servant following behind is somewhat shocked and exclaims, "Lord, time flies by." At the training grounds, two guys are forcefully oppressing the weak. They say mockingly, "Kid, kneel properly. What are you being arrogant for? Your father is crippled, it's all thanks to you. If it weren't to save you, that trash wouldn't have charged into the forbidden area to gather medicine and become a cripple, becoming the first family head to be kicked off the throne." Hearing those words, Qin Zi becomes terrified. The boy doesn't believe what he's hearing, thinking to himself, "I don't believe it. It can't be. It can't be. How could father be crippled? How could father be crippled? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Father, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. It's all my fault." At this moment, on Qin Meng's side, the son of the current family head, he painfully touches the wound on his cheek and says with an unpleasant tone, "Yo, Qin Zi, weren't you pretty tough just now? What was all that noise for?" He directs his gaze toward Qin Zi and the others, looking down at them. "Come, take a look, take a look. Why is this guy lying motionless on the ground like a dog?" He mocks Qin Zi and continues, "But it's quite a coincidence. The son just escaped from his trash identity, and the father immediately followed suit and became trash. Truly birds of a feather flock together." Those words fill Qin Zi with anger. His eyes widen in rage. Swish. A red strike is unleashed, blowing away the two guys standing next to him. His eyes are filled with anger. He shouts, "You're not allowed to talk about my father like that." A blazing flame appears in his hand, pointing toward Qin Meng. He stands in shock, watching what is happening before him. Swish, swish, swish. A sound rings out in the air. A red lightning bolt rushes down, sending Qin Zi flying into the air. That light tightly wraps around Qin Zi's body. Inside, he screams in agony, "Aya!" Seeing this, Qin Meng is somewhat shocked. Qin Kuang appears behind Qin Meng. He emanates power, his angry voice directed at Qin Zi as he shouts, "Impudent junior! Still not repenting your wrongdoings, how dare you act so wildly before me?" Seeing his sudden appearance, his son exclaims in shock, "Dad!" Qin Zi had already fainted from the overwhelming force. Red lightning bolts kept appearing around him, aimed straight at Qin Zi. Old fart Qin Kuang got scared, thinking, this little bastard actually broke through. It's only been a few days and he's changed this much. If I let him keep going, who knows what he'll become. No way, I gotta use this chance to get rid of this little bastard. Before he could finish, a voice boomed. Family head Qin Chuan has arrived. The words caught everyone off guard. Old man Qin Kuang, surprised by his appearance, thought to himself, he's here, Qin Chuan. You were better than me in everything back then, but now it's finally my turn. Seeing him, Qin Zi was surprised and cried out, Dad! Hearing his son's voice, Qin Chuan turned to look at him, worried. Qin Zi, he thought, Qin Zi. Suddenly, old man Qin Kuang spoke to him. Qin Chuan, your son acted recklessly and injured my son Qin Meng. What do you say should be done about this? Hearing that, he replied, he asked with a bit of anger, stepping forward. But from what I see, my son is clearly more injured. The long-faced Qin Kuang kicked him in the chest and said contemptuously, HMPH, that's punishment for him. Internal disputes and fighting within the family deserve punishment. I'm just following the rules. He looked down at him and continued. But now that the official business is done, let's talk about something personal. Qin Chuan frowned and asked, what do you want? That guy laughed and said, it's simple. Either your son kneels down and apologizes to my son, or you and I have a fight. As he spoke, a red energy flowed in his hand, crackling loudly. Hearing those words, surprised and frightened Qin Chuan, he thought, Fight! Fight me, damn it! A fight, old Chuan! I want to protect my son, but I'm just a modern-day scrub who doesn't know jack, especially since this body is a cripple. Outwardly, Qin Chuan remained calm, but inside he was panicking. Hearing what he said, Qin Zi immediately shouted, Dad, don't fight him. I can apologize to Qin Meng. A real man can bend or stretch, he thought. I can't let Dad suffer again. Hearing those words made Qin Chuan uneasy, he thought. Even though this son of mine came out of nowhere, I can't have him kneel and apologize. Suddenly, the system announced, Ding! The ultimate dependable dad system is at your service. Do you agree to bind? Hearing that voice, Qin Chuan was shocked. He looked up at the system and thought, is this a cheat? Seeing the system appear before him, Qin Chuan was overjoyed, he thought. The golden finger system has arrived. He said, bind me tight. Hearing what he said, the system announced, confirming binding agreement. Starting, 1%, 2%, 5%, 6%. The system displayed a blurry image of Qin Chuan on the screen. Seeing the system constantly making noise, Qin Chuan asked confusedly, Wait, system, what specific functions do you have, and how do I use them? 25%, 75%, 100%, binding complete? The system announced. This system is the ultimate dependable dad system, created specifically for fathers. As long as your son provokes a powerful enemy, you will gain the strength to defeat them, and it will never disappear. Hearing those words, Qin Chuan was shocked, almost unable to believe what he heard. Qin Chuan, with his eyes shining like headlights, shouted excitedly, Ooh, does that mean that if my son keeps causing trouble, I'll keep getting stronger? Hearing him say that, the system was speechless and announced, Ding! Please pay attention to your wording. The system's principle is that a father's love is as heavy as Mount Tai. Your son must not suffer humiliation, not to become stronger. Qin Chuan coughed and said, Cough, cough, I get it, don't be so serious. The system displayed, core restoration initiated. Hearing that sound, Qin Chuan's eyes became firm. He thought, core? The system continued, warning, your son has angered Qin Kuang, a powerful cultivator at the 9th level of the core realm. According to the principle that a father's love is as heavy as Mount Tai, the father must win. Your cultivation will increase to the 9th level of the core realm, and it will be a perfect core. Just hearing that, Qin Chuan was thrilled, thinking, I'm cured! Green energy appeared around him. Qin Kuang in front of him shouted angrily, Qin Chuan, are you daydreaming? Hearing that, Qin Chuan was startled and snapped back to reality. He continued, Have you made up your mind? I don't have time to wait. Hearing him say that, Qin Chuan's eyes filled with anger. He shouted, Qin Kuang, if you're gonna force my hand, then so be it. You wanna fight? Let's fight. Qin Kuang was shocked by his words. He was stunned, then sneered and burst out laughing. Haha, courageous. Very courageous. Seeing you so spirited, I ask you, do you dare to step onto the life and death arena? Hearing what he said, Qin Zi panicked and blurted out, Dad, no, I can kneel down and apologize. His face was full of worry, thinking, Dad no longer has any cultivation. Hearing Qin Zi say that, Qin Chuan was surprised, thinking, this son I picked up isn't bad after all. Qin Chuan shouted arrogantly, What's there to be afraid of? In a certain manner, the scene inside was full of gloom and magic. Surrounded on all sides by large, wide-open estates, Qin Zi worriedly approached him and asked, Father, why are you being so impulsive? Can't you see he's just using this as an opportunity to get rid of you? The little boy looked at his hands with fear in his eyes, his voice trembling slightly as he blurted out, "I'm sorry, father. It's all my fault. It's all because of me that you ended up like this." Tears streamed down Shinzi's face as he sobbed uncontrollably. "I'm sorry, father." Seeing this scene, Qinchuan panicked a bit, thinking to himself, damn, he really started crying on the spot. But this son I picked up is pretty filial, so it wasn't a waste to protect him. Qinchuan then tried to reassure his son, saying, "Ahem, it's not exactly wasted, it's just that someone took your mother and sealed my cultivation." Hearing his words, Qinzi was extremely surprised and exclaimed, "Mother, didn't she die from a difficult childbirth when she gave birth to me?" Hearing the boy say that, he explained, "No, actually your mother is still alive, but someone from the family took her away." As he said this, he thought to himself, "Sorry, son, but I still need you to cause trouble so I can get stronger, so I need to embellish things a bit and make you think I'm some kind of peerless expert." "Don't worry." Shinzi was extremely distraught by what he said. The boy said to himself, trembling slightly. "Mother's family," he replied. "That's right. Your mother's family is a true big shot, the Nine Yang dynasty. In their eyes, we can be annihilated with a flick of a finger. And your mother is their saintess." An image of a strong woman appeared in the minds of the father and son. Hearing what he said, Qinzi panicked and exclaimed, "Then can we save Mom?" Qinchuan, with a pitiful expression, gave his all to acting deeply and said sternly, "Silly child. When they took your mother away that year, they originally wanted to kill us both. It was your mother who threatened them with death, so they didn't act. But everything has a corresponding price. To prevent us from taking revenge in the future, they sealed my cultivation, which is my origin core." Previously, hearing this, Qinzi spoke up, but he interrupted. "Heaven has eyes. This time I went to find medicine for you, but I unexpectedly activated the ancient formation and finally dispelled the seal." Hearing those words, Qinzi blurted out, "Does that mean your cultivation?" Qinchuan replied, "That's right. My strength will quickly recover to its original state, and I may even be able to go further. So you can rest assured that even if we flatten this world, our family will definitely be reunited." Qinchuan thought to himself, "My acting skills are at max level." Qinzi was overjoyed, his face full of confidence, and thought to himself, "So, father seems to be very powerful. Is he a peerless genius who once dominated the world?" The ring on Qinzi's hand became bright. Suddenly seeing the ring on Qinzi's hand, he thought to himself, that ring wouldn't have some old grandpa in it, would it? The night sky covered the vast space. In the Qin family hall, the bright light illuminated everything around. Qin Meng entered Qin Kuang's room and asked, "Father, are you really going to kill that old dog Qin Chuan on the life and death stage? Won't that cause people to gossip?" Hearing what his son asked, Qin Kuang looked eager. He widened his eyes and replied, "There will definitely be gossip. After all, he is the former family head, and many clansmen still side with him. But if I don't kill him, my heart won't be at ease." Hearing what he said, Qin Meng was frightened and surprised by his father's words, and he swallowed hard. Qin Kuang said with a confident and provocative expression, "My son, after your father resolves Qin Chuan tomorrow, it will be the turn of that Qin Zi who has just recovered his cultivation. But remember, you must cultivate diligently at all times. In the younger generation of Xunyang City, you still have opponents." Hearing what he said, Qin Meng opened his eyes wide and shouted in a very serious tone, "Father, I understand." Qin Meng's whole body was covered in flames. His azure aura was blazing, and his body emitted golden light. Seeing this, Qin Kuang was overjoyed and thought to himself, "Tomorrow, there will be no more Qin Chuan in Xunyang City." Time flew by, and before long, it was dawn. The spectators began to whisper. They said, "Trisk, trisk, trisk. This play of brothers fighting each other hasn't been seen in Xunyang City for a long time, has it?" Hearing this, another person replied, "Do you think there will be a mutual destruction?" A guy next to him replied, "Mutual destruction? How is that possible? Have you heard? The former family head of the Qin family, Qin Chuan, has a shattered origin core and has lost all his cultivation." Another person replied, "I'm not too sure. Why would Qin Chuan agree to such a death-certain match? The former family head of the Qin family is not such a fool." Another person said, "HMPH. In my opinion, he's probably being threatened by the new family head, because he still has a son." A mysterious figure in black stood in the middle of the arena. With Qin Kuang beside him, he gloated, yelling, "The time has come, guards. Qin Chuan, are you too scared to show your face? And don't try to claim you were slurring your words from drinking too much yesterday." Suddenly, something fell from the sky, shocking everyone around. A cloud of dust billowed up, and a familiar voice echoed from within. "Too damn early to be making a racket." "What?" This surprised Qin Kuang, who turned to see Qin Chuan emerging from the dust. Qin Chuan landed gracefully, his body surrounded by a vibrant, golden-orange electrical aura. He said casually, "No need to be in such a rush to die." Qin Chuan stared at him with a determined gaze. Their eyes met, and Qin Kuang sneered. "Very well, today is the day you die," the cold-faced man standing outside the arena announced. "Since everyone is here, I, as the elder, will oversee this match. Let me state the rules of the life and death arena. Once you step onto it, your fate is sealed, and no one can interfere. Any member of the Qin family who dares to interfere will be branded a traitor." He spread his arms wide and declared, "As for anyone else, if you dare interfere, you will become an enemy of the Qin family." Hearing this, Qin Chuan thought to himself, "The family is just a bunch of rabble." An electric current surged through Qin Kuang, turning his gaze manic as he glared at Qin Chuan. He taunted, "Today, the whole city will see who the true Qin family member is." He charged forward, screaming, "Take this!" He shot toward Qin Chuan at lightning speed. He unleashed a flurry of attacks, each aimed at Qin Chuan, who effortlessly blocked them. Qin Chuan remarked, "Didn't you have breakfast? Put some power into it." Qin Kuang's legs lashed out, kicking toward Qin Chuan, who scoffed. "Too slow, way too slow." Qin Kuang continued his assault with his fists. "Are you tired of living?" he snarled. "Qin Chuan, I think you've got a death wish." While in combat, Qin Kuang was alarmed and thought, "Strange. What is happening?" He shouted, "Die!" His hands reached out and he yelled angrily, "Die!" A punch containing a great source of power was heading towards Qin Chuan's face. Qin Chuan was surprised by this. Qin Chuan looked, then backed away. He quickly managed to block the opponent's attack. He used his other hand to leap up. Boom, boom. Echoing sounds resounded. Qin Kuang was hit by Qin Chuan's attack and was blown into the air. Rocks flew everywhere. A great force exploded. Seeing what was happening, the people below the stands were terrified. Everyone widened their eyes, their faces covered with sweat, as if they couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. They kept shouting, "This power is so scary. He lost all his cultivation, didn't he? Why does he still have such power?" Qin Kuang, now enraged, his eyes filled with resentment, unleashed a powerful force and roared, "Qin Chuan, your Yuan Dan is shattered. We investigated thoroughly. You can't reverse the outcome today. I want to see how long you can last." Hearing Qin Kuang's words, Qin Chuan raised 2 fingers, a challenging look on his face, and replied, "Within 2 moves, I'll defeat you." Qin Kuang, furious, unleashed his power and charged at Qin Chuan. A lion made of spiritual power appeared above his head. He roared, "Shameless braggart, kill Qin Chuan," Qin Chuan said. He parted his lips and said softly, "A small grain of rice also wants to shine. It's my turn." With that, a golden power was released by Qin Chuan. Waves of glittering gold appeared in the sky. A ferocious tiger appeared near Qin Chuan. "A power that made people feel fear," Qin Chuan shouted. "Break! Ayah!" Qin Kuang screamed in agony, his entire body enveloped in a crimson light, as if a massive electric current was coursing through him. A golden light then appeared in Qin Chuan's hand. Qin Yuan suddenly shouted, "Elder, stop! Qin Kuang has already left the life and death arena. He's no longer on the stage. Should this decisive battle end here?" As he spoke, he unleashed a terrifying dark aura. Seeing this, Qin Chuan frowned in frustration and retorted, "Grand Elder, do you remember what you said earlier? No one is allowed to interfere." Hearing this, the Grand Elder sneered with contempt. "HMPH. Your Yuan Dan is clearly crippled, yet you're suddenly unleashing such powerful strength. You must be using forbidden techniques." Qin Chuan immediately retorted, annoyed. "HMPH. So the Grand Elder thinks I should be normal. Then how should I be? Should I be a good-for-nothing, obediently beaten to death by your grandson?" Hearing his words, the Grand Elder was enraged, gritting his teeth and glaring with his beady eyes. "You truly show no respect for your elders." Qin Chuan was not to be outdone. The 5-colored aura around him intensified, his eyes blazing with defiance as he roared, "You deserve to be called an elder. Aren't you just an old dog relying on your age to bark loudly here? Dog breath, old man." Qin Yuan, hearing these words, flew into a rage, his eyes bulging as he roared in a menacing tone. "All members of the Qin family, heed my command. Seize this traitor, execute him, cleanse the family rules." With that, he extended his palm. Hundreds of Qin family members were furious when they heard the order, and they all rushed towards Qin Chuan. Their faces were filled with rage. Qin Chuan, looking pissed. A dazzling golden vortex appeared in his right hand, and he said, "Usually,
The elders are so good with their words. Today, you've really opened my eyes.
Aya! Screams pierced the sky. Several people hit by his attack were sent flying far away. The attack was incredibly powerful. Seeing that,
Qin Kuang immediately yelled furiously at those present, saying, "What are you standing around for? Get him now." Hearing this, someone nearby was terrified, crying and saying, "Ah, slash, slash, slash." A massive surge of power appeared around Qin Chuan's body.
An angry voice boomed. Qin Kuang heard this, and grimaced in fear.
Qin Chuan lunged towards his opponent, yelling, "Your turn." Instantly, Qin Kuang's blood splattered everywhere. Qin Chuan swiftly punched straight through Qin Kuang's body.
He was shocked by this. Blood gushing out non-stop. His eyes glazed over, his body light. He choked out, "You're truly vicious."
Qin Chuan stood with vacant eyes, looking at his opponent. Old man Qin Yuan saw what was happening before his eyes and was terrified, reaching out his hand and yelling, "Guangzhe!" Qin Chuan's voice grew louder and louder.
A dazzling golden light appeared in his hand, and he said, "Everyone, today I will cleanse the Qin family, but if anyone dares to interfere..." Crunch! Qin Chuan clenched something in his hand.
He stood upright, raising his hand high. A pillar of light appeared.
Qin Chuan yelled, "Don't blame me for being merciless." With that, he moved swiftly, the weapon in his hand instantly injuring those around. They were struck and sent flying high into the air. Seeing this unfold,
the onlookers were incredibly astonished. They couldn't believe their eyes, mouths agape, exclaiming, "This, just one move, and the family head is this strong. Can the Qin family still advance further?" Some people immediately knelt down. They clasped their hands together and respectfully said in fear, "Please, family head, return to lead the Qin family." Everyone in the Qin family quickly knelt down. Soon, everyone was kneeling before Qin Chuan. They immediately said in unison, "Please, family head, return to lead the Qin family." Qin Chuan heard this and yelled, "Everyone, get up! The Qin family is yours. It has nothing to do with me," he continued. "When Qin Kuang wanted to kill me, did you all just watch me go to my death? Now I should be your servant. Humph! I've risked my life for the Qin family for so many years,
and I haven't taken a single cent. Consider it repayment for raising me. From now on, the Qin family and I are done."
Saying that, Qin Chuan swiftly swung his blade. The weapon in his hand unleashed a powerful attack towards those around him. The others, hearing what he said, were utterly bewildered. Everyone anxiously exclaimed, "It's over! What will the Qin family do now? The Qin family can't be without a head for a day." Qin Zi ran over from afar, yelling, "Dad, wait for me!" Qin Chuan looked at his son with gentle eyes and said,
"Let's go, it's just us, my son. Away from Tanyang City." Hearing this, Qin Zi happily said, "Okay, so where are we going?" Qin Chuan replied, "The world is vast. With my strength, is there anywhere I can't go?" At the gate of Tanyang City, Butler Mu's voice rang out. He said, "Sirs, please stop. Family head Qin, the city lord has an invitation."
Hearing this, Qin Chuan was very surprised, turning his head to Butler Mu and saying,
"The city lord heard that family head Qin wants to leave Tanyang City and wishes to see you off. Family head Qin, don't forget the friendship we've built over the years."
Hearing Butler Mu say this,
he clasped his hands, gave a bitter smile, and replied, "The city lord thinks too highly of me. This Qin is no longer the head of the Qin family," Butler Mu replied.
"Brother Qin is too humble. A title is just a title. Besides you, no one in Tanyang City is qualified to call themselves the Qin family head," Qin Chuan replied.
"Since the city lord is so kind, my son and I will trouble the city lord's manor today. So, Tanyang City."
Another step for the city lord, Pure Yang Realm. The strongest lunatic in Tanyang City, Mu Yunxiang, was overjoyed to see Qin Chuan again. He eagerly said, "Brother Qin, long time no see. I heard Qin Zixian was gravely ill, cured, and his strength greatly increased. Even Qin Mang was defeated. His future is truly immeasurable."
A beautiful, proud young woman appeared beside Mu Yunxiang.
Seeing her, Qin Chuan spoke up and asked, "Lord Mu is too kind. Is this Tian Yun?" Hearing him say that, Mu Yunxiang replied, "This is my daughter." Standing next to Tian Yun spoke up Uncle Qin. Mu Yunxiang spoke, "It's late today. How about Qin bro stays for the night and sets off tomorrow?"
"It'll still be in time," Qin Chuan replied. "Then I'll have to trouble you." Qin Zi stood next to him, cupped his hands, and bowed. "Thank you, city lord." Qin Yun seemed to like Qin Zi.
She leaned closer to him, her face flushed with shyness. He, on the other hand, didn't know what was going on and looked confused.
Time flies, and in the city lord's mansion, the guest room was already bathed in the afternoon sun.
Qin Chuan was leaning against the doorframe, his eyes deep in thought, thinking to himself, "Although I made a scene when I left the Qin family, I can't let them find out I'm a fake Qin Jiaxuan in the future. The immediate problem is how to survive in this world full of experts.
His eyes then shifted to Qin Zi, who was sitting in meditation, and he thought, how could I forget about this adopted son?
Qin Chuan's eyes became scheming, and he thought, as for the plans in my head, let them count how many small yuan pills I've been hoarding. Also, this Mu Yunshang isn't weak, even a bit stronger than me. I have to find a way to mess with him a bit so I can improve my cultivation. Serious mode on, Qin Chuan turned around to leave, and he said to Qin Zi, ahem, you cultivate hard first. I'm going out for a walk to get a glass of water. Hearing him say that, Qin Zi replied,
yes, father. Qin Chuan's eyes were thoughtful as he looked at Qin Zi, thinking in his head, regardless of whether Grandpa you exist or not, for the future of us father and son, you absolutely can't ruin my plans.
Qin Zi stood in a corner, his eyes following the streaks of light in front of him.
He clasped his hands together in thanks, and suddenly spoke. Greetings, Master Beijian.
The streaks of light fell into
small, fluttering particles in the air, with Qin Zi as the center. Under his feet, small circles appeared, one after another, like ripples on the water. From there, Ye Lingcheng appeared, creating an overlay of bright lightning colors.
She exuded nobility and elegance. Little one, no need for so much formality.
After paying respects to his master, Qin Zi immediately asked straight to the point, looking a little anxious. Did my father discover you? The master replied. Yes, he saw through everything, with one look. Qin Zi was slightly agitated. What? Is my father really that strong?
She didn't deny it, but frankly admitted. Not just strong, but terrifyingly strong. I didn't expect the Nanyang dynasty to have such a monster. I hid so well. But he recognized me with just one look. She began to think it over, still somewhat confused.
Seeing that his master acknowledged his father's strength, Qin Zi asked a question. Then, master, who is more powerful? You or my father?
Ling Chang waved her hands back and forth in front of her, meaning,
don't say that, it can't be compared, it can't be compared. Although I'm just a remnant soul, my eyes still work.
She turned around, curving in the air. Being able to recognize me with just one glance. Your father's abilities have surpassed my understanding. Perhaps he has surpassed the 9 realms. Finishing her sentence, seeing that her disciple had nothing else to say, she said goodbye. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to the ring to rest. Ling Chang prepared to retreat into the ring. Qin Zi was still very surprised by his father's strength. Unbelievable, that father is so powerful. Ye Ling Chang completely retreated, coiling into the ring. Z, remember, don't be too ambitious and forget to know yourself. The most important thing now is to cultivate hard. If you are the son of Qin Chuan, then it's understandable that Qin Zi possesses a rare divine body.
The boy looked at the ring on his finger. Yes, with such a powerful father, as his son, I definitely can't let him down. I will definitely dedicate myself to cultivation. He convinced himself with that determined face. An hour later, Qin Chuan appeared in front of the boy's room, carrying a tray with a glass of water. My son has been cultivating all this time. Have a cup of tea. He entered the room and went to Z. Drink up, good Z, drink more. Qin Zi was even more moved. Thank you, father, for caring about me so much. After speaking, he gulped down the tea deliciously. Outside the door, a maid was waiting. Seeing the two of them, she approached, bent down slightly, and said cautiously, Lord Qin, young Master Qin, dinner is ready. Please follow me to eat. Scene changed to the Musai family's inner courtyard. The full moon shone brightly in the dark sky, and the white flower branches added to the ancient painting. Spring shines into bright lights, creating a beautiful scene.
Mu Yunshang was waiting for Qin Chuan and Qin Zi to arrive. Haha, brother Qin, you two have arrived. Please sit down quickly. He was eager to sit down at the dining table. The old man began to continue.
Last month I got a rare bottle of good wine. Today we will taste it together. He held 2 small cups in his hands. Come on, it's a rare opportunity today. Let's raise our glasses together and have a good time. Cheers. His voice was very loud. Old Yunsheng held the wine glass, intending to bring it to his mouth and take a few sips. He was hesitant about something. He will wait for an opportunity to open his mouth. At the same time, Qin Chuan also realized something was up. Mu Yunsheng definitely has something to ask of me. He looked at the old man right in front of him. If it's detrimental to us father and son, I have to think of a way to not offend this city lord, while still being able to take my adopted son and retreat unscathed.
Before Qin Chuan could continue his thoughts, Mu Yunsheng spoke first. Ahem, brother Qin, with your intelligence and talent you must have guessed it. Actually, I have something else to discuss today, Qin Chuan. Yes, not surprisingly, Lord Muzu's being too polite, please speak.
Seeing that you're sincere, Mu Yunsheng said to her daughter, Tianyun, why don't you show Qin Gongzi around our city lord's mansion? Xu Feng was puzzled but also a bit pleased, thinking, so, there's something that needs to be discussed away from the kids, huh? Suits me just fine. After the two kids left, old Mu spoke up. Alright, let's get down to business. I wonder, does Xinxiang have any interest in working for the royal family? He gestured forward, as if urging the person across from him. He continued, reinforcing his invitation. 3,000 miles east of Sishui City, the previous city lord Dunuo passed away some time ago, and Sishui City has been without a leader ever since. Does Xinxiang have any interest in becoming the city lord of Sishui City? If you want to, I can recommend you to the higher-ups.
He then laid out more benefits. If you become the city lord of Sishui City, our two neighboring cities can have some interaction, making it easier to support each other in the future. However, Qinchuan hesitated, caught off guard by this proposal. Qinchuan was screaming internally.
I just bragged to my adopted son that I was an invincible powerhouse, and now you want me to work for the royal family. Isn't that a slap in the face? I have to maintain my image. I absolutely will not submit. He felt a chill, but he knew how to put on a show. Can you tell me about the current situation in Sishui City? A thought flashed through his mind. Hurry up, son.
Old Mu's expression became serious. To be honest, the situation there isn't very good. Sishui City is much wealthier than Xunyang City, but the families in the city are extremely difficult to deal with, not easy to handle. He concealed what he was really thinking. For now, I can't tell Qinxiang that the city lord of Sishui City was assassinated by those major families.
After hearing his story, Qinchuan stroked his chin. Is that so? He considered. Maybe I'm just putting on a show, but there's definitely something fishy about this. Suddenly, a shrill scream attracted their attention. Mu Yunsheng heard his daughter's voice. He abruptly called out his daughter's name, Tianyun. Following that was the female voice again, Qin Gongzi, what are you doing? The voice was loud and fierce. She must be in danger outside.
Originally, Mu Tianyun was showing Qinzi around their home when suddenly, loud screams erupted. Help, Miss Mu. She lay on the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks, and blood gushed from her mouth. She could only cry for help. Help! Behind her was a ferocious figure, eyes bloodshot, in a strange posture, constantly shouting, kill, kill, kill. His face was like that of a possessed demon, eyes wide and face blackened. He raised his hand, ready to deliver the final blow. Kill! Kill! But then a voice shouted, stop, causing him to freeze for a moment. Mu Yunsheng had already appeared in front of Qinzi, his hand poised to strike. He arrived in the blink of an eye, but the opponent was not inferior. Electricity generated sparks of lightning, ready to counter. Kill him for me. This disrespectful wretch deserves to die. Old Sixth was speechless. Qinzi got a running start and jumped high into the air. Old Muyu looked up from below. The two sides exchanged attacks wildly. Forming a ring of encirclement, Qinzi's expression was maniacal. Hit by the attack and falling down, but he refused to concede, his eyes flashing, mouth wide open. The big tree falls, and the vines behind it fall too. He shouted the same content. I want to kill Mu Yunsheng. Seeing that this guy was increasingly out of control, foolish, and stubborn, then die, Yunsheng launched his attack. Red circles shimmering, he swept his hand, red and gold rays, and his giant hand shot towards Qinzi, leaving him rooted to the spot, only able to watch. Qinzi stood still, staring blankly at the large hand before him. Is this the end for me? The attack struck, illuminating the surroundings with a red flash. Qinzi opened his eyes, slightly surprised. I'm not dead. Before him was his father. Qin Chuan. Am I a little late? He stood in front of the boy, deflecting the attack with one hand, looking very imposing. The boy could only utter one word. Dad? The smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the faces of the two sides on either side of the message board. Son, you provoked a powerhouse at the half-step Pure Yang realm. Following the principle that a father's love is like a mountain, the father will surely win. Your cultivation has increased to the peak of the half-step Pure Yang realm. Feng Qin has planned everything. His eyes seem to be filled with money, showing 2+ signs. Excellent. On the other side, Mu Yunsheng was originally angry that Qin Chuan's son dared to severely injure his daughter. But now, old Mu was completely different. His previous attitude in the room was gone, his eyes widened, his brow furrowed, looking very scary. HMPH, does Xinxiang intend to let his son run wild? At the same time, he was also worried about a big problem. He could block an attack from a half-step Pure Yang realm cultivator like me? Could he have broken through as well? Impossible. The Pure Yang Qi needed to break through to the Pure Yang realm has long been monopolized by the royal family and major families. On the opposite side, Qin Chuan cracked his knuckles. City Lord Mu, you misunderstand. My son really shouldn't have hurt anyone, so just now, when City Lord Mu attacked my son, Qin was never going to stop you.
It's just that, if City Lord Mu is determined to kill him, you'll have to ask if Qin Chuan's expression suddenly became unusually serious. Cool. Hearing such words,
there was no need to maintain harmony or seek help any longer. Haha, very well, Qin Chuan. You think you can do whatever you want just because you killed a Qin Wang? Mu Yunsheng erupted in flames, his clothes burning, his sleeves exploding, his whole body seemingly on fire. Today I'll show you what a half-step pure Yang realm cultivator is really like. Finishing his sentence, old Mu shot into the sky. Looking up, he was already scattered in pieces.
His face went pale, his teeth grinding. He's mobilizing my Yuan Qi. With a wave of his hand, a giant golden hand appeared in the vast sky,
moving down, wanting to crush Qin Chuan instantly and send him to his doom. Qin Zi, he had returned to normal. Seeing the scene before him, he felt a little worried.
Dad, be careful.
As soon as he finished speaking, the illusory figure of Ling Chang appeared.
She immediately said, Mu Yunsheng's iron palm frenzy. Though its power is like a mountain, Xin Deren should be able to withstand it.
Looking up at the sky, the giant palm hurtled down, crushing the spot where Qin Chuan had been standing. The old man descended as well, staring intently at the pile of rubble. HMPH, overestimating himself.
But, it seems I underestimated my man.
Suddenly, the old man's eyes widened.
I can't believe it. What is happening before my eyes?
That golden palm is gradually turning into ashes and scattering,
but the person is nowhere to be seen. How could the old man not be worried? He was caught off guard. What? Where is he? Are you looking for me?
In an instant, Qin Chuan appeared right behind Mu Yunsheng, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Hearing his voice, the old man suddenly turned around,
only to see Qin Mo's fist flying straight towards his face.
Tianyun.
Seeing her father in a dangerous situation, she had no choice but to shout, Don't hurt my father. She was seriously injured, her body swaying, her hand reaching forward as if begging Qin Chuan to stop. So Mu Tianyun, with a fearful expression and eyes filled with worry, called out to her father.
But at this moment, the eyes of Mu Yunsheng and Mu Tianyun were filled with astonishment. It turned out that Qin Chuan had stopped his fist. A faint smile appeared on his handsome face. Qin Chuan then said, All right, I wonder if the city lord is willing to listen to Qin Mo now. Mu Yunsheng harumphed, his expression disdainful, and said, Mu is not as skilled as others. What else is there to say? Qin Chuan clasped his hands and said in a serious tone, City Lord Mu, it was just a momentary carelessness, and Qin Mo seized the opportunity. But in terms of strength, Qin Mo willingly concedes defeat. He continued, Has the City Lord ever considered that my son and your daughter have never met? So why would he suddenly develop murderous intent in the City Lord's mansion, a place swarming with experts? Mu Yunsheng was stunned upon hearing this. He furrowed his brow and said, Is Qin Sheng implying that there is more to this than meets the eye? Qin Chuan nodded and continued, Indeed,
I fear there is a spy in the City Lord's mansion who intended to drug my son, causing him to go berserk, and thereby sowing discord between us. Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Mu Yunsheng nodded in agreement. He seemed to agree with him. What Qin Chuan said makes sense. This is highly likely to have been caused by someone from the Qin family, and Mu will definitely investigate to the bottom of it. He continued. Regarding the matter that Qin Mo mentioned earlier, if Qin Xiang is interested, you should make it clear soon. If Qin Xiang is not interested, then just pretend that Mu Mai never said anything. Qin Xiang, rest early. With that, he turned his head to look at Mu Tianyun and signaled for her to follow. Come, Tianxiang'er. Qin Chuan then teleported from Mu Yunsheng's side and approached Qin Zi again. At this moment, he thought happily in his heart, damn. The retribution for that shameless Qin family came so quickly.
Qin Zi looked like a bewildered fawn. He was still confused, and asked, Dad, did someone from the Qin family really drug me? Qin Chuan's expression immediately turned stern and he replied, Silly child, I was the one who drugged you.
Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Qin Zi was a little surprised. He froze for 5 seconds, unable to believe that he had just been tricked by his old man. A look of horror appeared on his face, and he asked blankly, That cup of tea, father? Why, I trusted you so much.
Qin Chuan walked past Qin Zi, placed his hand on his head, and patted him, saying, My son, I want you to know that you must always be vigilant and cautious, no matter who is in front of you.
As he walked, he continued, In the cultivation world, those who are not careful have all turned into golden earth. Even those who want to help you may unintentionally do bad things, leading you into a dead end.
He glanced behind him, seeing Qin Zi standing frozen in place, staring at the ground, his expression a bit dazed and blank. He didn't care, and continued, I don't hope that one day my son will die because of his own carelessness. He turned to look at Qin Zi and continued, But there's no need to be too paranoid either. Remember, no matter what happens, your father will take care of it for you." With that, Qin Chuan turned and left. Yi Lingzheng, Qinzi's master, also appeared and sighed. If only someone had taught me these things back then. Qin Chuan walked a distance. His serious, cold expression immediately changed, replaced by a smug look. A very convenient smile appeared on his face. He thought to himself, "Luckily, it's resolved. If this son I picked up really becomes cautious and wary wherever he goes, how will he cause trouble for me and give me a chance to improve my cultivation?"
Scene changed to the next morning.
Mu Yunsheng came to Qin Chuan and said, "Although I didn't find any evidence related to the Qin family yesterday, I did catch 2 internal spies." Qin Chuan, hearing this, replied, "The city lord is free to decide as you see fit. Qin Mo and the Qin family are no longer related. There's no need to show me any face." Qin Zi also stepped forward and cupped his hands, bowing in apology to Mu Tianyun. "Miss Tianyun, I am truly sorry for what happened yesterday. Consider this matter as owing you a favor, which I will repay in the future."
Mu Tianyun smiled gently and said softly with a sympathetic tone, "You were only drugged by the internal spies. I've been meditating all night and have recovered, but I can't accept this favor."
Seeing that the 2 children were both sensible, Mu Yunsheng laughed loudly, then pointed at her and said, "Minghao City is one of the 36 major cities of the Nanyang dynasty. With so many powerful experts inside, why don't you 2 stay? I think my daughter and your son are a perfect match." Qin Zi's face turned red upon hearing him say this, and his heart fluttered. He stammered shyly, "Ah, well, this." Before Qin Chuan let Qin Zi finish speaking, he grabbed him by the collar and dragged him away. "Thank you, city lord. My child is still immature and needs more training. I'll take my leave." Qin Chuan thought to himself, "I'm still planning to go to that place stacked with experts to let my son cause trouble. How can I stay? Your honey trap won't work." Scene changed to the Ngai Wu region. Qin Chuan and his son Qin Zi are traveling in a horse-drawn carriage. Qin Zi, sitting inside the carriage, asks, "Dad, you're already so strong, why don't we just fly there?" Qin Chuan replies leisurely, "Silly kid. Even if my strength recovers quickly, it still takes time. Right now I've only recovered to the half-step Nanyang realm." Qin Zi's eyes light up as he says,
"So won't we be in danger when we get to Shao City?"
Qin Chuan chuckles at his son's question.
"Even though my strength isn't recovering fast, dealing with ordinary Nirvana realm or Tongtian realm cultivators is no problem. You hear that, son? Go wild and cause trouble for your dad." Hearing this, Qin Zi's face lights up even brighter, his excitement obvious. He cheers and shouts with joy. Seeing his son's happy expression, Qin Chuan smirks and says, "Remember, don't go looking for trouble. Dad won't condone random mischief, but you don't need to be afraid either." Then, he puts on a serious and cool expression and says, "I absolutely won't allow anyone to bully my son, no matter who they are."
Ye Lingshuang, seeing his confident demeanor, reveals admiration. Such pure aura, such pure confidence. This is the confidence of an absolute champion. Otherwise, even alien overlords wouldn't have this kind of confidence. As for Qin Zi, hearing that he'll be protected by Qin Chuan, he cheers excitedly, eagerly agreeing.
At this moment, Qin Chuan's expression changes, his attitude immediately becoming serious. He signals to Qin Zi, "Wait, son. Get out of the carriage." Seeing his serious face, Qin Zi asks worriedly, "What's wrong, Dad? Is there an enemy?" After getting out of the carriage, Qin Chuan covers his face, tearing up, and points to the 2 horses vomiting. "I wasn't careful just now, and lost control, scaring the horses."
Seeing the scene before him, Qin Zi is speechless.
Scene change. The father and son finally arrive outside of Minghao City.
Qin Zi looks around and exclaims, "No wonder it's one of the 36 major cities of the Nanyang dynasty. This city is huge." Qin Chuan just smiles and says, "It's alright, just a decent small city."
Outside Minghao City, the martial arts arena looks extremely majestic and grand. People bustle back and forth.
Qin Zi looks at the scene before him, his face lighting up, excitement clear on his young face. Hearing Qin Chuan say, "Let's go, my son," he obediently replies,
"Yes." Qin Zi follows behind Qin Chuan, his face showing admiration as he says, "Minghao City is just a small city in Dad's eyes. Just how vast is the world Dad has seen? I must go and see the world outside the Nanyang dynasty."
Hearing his son's words, Qin Chuan's face turns green and he breaks out in a cold sweat, and in his mind he's cursing, "What the hell? I thought the imperial city in my previous life was grand enough. I didn't expect it could be even more awesome."
Is this the power of cultivators? At this moment, a man in green robes suddenly runs past Qin Chuan. The man immediately attracts his attention. The crowd gathers, discussing in groups. "Hurry! The city lord is sending news to the dynasty that Grandmaster Qi, the renowned alchemist, is about to descend.
I heard there will be an alchemy competition held by Grandmaster Qi, that's the famous alchemist, a Nirvana realm expert. Hearing the chatter, Qinchuan smiles, raises his hand to his chin, and thinks to himself, where's this alchemy competition? Are there experts as numerous as clouds there? Then I have to let my son cause a ruckus. It'll definitely piss off a bunch of people. Then experts will come looking for me, and my cultivation can increase. What about alchemy? How could your old grandpa not know about that? That's the sign of a trash-to-treasure novel. He turns to Qinzi with a lecherous and expectant smile, puts his hand on his shoulder, startling him, and says, Son, I want you to win the championship of this alchemy competition. Do you have confidence? Hearing this, Qinzi says, a little scared, father. Elixirs are terrifyingly effective, and the formulas are extremely rare. I've never learned alchemy. Before he can finish, a hand suddenly reaches out. Ye Lingshuang immediately covers Qinzi's mouth, turning his face pale. He looks blankly, not understanding what's happening. She says, quickly agree with your dad, don't worry about anything else. Hearing this, Qinzi scratches his head awkwardly and says to Qinchuan, his expression much less natural, Dad, I definitely won't let you down. Hearing Qinzi say that, Qinchuan smiles contentedly and pats his head, praising, not bad, I believe in you. Though he says that, in his heart, Qinchuan thinks, he was hesitant just now, but now he's agreed immediately. It seems there's definitely a grandpa in that ring. It wasn't for nothing that I pretended for so long. If there wasn't a grandpa, I would have felt like I was too stupid, acting out the atmosphere for half a month. Thinking this, he turns to leave and says, all right, if there's nothing else, let's go. As Qinchuan walks away, Qinzi whispers to Ye Lingshuang, Master, I really don't know alchemy. The woman frowns, then comforts him, silly, with Master here, alchemy is simple, it's just a piece of cake. Afterwards, she glances at Qinchuan's departing figure, breaking out in a cold sweat. She ponders. Moreover, these words of your father were originally spoken to me. If I refuse, the consequences are unimaginable. At the entrance of the Myriad Treasures Trading Company, Qinchuan hands Qinzi a card and says, this time, you'll go buy a house. Consider it a simple training. Taking the card in his hand, Qinzi says in surprise, Heavens, the Myriad Treasures Trading Company, a massive trading organization with industries spanning across all the major cities of the dynasty. I'll definitely be frequenting them in the future. Seeing this, Qinchuan says, my son, no need to be nervous, just go. You must have backbone, don't be afraid, because I'm here. Hearing that he was being protected, Qinzi's face lit up again with happiness. He giggled and ran off, saying, Dad was right, I'm not a good-for-nothing anymore. Plus, my dad is the strongest under the heavens, Qinchuan reminded him. Don't cause trouble, but don't be afraid of it either. There's nothing to fear in this Nine-Yang dynasty. Although he warned him worriedly on the outside, he thought in his heart, awesome. Trading companies are where incidents happen the most. The main character is bound to get into conflicts with others. My son must help dad provoke someone with strong power. He looked up at the sky and continued to think. But on second thought, this sky is an anomaly caused by the gathering of strong cultivators' auras. My little bit of strength in Minghao City seems like a drop in the bucket. Even though I've been playing the pig for so long, I really want to see what's outside the Nine-Yang dynasty, so this trip to the cultivation world won't be in vain. While he was gazing poetically at the sky, suddenly a scream rang out. Something's wrong, someone's fighting, someone's killing. He turned his head and saw a scene of people running around in panic, screaming and whispering. Looking at the scene before him, he thought, my son has only been at it for a moment, and he's already caused trouble. Provoked something already. He stopped someone and asked, hey, what happened inside? The man was startled when he was stopped, and he quickly said, someone's dead. The young master of the Long Snake Gang and a nameless youth were fighting over a mansion, and the young master was beaten to death. Qinchuan was a little angry when he heard that, and he grabbed the man by the collar and questioned him. Tell me, what's the cultivation level of the strongest person in the Long Snake Gang? The man was frightened and trembled as he replied, second level of the pure Yang realm. Please spare me, if you don't leave, people will really die. At this moment, the system suddenly appeared and explained the situation. Seeing the system appear, he threw the man aside and listened to the system's notification. The Long Snake Gang leader, second level of the pure Yang realm, wants to tear your son into 10,000 pieces. According to the principle that bros are like mountains, your invincible all-win dad's cultivation has increased to the second level of the pure Yang realm, making him invincible among those at the same realm. Qinchuan clenched his fists in satisfaction. A golden aura surrounds me. Is this the pure Yang realm? more than 10 times stronger than before. I'm such a good son. Switching scenes to inside the Wanbao Trading Company. A man looking extremely fierce and terrifying, with a snake tattooed on his arm. He angrily pointed at Shinzi and shouted, "You little bastard, you killed my son!" With his old man backing him up, Shinzi was not afraid at all and replied, "HMPH, he attacked first. He wanted to kill me. Shouldn't I be able to kill him?" The man was furious when he heard that, and a terrifying blue aura surrounded him. He angrily shouted, "Outrageous, you little brat! Leave your life here. I don't care who's backing you, but you will die today." Then, his blue snake lunged toward Shinzi. The blue snake bared its sharp fangs, while its master shouted, "Die, you little brat!" But suddenly at this moment, Qinchuan appeared out of nowhere, his 2 fingers pinching the blue snake's neck, causing its master's jaw to drop. He looked at the master, his expression cold, and ordered, "Stop!" The guy was frightened by him, and he stammered, "Who are you?" Qinchuan kept a cold expression and replied, "Who I am is none of your business. You just need to know that you want to kill my son." After speaking, Qinchuan threw the blue snake away. The blue snake broke into 3 pieces and slowly vanished. The other guy suffered a backlash and fell backward, lying on the ground. The guy struggled non-stop, and he bitterly shouted, "Damn it, he killed my son first." The other side struggled to sit up. At this time, Shin Zin spoke up in protest. He exuded a burst of killing intent, with righteous energy soaring to the sky, and said, "Ridiculous! I had already placed a deposit on the estate mansion, and your son attacked me first. I was forced to retaliate." Hearing Shin Zin's words, Qin Chuan slowly approached the guy and his gang and said, "Did you hear that? Is it natural for your son to kill people, but others aren't allowed to kill people?" The guy saw him getting closer and closer, and was so scared that he almost peed his pants, his face pale as he fearfully said, "Don't come here!" But obviously Qin Chuan didn't listen. He bent down, grabbed the guy's shoulders with both hands, his expression cold, and his eyes full of killing intent, said, "Your thinking is not wrong. This world may not be reasonable. It's just that you don't have the strength to be unreasonable yet." His face suddenly turned stern at this moment. Then his face was full of ferocity and brutality. The guy was kicked away by him. After that, Qin Chuan launched a palm strike, sending the guy's gang flying away. Qin Chuan said in a cold tone at this time, "That's it for today. I don't want to kill anyone. Also, even though my son killed your son, don't even think about finding someone stronger to take revenge. My son! Scram!" After hearing him say scram, the gang leader was so scared that he was about to pee his pants, and immediately ran away in fear. In Qin Chuan's mind at this time he thought, "I wonder if the long snake gang leader understood my meaning. Probably not, right? I've already hinted so clearly." Then he turned to look at Shinzi and asked, "How are you? Are you alright?" Seeing the gang leader fleeing in a panic, Shinzi felt a little self-reproach in his heart. Hearing him ask, he replied, "I'm fine, Dad. I've caused you trouble again." Instead of being angry, he smiled brightly and praised Shinzi. He put his hand on his shoulder and praised, "Well done, my son. If you retreated, you wouldn't be worthy of being my son. It's still the same saying, if you don't offend me, I won't offend you. If you offend me, then you have me and my son here." Shinzi looked up at him with an understanding expression and said, "Yes, Dad, I understand. I will definitely become a strong person like you." At this moment, a steward slowly walked over. He bowed and clasped his hands respectfully and introduced himself. "This esteemed master, I am the steward of this place. My name is Lu Linming." Seeing the steward, Qin Chuan bowed and clasped his hands and said, "I'm really sorry. I will compensate for the damaged items here." Steward Lu Ming clasped his hands and said, "No need, esteemed master. These little things are nothing to our Wanbao Trading Company, but I have something I want to give to you." After speaking, he gave him a map and said, "This is something that our Wanbao Trading Company prepared specifically for pure Yang realm experts like you. Now it's given to you for free. Please accept it." Qin Chuan grabbed the map and looked inside, saying, "This house is too big, so luxurious. It's 100 times better than what my people would choose." Though he said that, in his heart he thought, "I'm afraid this building won't be easy to take. You have to know that the free stuff is the most expensive. It's hard to repay a favor." Qin Chuan refused tactfully, saying to the steward, "Lu Mingxin, the intention of our Myriad Treasures Trading Company is clear. The 2 of us have just arrived in Minghao City, and there are still many things to do. I'll take my leave here." Hearing him say that, Lu Ming didn't force him but just said, "Sir, please feel free." The next day, inside the mansion, the scenery here was extremely beautiful and lavish. Qin Zi's voice rang out at this moment. He couldn't stop praising his father. "This building is really luxurious, even better than the Qin family's by dozens of times." Qin Chuan,
immediately knocked Shinzi lightly on the head and said, "You have no ambition. Isn't it just a building of a pure young realm martial artist? Wait until later when you see the immortal palace. How big will the divine palace be?"
Qin Chuan looked at Shinzi and continued, "That's right, there isn't even a single servant in this house. It's not safe to use people from the Myriad Treasures Trading Company. Go buy some servants." Shinzi rubbed his head but obediently replied, "Yes, father. I guarantee I will complete the mission and buy some obedient servants."
But at this moment, Shinzi's expression was a little ashamed. He thought, "Father trusts me so much, I just messed up buying the house, and he immediately assigned me to buy servants. I must not let father down."
Thinking this, Shinzi left aggressively, full of momentum, watching his back gradually leave. Qin Chuan thought in his heart, "Go, my son. With your protagonist's destiny, provoke as many big shots as you can."
Afterwards, he turned around but still thought, "Even so, I still have to think of a way to increase this kid's strength. After all, the stronger the strength, the stronger the people he provokes will be." He continued to think to himself, "If one day, this son I picked up is killed by someone, no way, I will definitely not let that happen. Sorry, son, I can't help but take advantage of you now. In this world where strength is paramount, the only thing I can rely on is the system. With strength, I won't be useless and helpless at critical moments."
Suddenly at this moment, a voice rang out. "The City Lord's Mansion envoy requests to see Senior Qin." Hearing this, Qin Chuan glanced at the City Lord's group. The City Lord's group was dressed neatly, including 5 people. Standing in the center was a person wearing white clothes. That person spoke and said, "Fuqing City Lord Bai Yishen greets Senior Qin." Qin Chuan spoke and said, "So it's the young City Lord visiting. I just arrived at the new house and don't even have a cup of tea. I'm really being rude."
Bai Yishen waved his fan in his hand upon hearing this and said, "It's all right," Qin Chuan thought. "Luckily I learned roughly about the characters in Minghao City, so I'm not completely ignorant." Thinking this, he said, "How much does the Minghao City character magazine cost per issue?"
Bai Yishen clasped his hands together and approached, respectfully saying, "Actually, this junior came here this time to ask if senior has any intention of working for the royal family." Qin Chuan replied, "I'm used to being a carefree wild crane, and now I just want to focus on raising my money." Bai Yishen's expression was a little disappointed upon hearing this, but then said, "As expected, I knew it would be like this." Hearing this, Qin Chuan became a little agitated.
His eyebrows furrowed, and he said, "It can't be that not working for the royal family will result in suppression, right?" Seeing that Qin Chuan looked agitated, Bai Yishen hurriedly explained, "It's not like that, Senior, don't be agitated. My father told me that if Senior doesn't agree, then give Senior a treasure as a way to make friends."
Hearing the word treasure, Qin Chuan became a little curious and asked,
"Oh, what thing?" Bai Yishen immediately ordered his subordinates to take out the item.
"Someone, open the box." The subordinates quickly opened the box, and inside contained a sharp sword. Bai Yishen immediately introduced, "This is the Pure Yang Spirit Sword, which can assist Pure Yang realm experts in condensing their strength. Using spiritual energy with, it will be much stronger than those of the same level." Qin Chuan was a little skeptical, and asked, "Is this only for me, or does everyone in the Pure Yang realm in Minghao City have it?" Qin Chuan picked up the sword and thought to himself, "The sword is a good sword. It's just a little useless for someone who is invincible among the same stage like me." Bai Yishen clasped his hands on his chest, bowed slightly, and respectfully replied, "Everyone has it. If you join the City Lord's mansion, there will be even more benefits." Hearing this, Qin Chuan turned around, raised his hand in greeting and said, "I understand, young Master Bai. Please return. I won't actively cause trouble for the City Lord." Hearing this, Bai Yishen was a little speechless. He frowned slightly but said nothing. Afterwards, he also turned around and left, saying, "If that's the case, then I won't disturb you any further. I'll take my leave first." Qin Chuan watched Bai Yishen's back leave. He put his hand on his chin and thought, "This sword is both a favor and a warning. Pure Yang realm experts who don't join the City Lord's mansion shouldn't cause trouble either. It's a pity. I just hope my good son causes more trouble here. Anyway, I said I wouldn't actively cause trouble, but I can't control if others come knocking on our door." Suddenly at this moment, an idea popped into his head. "That's right, that kid went to buy servants. I can't be idle either. I have to do some serious business. Scene change tonight." At this moment, a masked man was holding a man by the neck. The man was terrified and begged, "Great sir, please don't hit me. Just ask me anything. If I know it, I will definitely tell you everything." The masked man shouted, "Where is the black market beneath Minghao City?" The man was so scared that he was about to pee his pants. He revealed everything he knew.
Ah, there is a brothel called Longlin Brothel right south of the city, on the outskirts of Tingyu Pavilion. The goods on the black market are all traded there. As it turns out, the masked man was none other than Qin Chuan. He threw the man away. At this moment he thought, Tingyu Pavilion, the largest intelligence trading organization in the Nanyang dynasty, and also the largest rumor mill. It seems to meet my requirements. Scene changed to the brothel. The place was lively and bustling with people. Inside, a scantily clad woman stood out to greet guests. She spoke with a sweet and captivating tone. Please, esteemed guests, come in. Whatever your request, the girls can satisfy you. Qin Chuan didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point, saying, I'm looking for Listening Rain Pavilion. Here's some money for you guys. Seeing that he was a pure Yang realm expert, the girl was overjoyed to greet him. She flashed a charming smile and led him, this way please. After leading Qin Chuan to a room, the girl said, you can stay right here. Then, the girl asked, may I ask, do you want to buy or transmit? Qin Chuan immediately replied, transmit. Once she was sure he wanted to transmit, the girl picked up a piece of paper and said, if it's transmitting, then please, esteemed expert, write the content you want to transmit on this paper. Then she, with a provocative and seductive figure, said, esteemed expert, if you have any requests after this is done, I can fulfill them. In her heart, she thought, powerful men are the most charming. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan approached her, lifted her chin, and said, oh, anything, really? She smiled, her cheeks flushed red. She took his hand and said, of course, Qin Chuan then said, then lie down on the ground. Hearing him say that, she obediently complied, and said with a shy tone, why are you in such a hurry, dear? Your slave is honored to obey your orders. Contrary to her dark thoughts, Qin Chuan actually sat on her back and used his foot to scribble on the paper. The girl was completely played by him and was so speechless that she couldn't say a word. Qin Chuan thought, it's better to be careful this way. Even if there are problems later, no one will know this is my handwriting. Afterward, Qin Chuan took the piece of paper and placed it on the girl's head, saying, all right, take it. I hope that within 3 days, you will spread the content on this paper throughout Minghao City. The girl's face was ashen, not daring to say anything, but in her heart she cursed him over and over again. You idiot! You moron! Eat shit! Eat shit! Although she cursed him so much inside, she didn't dare to say anything on the outside. She stood up, watching his departing figure while rubbing her back, and said, based on the content on the paper, your involvement, connection, and the scope of information spread, the total price of this mission is 50,000 spirit stones. Qin Chuan pushed the door open and said, no problem, I'll pay with the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce card. Once outside, Qin Chuan thought, it's a pity that these are all well-trained spies, collecting information from every customer. Otherwise, enjoying a night wouldn't be bad. In the backyard at this moment, a flash of light streaked past. Qin Chuan took off his mask and thought, luckily that little rascal hasn't come home yet, otherwise I'd have to make up excuses to deceive him. At this moment the system appeared and announced, your son has provoked a Pure Yang Realm Level 4 expert. Your cultivation will increase to Pure Yang Realm Level 4 and also invincible in the same realm. Hearing the system's announcement, Qin Chuan was overjoyed and ran off. My son's troublemaking abilities are getting more and more refined. So carefree, truly a born troublemaker. He changed clothes at the speed of light and dashed away. My son, here I come. Qin Chuan had just run out when he heard Qin Zi's cries for help. Dad! Dad! Save me! Another fierce voice rang out. You little bastard hit our young miss and still want to run. Today, don't even think about calling your dad. Even calling your grandpa is useless. At this moment, Qin Zi was panting like a bull and running for his life, with a fierce-looking man carrying a huge broadsword chasing behind him. That sword-wielding thug unleashed a strike towards Qin Zi, and a purple lightning bolt appeared and flew towards Qin Zi. In a moment of crisis, Qin Chuan appeared, standing in front of Qin Zi. He raised his hand to block the purple lightning, causing it to disappear, and said, what kind of custom do you have in Minghao City? When cursing people, all you know is to call them little bastards. Qin Chuan became stern, gathering strength in his hand, and continued, you should know that his father is very unhappy right now. Chen Sheng rushed over like a madman, the broadsword in his hand even emitting a flame. He yelled triumphantly, Qin Chuan, after this move, all grudges will end. Chen Sheng swung his sword, slashing a path from above the roof down towards Qin Chuan. He didn't flinch at all, but looked up coldly and replied to him, all right, a deal is a deal. Chen Sheng's broadsword kept emitting strange flames, his expression extremely arrogant. Those flames were spreading larger and larger in the air. When Chen Sheng's blade slashed down in front of Qin Chuan, he blocked it, his eyes sharply looking up, confidently saying, one move has passed, stop, You can't hurt me.
Seeing this, Qin Sheng roared madly. I don't believe it. Break it for me with 2 layers of kung fu. He became even more frantic. Unleashing an even more powerful strike, Qin Chuan felt incredulous. You actually don't keep your word.
Then, without hesitation, he punched Chen Sheng in the face, causing Chen Sheng's face to become distorted and twisted to one side, spitting out a mouthful of saliva.
Chen Sheng staggered across the ground before he could stand firm. Light smoke and dust spread around.
Chen Sheng's expression darkened.
Silence. Qin Xin stood there observing, and worriedly said to his master, What's wrong with him? Did my dad kill him? Ye Lingshuang replied, No. On the contrary, he has gained immense benefits from this one palm of your father's.
Just like she said, Chen Sheng opened his eyes right after and cracked a satisfied smile. His body's leveling up. Haha, my cultivation's been stagnant for over 10 years. Finally broke through today.
He pointed his blade at Qin Chuan and said, I owe you one for today. I'll find a way to pay you back next time. Qin Zi was confused. Why does he say he owes father? Wasn't it him who broke through? Ye Lingshuang, standing beside him, had a look of utter admiration. He forcibly used 12 levels of power earlier. His meridians were already flowing backward. He was about to suffer internal injuries.
She just held her blushing cheeks, feeling admiration, then explained. Your father accurately found Chen Sheng's Qi Gate. One palm not only helped him regulate his spiritual power, but also helped him break through. So he owes your father a huge debt of gratitude.
Qin Zi couldn't help but admire his father, thinking, Wow, this is my father's strength and heart. I must learn from him.
Father. While the two over there were happy, Qin Chuan, on this side, felt like he'd been struck by lightning, and roared in anger. What the hell? Seriously, does he have a system too? I just casually gave him a palm and he broke through. It feels even simpler than mine.
Damn it! After calming down a bit, he said, You two go. Later, take some money and have them fix the road in front of the gate.
Qin Zi obediently replied, Yes.
Meanwhile,
Ye Lingshuang was still looking at him with heart eyes full of admiration.
Scene changed to later, on a street bustling with people, along with gossip. I heard that the aerial battle 2 days ago was between the Chen family's third master Chen Sheng and a powerhouse named Qin Chuan. I've known that for a while now. Chen Sheng even broke through.
Moreover, according to the latest news, it seems like Qin Chuan's son, Xin Zi, knocked Chen family's little princess unconscious.
There's even this matter, that's called youthful arrogance. It's good if you have the ability. Currently, the 2 masters and apprentices Ye Lingshuang are still walking on that street. The gossiping continues. Now the entire Minghao city is rumored that this Qin Zi is a peerless genius. He already broke through to the Yuandan realm at 17 years old. In terms of talent, he is even stronger than the 4 young masters of Minghao city.
Could these be rumors from nowhere? Where did so many rumors come from? The truth is already obvious. It's so hard to admit someone else's talent. Why do I feel like you're a member of Listening Rain Tower? While they were talking so much, a masked man immediately reminded, Don't talk nonsense. Finished. At the same time, there were praises from a group of people. Xin Zi, #1 genius. The 4 young masters can't withstand a single blow. Xin Zi's arrogance. Xin Zi is handsome. Xin Zi's father is the most handsome. Blah blah. Praises for Xin Zi on the street never stop.
Bang. A door opened. Qin Zi and his master stepped into the mansion. Promotion scheme. This is obviously a promotion scheme. Praising me as the #1 genius of Minghao city. Isn't this making enemies for me? Qin Zi said confusedly. After entering the house, seeing Qin Chuan, he hurriedly called out, Father, have you heard about it? I'm still young now. There is indeed still a gap with them. What will Cha say about what those geniuses in Minghao city think when they hear the rumors?
Qin Chuan asked with a cold expression. Are you afraid, Father? I'm not afraid. I won't embarrass you either. I just think the higher you are raised, the harder you will fall. His eyes sharpened when he heard this. My son has made progress after being praised. But Qin Zi punched the floor in anger and shouted, HMPH, I'm so mad. Who is spreading rumors to harm me? I curse him.
Qin Chuan felt a little guilty when he saw this. He pretended to raise his hand and cough a few times, then said, You get angry like this when you just encounter a little thing. How can you become a master? Afterwards, he softened his expression and reminded, My son, the small title of the #1 genius of Minghao city is all there is to it, so what if you accept it? My, Qin Chuan's son, don't talk about the #1 Minghao city, even if you are the first of the 9 Yang dynasty. What would that be? Qin Zi called out moved, Father! Finished. Qin Chuan turned away and said, Be more self-aware.
At this time, Qin Zi looked at his back with a determined expression, and then made a promise. Father, I understand your expectations. I will not disappoint you. And at the same time, His whole body exuded a stream of power. Listening to his father's words, Qinzi immediately returned to his room and sat cross-legged to practice. Jia Lingcheng helped beside him, constantly exclaiming in his heart, "I didn't expect it to be so simple to awaken my body."
Using so many methods still couldn't awaken him. This great man only said a few words and succeeded, unexpectedly. She glanced at Qin Chuan again and smiled. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan was still standing aside watching, thinking, being fed a few bowls of chicken soup by me awakened some kind of extraordinary physique. Is this the main character? Thinking of this, he shuddered in his heart. But it's good like this. Even if what I do is revealed in the future, I can say that it was my good intentions. Then, he began to show a satisfied smile again. Jia Lingcheng couldn't help but blink when he saw him smiling so handsomely, and his cheeks turned red unconsciously. As expected, that great man had already seen through everything. Because of past experiences, the kid's heart is still a little self-conscious and timid, and this time has completely stimulated his belief in martial arts. Is this Qin Chuan's plan? It's not worthy of Qin Chuan. He is calculating and so scary. After thinking for a while, Jia Lingcheng propped his hands and looked at Qin Chuan with infatuated eyes. Qin Chuan felt like there was a kind of gaze that wanted to see through him, and his expression stiffened, and he was confused in his heart. Why do I feel like I'm being stared at by something? I have a hard time keeping my virginity. After that, he patted his head helplessly at his own overthinking. Scene change to Long Snake Gang's inner courtyard. At this time, a person walked in carrying a large bag. Someone else saw this and called out, "Gang leader, what's wrong with you?" The person called the gang leader turned around and reminded, "HMPH, keep your voice down." The caller found this difficult to understand. Then he scratched his head and said, "Gang leader, good news. Word's going around that this Qin Zi is way more talented than the four young masters. Those two, father and son, are going to be in trouble soon, haha." The gang leader then threw a punch, sending the guy flying, and roared, "Good your ass, don't you ever think for once. Who do you think Qin Zi will suspect first, after being praised to high heaven? Prepare the carriages, tell the brothers in the gang to scram as fast as they can. We can't stay in this Minghao city for another second." A blonde-haired guy in the back was scared shitless when he saw that. Now switching back to Min's side, Qin Zi was pouring tea and saying, "Dad, have you heard? The entire Dragon Serpent gang vanished overnight. Not a single person left." Damn it, he was so pissed that he crushed the teapot in his hand. Those bastards. They're hyping me up to kill me. It must be them. Why else would they run? If they can't win in a fight, they resort to dirty tricks. Scumbags. Qin Chuan was also freaking out when he saw this. Then, with a heartbroken expression, thought, "My soul. It's great that someone else is taking the blame for me right now, so I don't have to make up excuses anymore." Thinking that in his head, but he quickly got down to business. "My dear son, you've awakened your physique, felt the physique's feedback. Your cultivation must have increased a lot, right?" As he spoke, he prepared to stand up. Qin Zi hurriedly replied, "Father, since awakening, my cultivation has indeed been improving rapidly. I've already reached the 5th level of the core formation realm." Qin Chuan didn't hold back his praise, saying, "Well, I, as your father, have seen many geniuses, and quite a few holy bodies. You're passable." Qin Zi was happy to be praised by his father. "Dad, I got this." Then, with a determined look, he said, "Dad, don't worry. I understand what a strong heart is. I will definitely make you proud of me." Qin Chuan then smiled, showing his satisfaction, but secretly thought, Sure enough, the image must be consolidated for a long time. Even if there is a problem, it won't be easy to collapse it." Suddenly, someone outside the door shouted loudly, causing both father and son to look out. "Hurry, hurry! Alchemist Grandmaster Peng Ji has arrived in Minghao City. Hurry up and take a look. Maybe there's a great opportunity." At this time, a man called Peng Ji was standing in the sky, spreading his arms to receive the lightning from the sky. Around this time, the father and son had also gone outside to observe. Qin Zi shouted while squeezing through the crowd, "Father, wait for me." At this time, Qin Chuan looked up at the man, thinking, "Is this the Nirvana realm? The pressure is terrifying. Even if I'm invincible in the same realm, I can't resist it." After a while, a man appeared, cupping his hands in salute. "Welcome, Grandmaster, to Minghao City." This man was the city lord, Bai Chen. Bai Chen continued, "The city lord's mansion has prepared a banquet to invite the Grandmaster to visit the city lord's mansion." Peng Ji then gradually descended, and he replied with a cold expression, "Thank you for City Lord Bai's hospitality. Now that you have arrived, this old man will begin." Then immediately, Peng Ji pointed 2 fingers forward, controlling a powerful flame surrounding an alchemy furnace, accompanied by a loud announcement, "The alchemy grand meet starts tomorrow. Anyone young and below the age of 20 with a cultivation base reaching the origin core realm may come to try. Those who were watching found it difficult to withstand the pressure. This grand meet is only for measuring alchemy talent. Those who pass will all have the opportunity to become the Grandmaster's apprentice. Those who do not pass will not be given a back door by the city lord's mansion. At this time, Bai Chen was also doing his best to control a flame. Coordinating with Bai Ji, looking at the cauldron in the sky and the crowd below cheering, he thought, City Lord Bai has good intentions, using Bai Ji's reputation to recruit geniuses and distribute favors. The men outside, after hearing the announcement, each had a different expression and shouted, No need for an alchemy foundation, just measuring talent. And there are age and realm restrictions. Damn it, my fate is in my hands, not heaven's. At this time, Qin Chuan turned to ask his son, Xing'er, are you ready? This is your first official stage. Qin Xing was still in a confident state and replied, Yes. He raised the ring on his index finger and thought with satisfaction, Father has taught me the basics of alchemy these past few days, not to mention that I can already refine first-grade elixirs. However, he also noticed the ring on his hand and discovered that the old grandpa in the ring really existed. Yedling Chang was very excited when she saw him like this. She hugged her cheeks and happily thought, he's looking at me, I wonder if he's satisfied with my teachings. After a while, after returning to the room, Qin Chuan asked with an expressionless face, So you have successfully refined elixirs before? The elixir formula was given to you by your master. Ye Lingchang didn't look at him, muttering to herself, Praise me quickly, Qin Chuan thought. As I suspected, there really is an old grandpa in the ring. Meanwhile, Qin Zi was still confused. After a while he replied, It's a special elixir formula that my master researched, and it hasn't been registered with the Alchemist Association yet. In his heart he secretly predicted, Father is so calm, he must have already guessed the existence of the master. Then he continued, The master said he would give me a few elixir formulas to register with the Alchemist Association. Qin Chuan was still holding his teacup indifferently and replied, Yeah, Qin Zi began to overthink. That's right, although I haven't mentioned anything about the master, what hasn't a heaven-defying talent like Father seen? Then he confidently said out loud, At that time, as long as someone uses my elixir formula, I will get half of the profits from the elixirs refined. Qin Chuan heard this and groaned, staggering, and could fall at any time. Damn it, wouldn't this brat be richer than me in the future? Will I have to be supported by him? At this time his brows were furrowed, very dissatisfied with the future situation. On the surface he still appeared calm, thinking, But that's right, I'm his father. It's only natural for him to use money to support me, it's just that it seems a bit early. Then he put the teacup on the table. Meanwhile, the two masters and disciples next to him were still discussing something. After a discussion, Ye Lingchang pushed Qin Zi back and urged, All right, hurry up! He was still a little confused. Then he handed out a piece of paper. He closed his eyes and tried his best to say, Father, look, this is an elixir formula for you, much higher grade than mine. This made Qin Chuan a little puzzled. Qin Zi continued, Master said, although you may not care about such low-level elixir formulas, using these elixir formulas won't reveal your identity. The profits are also sufficient. In his heart he asked in confusion, What's wrong with Master? Ye Lingchang in the back had rosy cheeks. Shyly and expectantly looking forward to his expression, Qin Chuan understood the situation and happily took the paper, replying, Thank your master for me. Just say that I will repay him in the future. Ye Lingchang heard these words and her whole body was overwhelmed by love. Unable to restrain herself, she hugged her whole body and shouted, in the future. What future did he say? How will he repay me? It seems I have to quickly restore my strength and my body. Qin Xin saw his master writhing non-stop and thought with a horrified expression, Master doesn't look right. Could there be something wrong with her soul? These past few days, Master has consumed too much energy for me to learn alchemy. I have to let Master rest more for a while in the future. Switching to the next morning at the square, above the arena, rows of neat pill furnaces were lined up. Below, people were chattering excitedly. In the middle of the arena are two chairs, probably for the judges. Just then, a man knelt down on one knee, crying like a baby, reaching out and calling to Grandmaster Peng Ji. That's him, my benefactor. I've finally met the real deal. Other men then started gossiping. What? He's got connections with Grandmaster Peng Ji. He must be talking about Grandmaster Peng Ji's famous elixir recipes. At this moment, the moss-haired guy put on a sleazy face, cupping his hands in front of him. It might not sound pleasant, but it's true that he's blessed a lot of kids. The man opposite him was so worried he was sweating bullets. You're such a pervert, lazybones.
The others huddled together and gossiped, saying that, I feel like Jin's original wish wasn't just to bless kids. I get it, my dad spent a fortune buying one back then, but I'd been weaned for ages.
Suddenly, a massive tornado descended from the sky onto the arena, accompanied by lightning. A reminder rang out. Everyone knows what day it is today. Quiet down. The others were full of admiration. Whoa, such powerful aura. Grandmaster Peng Ji is here in person. This is your chance, young uns. Try your best to show what you've got.
Bai Yishen, standing with Grandmaster Peng Ji, spoke up. Thousands of pill furnaces are on the field, and talented youths have gathered. Please take your positions. As soon as he finished speaking, the men below immediately jumped onto the arena, fighting each other. The pill furnace is mine. Get out of here. You're not worthy of learning alchemy. Suddenly, someone was knocked to the ground.
Looking up, he saw City Lord Bai Yishen and complained, City Lord, they're fighting and snatching the pill furnaces, breaking the rules.
But Bai Yishen replied with a cold expression. Grandmaster Peng Ji didn't say you couldn't snatch them. If you can't even snatch a pill furnace, what are you going to refine?
Qin Chuan, witnessing this scene, thought to himself, he's right, there's no such thing as absolute fairness in this world. What's called fairness is something you have to grab for yourself.
Scene change. On the other side of the square, Qin Zi had a fierce look on his face, clenching his fists, yelling, Who else wants to try me? As he spoke, he punched another guy in the face, deforming it. Seeing this, whispers arose. Who is this kid? Even a Yuan Dan Stage 4 cultivator got beat in a flash.
Suddenly, someone sighed and asked, Seems like this dude is Qin Zi, the so-called #1 genius of Minghao City, whose talent far exceeds the recently hyped 4 young masters of Minghao City. Hearing this, Qin Zi was a little surprised, looked over, and quickly replied,
That's right. I am Qin Zi. The person on the other side heard this and grinned, thinking, He admitted it. I thought he was a genius. Turns out he's just an idiot. Then, he stretched out his hand, putting on a righteous face.
Hearing that you're the #1 genius of Minghao City, I'd like to learn from you. Is this a good time?
Qin Zi, inspecting his pill furnace, casually replied, Not convenient. The other guy was furious, and just said, What? No? Then he roared in his heart, Not convenient. Don't you follow the script? On the surface, he angrily said, Brother Qin, is this your way of looking down on me? Qin Zi casually replied, Is that so? You think you're a big shot? You think yelling a couple of times and wanting to fight makes you a young master? You're still a long way off. Qin Zi mocked him with a disdainful look.
The other guy, now completely enraged, swung his fist and rushed forward, yelling, Qin Zi, you're too arrogant for your own good.
Before he could finish his threat, Qin Zi kicked him straight in the face, saying with a dark expression,
This is for someone who insisted on offering his face for me to hit.
At this point, the guy was trying to resist Qin Zi's attacks.
He covered his face and angrily shouted, Damn it! You dare hit my face! You're dead meat! You're hitting the Kakaleo family in the face!
Qin Zi calmly replied, Funny. If you want to save face, do it yourself. Why bring out your backing? If all I know is to rely on others, if I said who my dad was, these people would be scared to death.
The guy couldn't take it anymore and unleashed a fist called Mountain Quake Palm, which looked impressive, as he rushed toward Qin Zi, yelling, Go die! Qin Zi calmly summoned his celestial dragon, retorting, The power isn't bad, but the user isn't skilled enough. Watch my great awesome celestial dragon, world-honored Kesitigarba flying dragon in Zen. The other guy,
bathed in the light of the celestial dragon, cried out, Ahaya! Then, he was knocked flying backwards. The people below were shocked. Cao Feng of the Cao family got swept away and couldn't even stand against that guy. Another person added, What? You said that was a direct descendant of the Cao family? Isn't that just giving the young master of the Cao family a reason to act? So that guy's name is Cao Feng. On the center of the arena, Peng Ji and Bai Chen were still sitting and observing.
Bai Chen was calculating in his mind. This young man doesn't look a day over 18, yet he possesses such strength. Even across the entire Nanyang dynasty, he would still be considered a genius. It's a pity he doesn't understand forbearance. A tall tree catches much wind and invites disaster. There's still some distance between him and the 4 young masters.
Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, Qin Zi, you're so audacious! A group from the Cabo family appeared, looking fierce, HMPH, daring to openly injure our Cabo family's scion. Do you think the Cabo family is without teeth?
Qin Zi, with his father and master backing him, feared no one. He immediately began to unleash his sharp aura. He found it somewhat amusing, saying, Can't win in a fair fight, so you want to gang up on me? If you're all like you guys, no matter how many come, I can wipe you all out.
His underlings, upon hearing this, grinned maliciously. They rolled up their sleeves, ready to charge. Kid, you're all talk, Let me show you a bit of the Kakaleo family's strength." Suddenly another shout rang out, "What are you doing?"
Cao Jianli appeared, his face grim as he yelled, "Cao Feng, what disgrace are you bringing upon yourselves? Get back here, don't embarrass yourselves here."
Then, he turned and clasped his hands towards the two people sitting on the chairs. "Grandmaster Peng Ji, City Lord. The youths of my Cao family are ignorant of the rules. I hope the two esteemed sirs will forgive them," Bai Chen immediately replied.
The Cao family has someone who knows their place, at least, Peng Ji added. Seems he has good aptitude. It's a pity he's a bit old, probably just over 20. If he wants to participate, this old man can make an exception.
Cao Jianli politely clasped his hands in refusal. "Thank you for the Grandmaster's favor. It's just that he wholeheartedly devotes himself to the martial path. His heart only has the sword, and he has no desire to explore the alchemic Tao."
Moreover, he turned to Qin Zi, unleashing his sword aura, and said coldly, "Brother Qin, injuring someone from my Kagyo family should warrant an explanation. After the alchemy convention, you will explain yourself to me."
Qin Zi felt annoyed and snapped back. "Why should I explain anything to you?"
Cao Jianli replied, "Because now, I represent the Cao family. As the young master of the Cao family, I must uphold the reputation of my clan." Qin Zi raised a fist, igniting it with flames, and said angrily, "We're on opposite sides, I respect you, but I only have one way to explain things to enemies, and that's with my fist." Cao Jianli, seeing this, became excited and said, "If that's the case, excellent, I very much like your personality." Then, he continued to emit sudden bursts of sword aura. Cao Jianli sheathed his sword, turned, and said, "A month from now I will come find you. Whether you use your fists to explain or your swords and blades to explain, if you can't convince me, then you shall die without regrets." Frowning, he turned back, as if warning, "Your age and mine are vastly different. I originally didn't want to bully you, but you have stirred up the battle intent of my sword. I hope you don't disappoint me."
Qin Zi listened and was silent for a moment. "A month from now." "Then," he replied, "a month from now I will surely defeat you." Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling him. "Hey, you penniless wretch! Getting more and more audacious, aren't you? You even dare to make a life-or-death appointment with Cao Jianli. His sword knows how to take lives." A woman in red appeared, followed by two servants. He glanced back. Then his expression was both annoyed and puzzled as he asked, "Who are you?" This made the girl extremely angry, and she yelled, "Huh!" The girl said in dissatisfaction, "At the trade association, you used a cheap trick to knock me unconscious, and now you don't remember." Qin Zi, upon hearing this, remembered, pointing incessantly, his face filled with astonishment as he exclaimed, "Ah, I remember now. You're the young miss of the Chen family, Chen Biling or something." Then, he seriously pointed at her and said, "Wait, your father still wants to kill me, and you have the nerve to show up." Chen Biling was extremely angry, bristling as she shouted, "You!" The two people beside her were also confused by this man. Then, there was an image of him and Chen Biling arguing fiercely. "I don't want my father's help. If you hadn't attacked first, you would have been a ghost under my sword long ago," he retorted just as strongly. "Great, then let's fight again. Only this time, if you lose, don't call your family over." Qin Chuan, witnessing this confrontational scene from outside, thought helplessly, "Ugh, why do I feel like this situation isn't right? Could Chen Biling be the female lead?" Then, images of two girls flashed in his mind, and he exclaimed, "My son's ability to attract girls isn't any worse than his ability to cause trouble. It's only been less than a month." Suddenly Bai Chen saw this and shouted, "All right, what kind of decorum is this with all this squabbling? Linger, enter the arena at once." The two were struck by a surge of energy, separating them. Chen Biling then began to pout and act spoiled. "Uncle, it's not my fault." Bai Chen could only remain silent. Then Bai Chen turned to Grandmaster Peng Ji and said, "This is my niece Chen Biling. She has had strong spiritual power since she was young, and may be a good seed for alchemy." Peng Ji replied, On this side, Chen Biling was standing opposite Qin Zi, looking down on him. "HMPH, you're not embarrassed to come and practice alchemy, you thick-skinned pauper? Later, I'll let you see what a real difference is." Peng Ji observed for a while, then his face darkened as he exclaimed, "Indeed, she has extraordinary qualities." Then he turned to Bai Chen and said, "Although your niece is extraordinary, she also has some shortcomings, and it is not certain whether she can become an alchemist." Bai Chen asked anxiously, "Are the shortcomings serious?" Grandmaster Peng Ji replied, "Hard to say. Everything depends on fate." But in his heart he began to calculate, "I must have this girl now. I can't let him know what I'm thinking." Then, he threw out something that sparked with fire and commanded, "Get over there. It's a pill formula." This stunned everyone. Not letting them stay confused for long, he spoke up. Everyone, this is a semi-finished pill formula that this old man researched. It's free for you to use today. Just refine pills according to this formula. Then he summoned a green power. Continuing. Pill refinement is divided into 4 steps: extraction, fusion, transformation, and spiritual lock. Do your best. You don't need to complete all of them. For example, someone only makes it to the extraction step, but the herbal medicine they extract has no impurities and achieves the same effect as in my hands. They can still get high marks. That's the rule. Guards, bring the materials. At this time the power in his hand gradually dissipated, and his voice became calmer. Qin Chuan was still silently observing from below. In his heart he was a little suspicious, thinking, "This old guy, I don't know why, but he doesn't look like a good person. I also don't know if I can refine pills or not." At this time, Pang Ji and Bai Chen stood in front of several large wooden barrels that a group of guards had just brought over. He continued, "Everyone, look here. They are all the medicinal materials you need. Just take them." The people below saw those things, and their eyes almost popped out. "Holy crap, what is that? Does anyone understand medicinal materials? I'll give you 10 spirit stones. Help me choose." Afterwards, I couldn't even recognize them. Extremely confused, Bai Chen coldly said from above, "Everyone, let alone whether you have the talent to refine pills or not, just from your attitude towards pill refinement, you are not suitable to become pill refiners. Therefore, if you don't recognize herbal medicine, consciously leave the field." After hearing the announcement, Chen Biling glared unhappily at Xin Zi, HMPH. Still not going, "Don't tell me you plan to pretend you know when you don't, and copy what others are taking." Xin Zi had a speechless expression, not wanting to respond. Her mouth really can't say anything nice. Then, he returned to his cheerful state, tossed out some medicinal materials, and said, "Talking is useless. Want to bet? Let's compete in pill refinement. If you lose, the matter between us ends here." As he spoke, his hand exerted force, collecting those spirit herbs. Chen Biling, with her competitive nature, retorted aggressively, "Bet then bet. But if you lose, I want you to apologize to me in front of everyone." She quickly released her spiritual power, preparing to refine pills. Qin Zi happily replied as he refined, "A deal's a deal. I hope you keep your word. If you lose, don't bother me anymore." Chen Biling refused to be outdone and continuously released spiritual power, talking nonsense. "You actually said I'm bothering you. Don't you even look at your own status? With your status, after apologizing, don't even dream of seeing me again in this lifetime." Then, the two of them were like cats and dogs, bickering while refining pills. Qin Chuan below had a dark face at this scene. Then, he thought in his heart, "That's right. Judging by the situation, this girl should be one of my son's daughters-in-law. Wait, if she is a daughter-in-law, if after confirming the relationship with my son she also calls me father, then if something happens to her, I wonder if I can level up." His expression was now full of calculations. Then, he called out to the system, "If my daughter-in-law calls me father, will the relationship be established? Will the system approve?" The system bluntly replied, "Please figure it out yourself, host." Hearing this, Qin Chuan revealed a sinister expression, thinking, "Figure it out myself, huh? How about telling my son to make it a done deal?" Xin Zi, who was focusing on refining pills, felt a chill run down his spine. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred next to him. A pill refiner who had their furnace explode, their face distorted, cried out in despair, "I didn't expect watching to be so dangerous. Wherever I go, it explodes." Then, the whole body of that person was smoking. After a while, another group of people came out with dejected expressions and hunched backs. "Let's go, let's go." Pill refinement isn't that simple. Mastering the fire too lightly results in a useless pill. Too heavily results in spiritual energy runaways during fusion, and the furnace explodes. This is just a semi-finished spirit pill. If it were a rank 1 spirit pill, just the explosion would cause casualties. Suddenly, another young man observing Chen Biling exclaimed, "Hey, look! The pill of the Chen family's little princess has taken shape." At this time she really had a pill that had taken shape in her hand. I heard that the transformation step requires using mental power to guide the medicinal power of various herbal medicines to transform. The Chen family's little princess has had far more mental power than ordinary people since she was young, so there's definitely no problem. Chen Biling looked at the results in her hand, satisfied and triumphantly thinking, "Haha, this time the champion is definitely mine. As for that Xin Zi, what should I do?" Suddenly, an announcement rang out. "I'm done." She glanced at Qin Zi in surprise. He had also refined a pill that looked no less quality than hers. Chen Biling couldn't believe her eyes, and exclaimed in her heart, "How is this possible? How could he be faster than me, the jerk?" Quickly grabbing the pill in her hand, she raised it and shouted,
I've also completed it, Pangji. I'm looking forward to it. Reach out your hands. If you have both finished refining, let this old man take a look. You both refined pills in a short amount of time. Very good.
The winner today will become this old man's disciple, and may even inherit my pill formula in the future, Pangji said as he received the 2 pills thrown by the 2.
The men behind him broke out in worshipful cheers. Oh my god! Grandmaster Pangji's famous spirit pill, Fengru pill. The Chen family princess refined a Fengru pill. Hey hey. Another person, seeing this, turned and angrily shouted, "Brothers, someone here is lewdly fantasizing about Princess Chen. Kill him!"
Pangji began to examine and nod in evaluation.
This is the Chen family's young lady's spirit pill. The pill body is free of impurities. The extraction step was done very well, but the fusion and transformation are very immature, leading to the failure of the final spiritual lockstep. Even if the medicinal power of the pill cannot be maintained for long, it's still not bad. Chen Biling smiled in satisfaction and joy upon hearing this. Pangji looked at Qinzi's pill again. What about the remaining pill? He raised it, observing it with a pensive gaze.
Then, he looked angry, crushed the pill, and shouted, "HMPH! It looks good on the outside, but it's just garbage. The uncontrolled medicinal effect has turned into a poison pill." Qinzi didn't believe it, and retorted, "You're talking nonsense? I refined it? According to the pill formula, there can't be any mistakes."
Pangji's eyes turned bloodshot,
emitting aura around him, showing off his pressure as he said,
"Failure is not a big deal, but if you don't even have the courage to admit failure, I'm afraid it will be difficult to achieve great things." Qinzi Shi, well, his expression turned a bit pensive. Then Qinchuan cheered him on from below. "Hey old man, go hard, piss off my son, and I'll conveniently step in and wipe you out later."
On the stage, Qinzi asked his master through his thoughts, "Master, is there really no problem with the pills I made? It doesn't make sense that he's deliberately trying to make things difficult for me in front of everyone, right?"
Ye Lingshuang then appeared, and replied calmly, "Relax. Even though you're just starting to learn, you're still my disciple. There can't be any problems with the pills you two made." Qinzi was a little relieved, and asked again, "Really? Then why?" Standing in front of Pangji, he didn't understand his attitude. Yi Lingshuang, who understood people's hearts very well, answered his question. "Of course it's because he has ulterior motives. That little girl next to you has the sacrificial maiden physique, which is very special and suitable for dual cultivation. Maybe that old geezer has designs on her."
As she spoke, she glanced at Chen Biling, sizing her up.
Qinzi turned pale upon hearing this, and pointed at Chen Biling as he shouted, "She's suitable for dual cultivation, master. You never told me before." Ye Lingshuang immediately reminded him, "No need to be surprised. What would I tell you that for? Should I have told you that girl is suitable for dual cultivation, so go and capture her?"
Ye Lingshuang looked at her disciple with a scrutinizing gaze.
Qinzi hesitated a bit.
She continued. "Besides, it's not certain that your father would agree either." "Ugh! Let me answer for him. Mom is very agreeable. Extremely agreeable." In Ye Lingshuang's mind, there were images of Qinchuan's dashing figure, and she continued, "A powerhouse like your father wouldn't allow his son to do something that would demean his status for a small, sacrificial maiden physique." Qinzi also agreed. "That's right. I am the son of an invincible powerhouse, and I'm also a divine body myself.
It's impossible for me to seek opportunities by dual cultivating with others. This old man humiliated me for his own purposes. I must demand justice." "Then," he shouted, "Grandmaster Pangji." Qinzi pointed directly at Pangji's face and yelled, "You are a high and mighty 5th grade alchemist, capable of arbitrarily overturning my judgment. Now that the evidence of the pills has been crushed by you, you can say whatever you want. However," then he pointed at himself, emphasizing each word, "I am not convinced." His expression was extremely serious.
Pangji disdainfully replied, "How laughable. Why would this old man need a junior like you to be convinced? You dare to doubt me. You think I wouldn't dare to kill you right here and now?"
Suddenly, Chen Biling bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle to Qinzi and said, "Qinzi, I was wrong. My skills are inferior to yours." Pangji immediately reminded her, "Little girl, you must think about the consequences of doing this."
Chen Biling not only didn't listen, but immediately knelt down and repeatedly said, "Qinzi, I was wrong. Qinzi, I was wrong. Qinzi, I was wrong."
Bai Chen, standing next to her, thought worriedly, "This girl is so muddle-headed. Grandmaster Pangji was still arguing with that young man. Isn't this slapping the Grandmaster in the face?" And it was indeed so. Now Pangji's expression had darkened.
His whole body emitted a powerful aura of spiritual energy, as if he wanted to assert his authority. "Ah, so you also think that I made the wrong judgment?" Chen Biling cupped her hands and replied, "Grandmaster, although I don't know why you favor me so much, in terms of pill refining, I am indeed a little inferior to him. Losing is losing, there's nothing I can't admit. Then, she turned around, her cheeks flushed but still arrogant, and said, "Hey, you! This young lady honors her bets, and will take her leave first."
After that, she walked past him and whispered, "Besides, aren't I helping you? I can't stand that old geezer either. The way he looks at me gives me the creeps. Better pray for yourself."
Then, Chen Billing turned to look at Bai Chen and transmitted her voice. "I hope Auntie can help me get out of this. It would be best if you could also help that little bastard." Bai Chen was displeased when she heard this and said, "HMPH, what does his well-being have to do with me?" "Yeah, that's what I think, but..." He still gritted his teeth, placed his hand on Pang Ji's shoulder, and advised, "Grandmaster, this niece of mine has been unruly and likes to cause trouble since she was young. Please don't take it to heart."
Bai Chen's spiritual energy clashed with Peng Ji's spiritual energy. Peng Ji then returned to his normal demeanor, took Bai Chen's hand, let go, and replied, "City Lord Bai is overthinking it. How could this old man hold a grudge against a little girl?" Then in his heart he thought, "City Lord Bai is very powerful and wields great power. I can't make him an enemy."
Then, Peng Ji began to make things up. "Although I don't know what people are like, City Lord, your niece is just at the age of first love. It's normal for her to have a good impression of a young man with a decent appearance and a silver tongue."
The people below then began to discuss and criticize. "Qin Zi, so that's how it is. A young girl's thoughts really scared me to death. I thought Grandmaster Peng Ji was really wrong. Does he even deserve Princess Chen? He should be beaten to death by the Grandmaster." Qin Zi also found these words amusing and burst out laughing. "Ha ha, what a Grandmaster. Truly cultivating both internally and externally, especially this face of his. It's truly impervious to swords and spears."
I admire. Peng Ji then used his spiritual energy to lift Qin Zi up, disdainfully. "You're young, but you have an ulterior motive in your words. Do you really think that this old man's good nature will tolerate you continuing to be arrogant?" Qin Zi was now extremely angry, and shouted loudly, "I don't want to cause trouble either. I just don't want to become a young alchemist who failed, and cause trouble unreasonably in people's mouths after tomorrow."
The old man, seeing this, controlled his spiritual energy even more forcefully. "HMPH. Obstinate and unenlightened? If that's the case, then you shall be an unreasonable corpse that causes trouble." Then, he used all his strength to press him up high, and then his two hands began to come together. "You have ordinary strength and don't know respect. If I don't kill you today, how can I stop this evil aura?" Then, in the air, two huge golden hands also pressed down with his hands.
But at this moment, suddenly, the golden light disappeared, smoke rose, and a powerful voice rang out. "Ha! How impressive! You want to kill my son because of a disagreement."
Qin Chuan appeared just in time, rescuing his son. He shot a disdainful look at Peng Ji, sneering, "Master Peng Ji, really throwing your weight around, huh?" Seeing this, Peng Ji remained utterly arrogant, and yelled, "How dare you! So arrogant! Turns out you have your dad backing you up."
Qin Chuan, who was backing up his son, didn't hesitate to raise his hand, and the icy streams below followed his command, soaring upwards.
Of course someone has to have a backer, otherwise they couldn't even fight back when slandered.
Peng Ji angrily pointed and shouted, "You're saying I slandered him? That's hilarious. Don't think being in the Nirvana realm makes you all that."
"In front of me, you're not even qualified to be arrogant." Qin Chuan didn't hold back anymore, clenching his hand into a fist, and replied, "Arrogant? Nah, wouldn't dare. But the ability to get justice for my son? Yeah, I've still got that." Then, he turned to Qin Zi and said, "Qin Zi, stay clear of this place."
The boy cheerfully replied, "Okay." Seeing this, Peng Ji began to unleash his power, arrogantly declaring,
"Waste of words. A small, unknown Nirvana realm cultivator dares to be so presumptuous." Just like that, Qin Chuan merely waved his hand, and those streams of power swiftly parted. "If this is all the power you've got, then you'd better just restore my son's reputation and apologize,"
he said with disdain. Hearing this, Peng Ji became even more furious. "Impudent! I am a 5th-rank Grand Alchemist. How dare a shrimp like you look down on my strength?"
He transmuted his spiritual energy into an arrow. Die. That arrow shot towards Qin Chuan. But swiftly, Peng Ji received an unexpected blow in return.
At this moment, Qin Chuan was opening his mouth, sucking in those flames. "How can this be?" Qin Chuan said as he inhaled. "Not bad Q transformation, I'll give it back to you."
Then, he spat that spiritual energy stream back, attacking Peng Ji. He couldn't dodge, only able to receive all those attacks, screaming, "Ah!"
Only then did Qin Chuan get angry, swinging his fist forward, shouting, What you wanted to do to my son, now you get to taste it yourself.
Yep, without a shred of hesitation, he punched him full force in the back. Peng Ji took the full brunt of the punch and screamed, "Ah, you dare cripple me! You actually dare cripple my cultivation base! You're wrong. I'm gonna kill you," Xinchuan replied to him, while delivering a punch that sent him crashing to the ground. Suddenly, Bai Chen jumped out to intercept the attack. He used instant shift to create a spiritual energy barrier, trying his best to stop Xinchuan. "Brother Qin, please show some mercy."
But it was too late. That barrier was swiftly shattered by Xinchuan's single strike, broken to pieces. Even the innocent floor suffered the same fate, sinking into a deep crater.
After the strike, as all the dust cleared, Xinchuan finally spoke. "Whoops, my bad, City Lord. You appeared too suddenly. I only managed to withdraw 90% of my strength." Bai Chen, having been struck down to his knees, replied in a daze, "Oh, it's fine. It was my impulsiveness."
Then he began to grit his teeth, thinking worriedly, "This guy's power is unfathomable. I basically couldn't save him in time. In just a blink of an eye, he crippled Master Peng Ji. I couldn't even withstand that one palm strike just now." Then, Bai Chen stood up, saying with a gentle expression, "The alchemy convention has ended up like this, and I couldn't even mediate the conflict just now. I definitely bear responsibility. There's no avoiding it."
Xinchuan approached, placing a hand on his shoulder and said, "This is out of respect for the pure yang spirit sword you gifted me when I first arrived. As for Peng Ji, I only crippled his cultivation, not his life. You don't need to." This made Bai Chen slightly stunned. Peng Ji was still injured. Sitting on the ground clutching his chest, Xinchuan approached and looked down at him. "Listen, Peng Ji, I know you probably hate me enough to cut me into 10,000 pieces right now, but I advise you not to utter any useless garbage in front of me, because anyone who talks smack in front of me will undoubtedly die." His expression turned demonic. "Don't follow orders. And you're toast."
Are you for real? He's not kidding. At this point, Peng Ji had lost all his arrogance from earlier. He hastily clasped his hands together, looked up, and humbly replied, "Today, this Peng Ji was truly misled by evil. I am utterly at fault."
Xinchuan then gestured towards Xinzi and said, "Talking to me is useless. Here's what we'll do. You apologize to my son, and clarify the situation in front of everyone. Today's matter will end here." Peng Ji heard this but remained unconvinced, still stuck in his old ways, thinking he was the center of the universe, and shouted back, "Hold on! Even if my cultivation base is crippled, I'm still a 5th-rank Grand Alchemist, the Vice President of the Imperial Alchemist Association."
Want me to?
Xinchuan quickly brought his flaming hand closer to him, his expression grim as he said,
"I don't care what your status is right now, no apology, and you'll just be a corpse."
Peng Ji was utterly bewildered at this moment. Glancing sideways,
then he quickly approached Xinzi, bowed his head, and apologized. "Young master, this old man has realized his mistake."
Then, turning to the crowd observing outside, he gritted his teeth and declared loudly, "This old man, Peng Ji, was envious of this young brother's talent, and slandered him. The pill he refined was actually absolutely perfect."
Suddenly, another old man appeared, flying on his sword in midair, speaking, "It's really not easy to meet you, is it? If I hadn't happened to pass by and heard your name just now, we would have missed each other."
Peng Ji saw this and called out in surprise,
"Huai Ren." On this side, Bai Chen saw the scene and became extremely worried. What terrifying sword intent! Among those in the Nirvana realm, not many can defeat me. The situation is getting more complicated. Wait, if it comes to blows, then you're called Huai Ren. At this moment, he jumped down and happily grabbed Peng Ji's hand.
Peng Ji happily embraced Huai Ren, saying,
"Brother Huai Ren, long time no see. Such pure sword intent, you must have broken through to the 6th layer of the Nirvana realm, right?" Huai Ren immediately replied. "If not for the pill you, elder brother, gifted me back then, this younger brother would merely be a cripple with severed meridians now." All right. He turned to look at the father and son duo, asking with a hint of annoyance, "Speaking of which, it's obvious there was a big fight here, old bro. Could it be that someone injured you?"
Peng Ji shook his head,
putting on a solemn act. "No one dares to mess with me. It's just that I was watching that kid refine pills earlier, and I suddenly had some cultivation insights. I encountered a bottleneck, damaging my foundation."
Xinchuan quickly turned to remind his son, "Watch Peng Ji's actions closely. Remember everything."
Xinzi replied promptly, "Yes." But suddenly, Huai Ren grabbed Peng Ji and flew away. The Qin father and son watched intently. Xinzi, seeing this, couldn't help but ask his father, "Why is that old geezer such a scaredy cat? He just left like that."
Xinchuan questioned,
"If you were in that situation, what would you do?" Xinzi pointed at himself, a bit confused. Then confidently replied, "If it were me, I would definitely—" Before he could finish, Xinchuan came closer, patted his head, and said softly, "Actually, that's not called being a scaredy cat, it's called wisdom. If you know you don't have a chance, and still stubbornly charge in, that's just courting death." Tears welled up in Shinzi's eyes as he replied, "I understand, Dad. Even though that old guy is annoying, he must have some skills to have lived this long. It was all my fault for being impulsive." "No," Qinchuan interrupted, his expression turning cold. "That's not what I meant."
Shinzi was bewildered by his expression, and hurriedly said, "Father, are you angry?" "Why," Qinchuan said grimly,
"My son, where is your ambition to be a strong cultivator? I told you to observe his actions, not to learn his cowardly, scared attitude." His voice was somewhat harsh. "Don't forget, you're not like him. I've always got your back no matter what you do. I'm just telling you to be careful of this kind of petty person in the future." Shinzia looked at him worriedly and called out, "Father." Qinchuan turned away and then made a prediction. "Don't think that just because he admitted defeat, it'll be easy to let go. I think that dog-ass master will still think of ways to get revenge after he goes back."
After that, the space fell silent again.
His back looked cold, but Qinchuan's face, hidden from view, was now covered in sweat. He thought to himself, "I'm such a deep dad, I want him to be good, so I'm teaching him. But I almost affected his future path of causing trouble."
Meanwhile, the two masters on the other side were extremely touched. Looking at Qinzi, they exclaimed with emotion, "So father is always thinking of me," Ye Lingshuang added. "Your father doesn't directly give you huge resources, but he always teaches you the principles of life. Oh, this is called leading by example, personally teaching. How great is that?"
At that moment, Qinchuan was still thinking, if I kill Peng Daishi, according to the system's warning, powerful people who help him take revenge will come to find my C-spot later. Should I kill him or not? Then he calculated, my strength won't increase by then, so it's more beneficial to spare him and educate my son. This time, I won't lose out. Bai Chen also spoke up at this time. "Qin bro, I hope you won't hold a grudge about what happened before."
Qinchuan asked in confusion, "What happened before?" Bai Chen then reminded him, "Could it be that Qin bro has forgotten? Before I sent Kuyan-tu to gift the sword at the door, I didn't know Qin bro was in the Nirvana realm." Qinchuan remembered and quickly replied, "This little thing, it's not blameworthy for people not to know, but in the days to come, the two of us will still stay in Minghao City, and I hope City Lord Bai will take care of us." As he spoke, he cupped his hands in a salute. Bai Chen also cupped his hands in return. "Qin bro, if you have any needs, just tell me." Qinchuan got straight to the point. "That's right. If that dog-ass master or whatever comes back to cause trouble, just tell him to come to the Qin mansion to find me. There's no need to worry about getting involved." Li Qi finally breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "Phew, Grandmaster. Even though something happened at my place, I'm still the city lord of a main city, and a member of the Bai family. It won't be easy for you two to implicate me like that." Hearing this, a glint of cold light flashed in Qinchuan's eyes. As expected of someone from the Bai family who can become a city lord, his words implicitly remind me that he has a background. A little explanation about the background of the Bai family. Below the royal family of the Nine Yang dynasty, there are 4 great royal mansions, 5 branches of regiments, 3 dukes, and 9 ministers. The Bai family is one of the 9 ministers, inherited from generation to generation, existing since the founding of the country for over 2,000 years, with profound heritage. Qinchuan felt it was okay, and bid farewell, City Lord Bai. If there is nothing else, we will take our leave first. Bai Chen replied,
"Qin bro, please feel free." At this time, in the arena, there were only a few figures left. Everyone, had dispersed long ago. A moment later, on another street in the capital, people were still walking back and forth bustlingly. A voice rang out, "Dad, look over there, there are so many people, they're crowded all the way to the entrance of the Qin mansion." Qinzi was extremely surprised by the crowd in front of him, and pointed at them, saying to Qinchuan. Qinchuan calmly reminded him, "Boy, this is very normal. In the future, you will see scenes that are 100 or 1,000 times more magnificent than this." Qinzi was still very amazed, unable to believe that the news spread so quickly. This scene was a bit too much. Qinchuan then walked past the crowd and said casually, "Let's go, back to the mansion." Qinzi cautiously followed, constantly reassuring himself, "Don't be nervous, don't embarrass Dad. Dad is right, this is just a small matter." At this time, in the reception hall of the Qin mansion, Qinchuan said, "Boy, it's time for you to interact with the world. You will take care of the people outside." Qinzi replied to his father with some difficulty, "It's no problem for me to cultivate hard, but if you want me to deal with these people, I'm afraid I'll make mistakes." Hearing this, Qinchuan immediately switched to strict father mode and scolded,
Before practicing martial arts, you must practice your heart.
You can't become strong if you don't have the patience to deal with these small things, he thought to himself. Luckily, I have a silly son who I can order around, or I'd be annoyed to death.
Yiling Shuang also appeared and said, "Your father is right, and besides, don't you still have me? I'll teach you how to get rid of these brats." Qinzi bowed his head and replied, "Master, luckily there's still you and father."
After that he gathered his spirits, raised his head, and strode forward. HMPH, whatever. His master also followed with a serious face.
Qinzi just lifted his foot to leave and didn't forget to leave a word.
"Father, I'm going," Qinchuan secretly speculated in his heart. It seems that old grandpa told him something again. I have to find a way to meet his old grandpa once. If I'm still in the dark like this, I'll be exposed sooner or later.
Switch the scene to outside the Qin mansion's garden. Qinzi was receiving something from a young boy and then communicating very friendly with a woman. When he met someone with malicious intentions, he showed a fierce side, driving them away crying.
After dealing with those guys, Ye, deep down, couldn't stand still anymore and said in a panic, "Master, this is more tiring than cultivation. I feel like my cultivation is about to regress, so annoying."
Ye Lingcheng, standing beside him, pouted and said, "The cultivation world is like this. Strength, influence, and connections. You can't lack any of them. Even if it's fake, you have to maintain relationships. Learn from it."
At this moment, Qinchuan suddenly came out and shouted, startling the two of them. "Kid, what's up? Any gains?" Qinzi quickly replied, "Yes, it's all polite words. Except for the Myriad Treasures Association gifting a Nirvana-grade martial art, the Blazing Sun Sky-Burning Sword, the rest has no practical meaning."
Meanwhile, Yi Lingchang kept looking at him and sighing, "So handsome, so handsome." Qinchuan approached, rubbed his head and said, "Keep the secret manual and practice it. Your father can't use it, but you can't rest yet."
Hearing this, Qinzi cheered and asked, "Does father want to guide my cultivation?" Qinchuan immediately withdrew his hand, then looked in one direction and replied,
"Of course not. The main event has just arrived." Indeed, immediately after, a loud voice rang out. Lord, Patriarch Chen Guang, along with his brother Chen Sheng and niece Chen Biling, are here to pay respects to great Lord Qinchuan.
At this time, a group of people approached, accompanied by the announcement. Chen family patriarch Chen Guang, along with his brother Chen Sheng and granddaughter Chen Biling, are here to pay respects to great Lord Qinchuan.
Seeing them approach, Qinchuan clasped his hands in greeting. Patriarch Chen's visit is truly an honor. Chen family patriarch Chen Guang also clasped his hands in greeting, politely replying, wouldn't dare. Then, he began to explain. Earlier, my foolish brother and granddaughter, lacking tact, offended great Lord Qinchuan. Today, I brought them to your door to apologize. Qinchuan replied with a kind expression, it's all children's matters. I just felt that it wasn't good for adults to interfere, so I stepped in to stop it. It can't be said that they offended me. Chen Sheng, at the back, laughed loudly. "Ha, I knew it. Great Lord Qin could have killed me with a single move back then. But not only did he not attack, he even helped me break through. Big brother has really overthought it." Then, he clasped his hands again, his face full of gratitude, and said, a superior person like Great Lord Qin is surely magnanimous. From now on, if Great Lord Qin has any orders, Chen Sheng will carry them out without hesitation. Suddenly, because of his actions, a crow flew by, cawing, caw, caw, caw. Everyone now felt the most scared. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. To relieve the awkwardness caused by his little brother, Chen Guang took out a wooden box from his chest and said with a bright smile, Haha, although Great Lord Qinchuan doesn't hold it against us, we can't not apologize properly for the sake of our reputation. Please, take this as a gift from us to young Master Qin. In his heart, he thought, it seems that this Qinchuan is not easy to deal with. A simple apology won't cut it. Qinchuan quickly and happily accepted it, saying, Aya, how could I be so shameless? You already gave so many gifts earlier. Come in and have a cup of tea. While speaking, he quickly turned the box around and handed it to his son, instructing, Zir, keep it safe. In his heart, he unsurprisingly assessed, Old fox, luckily I stabilized things of no value and demanded an apology. Keep dreaming. Then he turned to Qin Zi and said, Kid, now you need to go and explain the misunderstanding with Miss Chen. Qin Zi obediently replied, Yes, father. Suddenly, Chen Sheng spoke up again. Great Lord Qin, I still have some things I want to ask for guidance on regarding cultivation. On Qin Zi's side, he was standing next to Chen Biling, and the two exchanged glances. Then, he took a step closer to her and said, About what happened before, thank you for speaking fairly on my behalf. Chen Biling replied frankly, If you lose, you lose. I, Chen Biling, am not the type of person who can't accept defeat.
Even so, she leaned toward Qinzi and said happily, "If you really want to thank me, why don't you teach me alchemy?" Qinzi hesitated a little and replied, "Alchemy? Teaching you is fine, but I think your talent is a little lacking. I'm afraid you won't be able to learn," he said, scratching his head, looking embarrassed. The truth hung there like a 100-pound weight pressing down on her head, causing Chen Biling to spit out water, HMPH. If you don't want to teach, then don't. Then, she ran away with tears in her eyes. Seeing this, Qinzi panicked and called out, "Hey, I didn't say I wouldn't teach you."
Ye Lingcheng, standing beside him witnessing this scene, felt excited, covering his mouth and laughing. Haha, how should I put it? You're really upright in terms of relationships, which makes people feel at ease. Qinzi was still looking after her in confusion. Suddenly, Chen Biling stopped after walking a distance and shouted, startling the two of them, "Qinzi, listen clearly. No matter how my family arranges it, you must refuse."
"Got it. My husband must be chosen by me." "You're still a little short," Chen Biling said, her cheeks flushed, glancing back at Qinzi. Hearing this, he was very confused. "Huh," he said. After speaking, she directly waved goodbye and left. "All right, farewell." Qinzi turned pale with fright, muttering to himself, "What does she mean?"
Choosing a husband, Ye Lingcheng sighed from the side. Haha, that girl is thinking too much. Political marriage tactics don't work here. Your father definitely won't agree. Qin Chuang, on the other side, was still inviting the two men from the Chen family. "Please, you two, this way." Then he turned and asked loudly, "Youngster Chen, where's the young lady?" Qinzi replied somewhat awkwardly, "I said her talent in alchemy was a little lacking, so she got angry and left." This made Qin Guang very surprised. Then he smiled brightly and turned to Qin Chuan. "Mr. Qin is indeed right. Your esteemed son is focused on cultivation and has no thoughts for these matters. It was impolite of me. In that case, we will take our leave first." After speaking, the two brothers left. Qin Chuan stayed and watched them leave, momentarily confused, then muttered to himself, "What was that all about?" Qin Zin suddenly turned and asked, "Right, father. I have a duel with the Cao family's young master in a month. I need to improve my strength." Qin Chuan immediately raised a fist, exuding confidence, and replied, "Don't worry, as long as you focus on developing your sacred body, no one in the entire Nine Sun Empire will be your match. Ha. Other people's daughters are shy, but all you think about is another dude. Suddenly I'm a little worried about the Qin family's legacy." Then, Qin Xing said anxiously, "Father, I know, but there's no time left. Can you teach me and help me speed up? Increase my strength?" Qin Chuan became serious and called out, "Little brat, it's time to implement that plan." Then, he called upon the system to double-check. "System, is the matter I asked about last time absolutely foolproof?" The system replied, "This system never lies." Hearing that assured response, Qin Chuan, with an excited expression, pointed at his son and said loudly, startling him, "All right then, tell them to prepare the carriage. Starting tomorrow, the demonic training plan I designed specifically for you officially begins." Hearing this, Qinzi's eyes lit up with excitement, and he cheered, "Awesome! Is father finally willing to personally teach me?" Scene cuts to half an hour later. The father and son arrived in front of a large building. Qinzi asked, "Father, aren't you going to train me? Why are you bringing me here?" Qin Chuan replied, "Just go. I have my plans." Then, he smiled and thought to himself, "Of course, I have my own tricks. Just wait for my big-ass son to jump in himself." I feel uneasy for Qinzi, bros. At this moment, at the Hunter Association, everyone was bustling around. "Father, do you want to apply to be a hunter?" Hearing him ask, Qin Chuan replied, "Not me, you." Qinzi widened his eyes in confusion. At this point, he stood in front of the receptionist and said, "Hello, I want to register my son as a hunter." The girl happily replied, "Okay, I'll take care of it for you." Meanwhile, Qinzi looked up in confusion and called out, "Father." Then he panicked, worriedly patting his chest. "Are our family finances really that tight? I can make money by refining pills. There's no need to go hunting spirit beasts." Qin Chuan got angry when he heard that, smacked his son's head, and then shouted, "Who told you I'm making you a hunter to earn money?" Qinzi held his head, confused. "Isn't that the reason?" Qin Chuan then began to explain. "Spirit beasts are special monsters that exist in our world, with powerful strength, but their bodies have endless wonderful uses." Qinzi glanced around. Everyone looked fierce and experienced, and then said worriedly, "But the Hunter Association is a place to issue tasks to hunt spirit beasts, for hunters to earn money." Qin Chuan then wrote something down. looked at the ring on his hand, and replied, "Regarding this, you can ask him, but I still hope you understand it yourself. I think he must have already designed a training method for you." Ye Lingkang then appeared, coldly saying, "Aijia, why are you so dumb? You said it yourself. Those spirit beasts are powerful. I told you before. What's the best way to improve your strength?" Qinzi quickly replied, "It's to grow through combat." Ye Lingcheng was satisfied. That's right. After getting guidance from his advisor, his face lit up. "Father, you want me to fight those spirit beasts and train myself?" Qin Chuan then gave a happy smile. "Ha, if you're scared, I can still train you with some gentler methods." He offered another suggestion. But at this time, Qinzi's expression became extremely determined. His hand clenched into a fist, saying, "No need, father. Although I'm still very weak now, I can't hide under your wings forever. Sooner or later, I have to become a man who can stand on his own." Soon after, the receptionist returned and announced, "Sir, before registering, we need to test your strength. Please come this way." Qin Chuan then pushed his son's shoulder and said, "Go, kid." He quickly replied, "Yes, father." Then he followed the girl. Watching his back as he walked away, Qin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, thankfully. If he was really scared, I would have thrown him into the mountains to experience my great fatherly love. Suddenly, a person carrying a jar of wine came up to him and said, "Does this old master need a bodyguard?" A tall, strong, shirtless man appeared with a jar of wine. He pointed to himself and confidently said, "I'm a half-step pure yang realm expert, reasonable prices, no scamming the old or tricking the young." Qin Chuan was momentarily confused, then politely asked, "How did you see that I need a bodyguard?" The man confidently replied, "Haha, people dressed in fancy clothes like you come here not looking at missions. It's obvious you want to catch spirit beasts for fun, am I right?" Qin Chuan quickly agreed. "Right, I need a bodyguard, powerful strength, but half-step pure yang, chitsk, seems a bit lacking," the man replied. "Old master, don't worry. I can't do it alone, but I have two brothers. The three of us together, we can help you escape from the hands of a pure yang realm spirit beast." As he spoke, the man pointed to two people standing in the distance. He glanced at one of them and waved back. The other person, who was covering their face, remained standing there, silently observing. After a moment, Qin Chuan said, satisfied, "All right, but I'll pay you when we get back." The man replied, No problem. Money is a small matter. The main thing is we want to help you have fun." Then, he hugged the jar of wine again and turned back to happily tell his two teammates, "Haha, we got paid for the wine." Qin Chuan watched, then thought to himself, "I'm afraid this strong man doesn't have good intentions, but it's a good opportunity to train. I can't just set traps without helping my son, right?" The receptionist from earlier came back and called out, "You're Shinzi's dad," he quickly replied. "How did my son, Shinzi, do on the assessment?" "Shinzi's assessment ran into a little snag," the girl said, bowing her head with a slightly awkward expression. "Our elders are currently assessing Shinzi. You can head back first." Qin Chuan became suspicious when he saw her expression, his eyes darkening as he thought, "Leaving Shinzi behind, is this some kind of boss fight? But the system didn't give me any warnings. Could it be that their strength is below mine, but above Shinzi's?" Then he said amiably, "I still have one more thing to tell my son. I'll leave right after." The girl hesitated a bit, then turned around, looking flustered as she said, "All right, please follow me." As Qin Chuan followed the girl, he began to calculate, "It seems I still can't let the gap in strength between me and the kid be too big. Right now, Shinzi and I are 3 cultivation levels apart. If I encounter someone not much stronger than me, the system won't give me a danger warning, which could be a huge risk." Meanwhile, among the 3 men from before, the man with his hair in a topknot spoke up, "Big bro, will that fat sheep be okay?" The other man, sipping his wine, replied, "No problem, look at him. If he had real strength, would he act like that towards a mere receptionist? It's obvious he's just a spoiled brat with lust clouding his eyes." At this moment, loud banging sounds came from inside the assessment hall. Shinzi was now locked inside, frantically banging on the door and crying out, "Help! Let me out!" Behind him, an old man with a sinister expression stood. The old man continuously rubbed his hands, sticking out his tongue and looking at him with a greedy expression. "Once you're in my hands, there's no way you're leaving." Then he chuckled pervertedly. He then brandished a red sword, emitting aggressive red auras, and said, "Wanna leave? Not so easy. Take this," he roared, then pointed the sword at Shinzi. Shinzi shrieked in terror. "What exactly do you want from me? My dad is super strong, just so you know." The old man swept the sword across, conveniently introducing it. "This sword is 3 qi, 3 kun, and 3 fen long, forged from the qi of a fire qilin.
It's perfectly suited for your bloodline, and can awaken the Yang-Yan aura within your body. Qinzi's face had turned pale with fear, and he asked, bewildered, "What exactly do you want?" To his surprise,
the old man placed the sword in Qinzi's hand. He said, "Take this sword, and forget that other guy. As long as you acknowledge me as your master, this sword is yours." Qinzi quickly dropped the sword and replied,
"I'm so sorry. I appreciate your kindness, but I don't need a master." The old man was utterly shocked by this answer and exclaimed, "What?" He then furiously gnashed his teeth, pointing at the sword in Qinzi's hand as he spoke. "Kid, do you know the value of this sword? Do you know who I am? Others would offer me a city to take them as a disciple, and I wouldn't even accept. Today, you acknowledge me as your master, and I even give you a precious sword. You're not losing out."
Qinzi felt a bit helpless at this point. He clasped his hands together once more and refused.
"Thank you for your favor, senior, but I still don't wish to acknowledge a master."
The old man continued to persuade him. "Kid, you must know your physique. In this Nine Yang dynasty, besides me, there's practically no one else who can teach you. At most, I'll take a small loss and give you 2 more treasures." Qinzi hesitated slightly. Just then a hurried voice rang out. "Young master, you must wait for me to announce you. You can't just barge in."
Then came a loud shout. "Zinger, where are you?" Qinzing recognized his father's voice and quickly yelled back, "Dad, I'm here." The old man was still trying to hold him back. Wait, let's negotiate." Suddenly, Qin Chuan kicked open the door and roared, "Who dares touch my son? Which scoundrel is so audacious?" But when he looked inside and saw the scene, he was utterly bewildered. Seeing his son being dragged by an old man, he couldn't help but wonder, what happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? Suddenly, the old man had somehow gotten behind him, placed a hand on his shoulder, and coldly asked, "You're my disciple's father." This left Qin Chuan utterly flustered and shocked. He thought to himself, "What the heck? How is he so strong? I'm completely helpless in front of him." Qinzi, at this moment, ran over and loudly declared, "Dad, don't listen to his nonsense. I haven't agreed to acknowledge him as my master yet." The old man furiously roared, "Enough, you stinky brat! Do you know who I am? I am a dignified, peak heaven-reaching realm powerhouse. Any major sect outside would beg me to be their grand elder. Acknowledging me as your master is your blessing." As he spoke, he gnashed his teeth in anger. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan was frantically yelling at his system. "System! What the hell? He's 3 major realms above me. My son provoked him. And you didn't upgrade me," the system replied. "The opponent has not generated ill will towards your son, and your son is not in danger." A moment later, calming down, he slapped his head helplessly and thought, "My son, he really has the main character's luck. Not only can he cause trouble, but he also attracts a lot of strong backers." Qinzi, on his side, was still glaring and shouting at the old man. "Let my father go! A mere heaven-reaching realm peak is nothing. I don't need it. I have a father." Wah! Not letting his problematic son cause any more trouble, Qin Chuan quickly darted over and pulled him back, then smiled amiably and said, "My son has already acknowledged a master. If he were to switch masters now, he should at least get his master's consent first. I don't think you'd want to take in a disciple who doesn't respect his master, would you?" The old man found this reasonable, and quickly replied, "What you said makes sense. Then you too should leave quickly. My name is Zhao Xuanfeng, an elder of the Hunter Guild. If you mention my name, I don't believe his current master would dare to contend with me for a disciple." A moment later, the father and son had left the guild. Qinzi asked, puzzled, "Dad, I don't want to acknowledge him as my master. My master is more powerful than him." "Oh my goodness." Qin Chuan immediately interrupted him and explained, "Zikr, your thinking is seriously flawed. Even though he's just in the heaven-reaching realm and not that strong, he's an old man with years of experience. He showed goodwill towards you. No matter what, you shouldn't speak ill of him." He then asked, "Got it." Meanwhile, Yi Lingshuang was even more infatuated. He thought, wow, as expected of Master Qin Chuan, so gentle. He then reminded his disciple, "Kid, in the cultivation world, you don't just need an upright heart, but also an understanding of human nature and worldly affairs. Although his strength is indeed ordinary, but even in the Nine Yang dynasty, he's considered a pillar. Taking him as a teacher isn't impossible." Qinzi obediently replied, "Yes, master, I understand." As the two were talking, someone suddenly called out from behind, young master, please wait." The shirtless guy from earlier appeared with his 2 buddies, cheerfully saying, "See, we just spaced out for a sec, and you almost forgot about us." Qinzi asked, a bit confused, "Father, who are they?" He replied, "Our bodyguards, of course." Then, winking at his son, he continued, "After all, we're both at the nascent soul realm. Hunting spirit beasts requires bodyguards." Qinzi was a little dazed but quickly played along. Oh, right, exactly. After walking for a bit, he asked his dad. What are you planning, exactly? Qinchuan explained. Consider it a test for you. I won't intervene on the way. Whatever happens, you have to handle it yourself. Then, looking down at the ring on his hand, he reminded him meaningfully. Also, your master can observe and guide, but he can't help. Ye Lingshuang happily muttered to herself, I guarantee I won't interfere with your training.
The kid suddenly had a dark thought. Qinzi blurted out, what if I just kill the three of them now? The words rang like an alarm bell, stunning Qinchuan.
His eyes widened, then narrowed sharply.
He turned around angrily and smacked his problem child on the head, scolding, Are you stupid? Remember, without evidence, even if they want to skin you alive 1,000 times, killing them is a capital crime. Besides, we're still in the city, don't go looking for trouble.
After lecturing him, he turned and said, All right, let's go. Qinzi could only tearfully clutch the bump on his head and reply, Yes, Qinchuan thought to himself. Unexpectedly, he has a bit of decisiveness and ruthlessness. Turns out raising this brat is kinda interesting. After a while, the two of them entered the mountain forest outside the city, followed by the three men.
Qinchuan whispered to his son.
How long do you think it'll take them to make a move? Qinzi whispered back. Probably once we're deeper into the mountains. I can already sense their killing intent.
Qinchuan found it amusing and said, Let's bet. They won't make a move until we encounter 2 spirit beasts with decent strength, he asked, puzzled.
Why? Qinchuan gave a scheming smile and replied, They're afraid of being ambushed, of course. Meeting spirit beasts gives them a chance to test our strength.
Then, Qinchuan quickly turned on his acting skills, punching a tree trunk, looking exhausted, and lamenting, Ugh, I'm so tired. Qinzi's jaw dropped in shock at the sudden change. Qinchuan glanced at him and whispered, Zinger, you have to understand. The cultivation world is full of weirdos. Even if it's not to train you, there are plenty of people who like playing the pig to eat the tiger. Qinzi was confused but nodded anyway. When the group got closer, Qinchuan exclaimed, I can't go on, I'm too tired, let's take a break. The shirtless guy put on a happy face, barely concealing his malicious intent, and asked, You two are really naive. This mountain forest is full of dangers, and you trust us three brothers so easily. What if you trust the wrong people? Unless you have other backers. Qinchuan plopped down on the ground and casually replied, What's there to be afraid of? You guys work, I pay you, isn't that enough? I have plenty of money. The guys exchanged smug glances. Using voice transmission, hee, looks like they really are 2 fools. Let's observe a bit longer, then make our move. Qinchuan saw them exchanging glances and found it amusing, thinking, Let's see who can hold out longer, you guys or me. Speaking of which, where are the spirit beasts? As soon as he finished speaking, the large tree behind him was struck and broken, and a sharp claw grazed Qinchuan's face. He exclaimed, Here they come. A giant monster with glowing red eyes was charging madly towards them. The guys with bad intentions were panicking. The shirtless guy shouted, Damn it, why are we encountering a spirit bear, and a high-stage nascent soul realm one at that, so early on? Brothers, go for it. Qinchuan ignored the chaos, grabbed his son's hand, turned around, and ran, yelling, Help! What is that? Meanwhile, Qinzi was bewildered. Dad, Qinchuan, somewhere where nobody could see his face, repeated.
Hey, of course. Because I finally got my hands on some nascent soul realm spirit beast P. Spirit beasts are territorial. The spirit bear will think another spirit beast is invading, and will naturally go berserk. His expression was twisted. After running for a while, he pointed in one direction and said, Zimir, watch their moves and teamwork carefully. If they attack us, you have to deal with them yourself. I won't help, he quickly replied.
Yes.
Then, his eyes focused on the thugs fighting the monster. Their teamwork is great. Individually, I could kill them in an instant, but if the three of them work together, I'm afraid I wouldn't win. A flash of light streaked across the sky, and the spirit beast finally fell before the sword of the brown-haired, bun-wearing guy. He tiredly planted his sword in the ground. Damn, what bad luck. The masked guy looked at the two of them and said, Boss, let's make our move. It's too strange today, we're going deeper in. It's too dangerous. These 2 fat sheep plus a spirit bear is enough for this trip. The father and son, in their eyes, were trembling in fear, hugging each other. The shirtless guy walked over, knife in hand, asking, What's up? You hurt bad? The bun-haired dude with a sword followed, replying, Nah, I'm good. Just need some juice to recover. Then, the hammer guy raised his weapon and said, You two are pretty uncool, huh? These 2 father and son are over here hugging each other in fear.
Suddenly, Qinchuan scratched his face, looking confused, and asked, Uncool how? The shirtless guy hoisted his hammer, coldly saying, My brothers and I are fighting and killing here, and you guys aren't lending a hand. That's not cool. Qin Chuan then pulled out a stack of silver notes and said, "Oh, that. Can't I just add money to make it up to you?" The guy grabbed the stack of money and replied, "You're pretty understanding, but sorry, it's not enough. How about you lie down first and let the three of us slowly check how much stuff you have on you?" Qin Chuan's eyes sharpened, confirming, "You guys want to kill us and rob us?" The masked guy suddenly attacked from behind, yelling, "What? Die?" Qin Chuan quickly dodged to the side. After dodging, he jumped far away and told Qin Zi, "My son, watch yourself." A bit flustered, Qin Zi replied, "Yes, father." The masked guy still had no idea he was about to be in deep trouble. Scornfully, the masked guy said, "Ha ha, pushing your son out to die while you run away." Meanwhile, Qin Zi's power was closing in from behind him. The golden power pierced through the masked guy's back. Qin Zi gritted his teeth, trying his best. Then, facing the masked guy's blank face, Qin Zi wondered with mixed feelings. So this is what killing someone feels like. The other two guys, seeing this scene, were completely shocked, yelling, "Third bro, third bro." The masked guy's body fell, Qin Zi honestly said. "Doesn't feel that great." Then, he shouted to the other two, "Come at me together, let's finish this quickly." Those two wouldn't shed tears until they saw the coffin, continuously launching attacks, yelling, "You want to play the pig to eat the tiger? You gotta have the skills for it. Die?" Qin Zi quickly jumped back to dodge, calmly replying, "People don't want to harm the tiger, but the tiger wants to eat people. If you guys didn't want to harm us, of course I wouldn't strike first. You guys should do this less. How many innocent souls have died at your hands?" Saying this, he unleashed a powerful strike, sending both of them flying and spitting blood. Not stopping there, Qin Zi continued to unleash his golden dragon, yelling, "Count your sins carefully." Qin Chuan, standing on a tree branch observing, smiled and thought, "This kid's about to suffer. I didn't expect them to have moves like that." But unexpectedly, the masked guy wasn't dead yet. He swung his fist from behind, attacking Qin Zi, yelling, "You really scared me just now," Qin Zi exclaimed in shock. "What?" Then, the masked guy put all his strength into a strike to Qin Zi's head. Die! Qin Zi's whole body crashed to the ground, creating a massive explosion, sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. Qin Zi was now submerged in the smoke and dust. The masked guy said triumphantly, "Rest assured, you're not the first expert to die by this move of ours. You still want to moan? Moan, huh? Childish?" The leader then approached, patted his shoulder, and said, "Don't get cocky, there's still one more to deal with, that's the real fat sheep." At this point, they were all paying attention to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan also replied to their gaze, "Although I really want to solve you guys with one punch, it's not my time to act yet." Qin Zi had already stood up from who knows when, his whole body emitting a strong golden aura. His voice rang out, "You guys are the trial my father gave me." Then, with unimaginable speed, he dashed forward, punching the second bro in the chest. The second bro painfully cried out. Qin Zi added, "Your opponent is me." Then, Qin Zi's golden dragon simultaneously pierced through the first bro. After finishing, Qin Zi landed, standing in front of the remaining third bro. The third bro still said nonchalantly, "No, still three." At this moment the other two were completely unharmed, showing a sinister expression. Each grabbed one of his arms. Qin Zi was now truly panicked. "How is this possible? You can't still be alive." A voice replied, "Of course, they are still alive." Then, a powerful punch landed, causing him to spit blood. The third bro punched, and continued, "Because the three of us brothers are of one mind, as long as one person hasn't died, then all of us won't die." After the third bro punched, the other two punched him hard too. Qin Zi panicked inside. Damn it, these three are way too coordinated, there's no way to kill them all at once. He got punched and sent flying, then exclaimed, "Tough body you got there, not bad." Qin Zi was sent flying under a tree. He thought to himself, "Father, you still haven't made a move? Do you believe in me? Can I even handle a small challenge like this?" All right then. He gathered his strength again, stood up, and shouted with determination, "All three of you, come at me." At this moment, two of them excitedly rushed forward. "Let's see how long you can last." The second one didn't forget to remind the other one, Lao San, "Keep an eye on that old geezer, don't let him ambush us." Qin Zi jumped into the air and said, "I'm destined to stand at the peak of the cultivation world. If I can't even beat three guys at the same level, how can I face my father?" Then he released another yellow dragon, swooping down to attack them. "Therefore, become stepping stones on my path to greatness." The two of them jumped back to dodge, while looking down on him. "Huh. The strength of us three brothers isn't just 1 + 1 = 2. This move has decent power, but too bad it's off target. Is that so?" Suddenly, Qin Zi split into two people, appearing behind each of them, saying,
If even one of you three isn't injured, you'll all recover instantly. The attack hit the ground, creating earth-shattering explosions. Then I just need to take care of all three at the same time. He finished his sentence. At the same time, a hand grabbed the collar of Lao San. The second one was punched and sent flying away. Alright, a powerful, magical energy circle gathered in his hand. Go da. Afterward, that energy source gradually became huge, powerful, and released oppressive force all around. In the distance, you could see Qinzi's energy ball getting bigger, taller than the trees in the forest. Then suddenly, the energy circle exploded, creating a shocking explosion. At this moment, Qin Chuan smiled with satisfaction. Underneath the ground, there was a pool of emerald green water. Qin Chuan landed on the ground and said, "Well done." After that, he raised his hand to restore the cracks on the ground and said, "Next time, you have to clean up the scene yourself." After finishing, Qin Chuan patted his son's shoulder. "Let's go, the next one is your real challenge." Qinzi was still bowing his head in silence, saying nothing. Qin Chuan found it very confusing. Qinzi stood still there. He turned back and called, "Kid, what's wrong?" Suddenly, his trembling hand fell into Qin Chuan's sight. Qinzi looked down at his hands in horror and exclaimed, "I made 3 lives disappear." Qin Chuan understood the problem and let out a sigh of relief, explaining, "They were all people who deserved to die. You killing them is equivalent to saving people." Qinzi felt relieved after hearing this. "Father, I understand. But what I'm afraid of is that in a moment ago, I liked this feeling." Suddenly, a distorted and sinister expression appeared on his face again, and continued, quote, "The feeling of controlling other people's lives and deaths. I'm afraid that when my strength increases, I will casually play with other people's lives." Qin Chuan slapped his son on the head again, and scolded, "What are you thinking? What's there to be afraid of? Can't I stop you at that time?" Not stopping there, he also pulled on his son's ears. While teaching him a lesson, weak strength but overthinking things, and casually playing with other people's lives, Qinzi just desperately screamed, "It hurts! It hurts! It hurts! It hurts!" After a while of teaching, Qin Chuan waved his hand and said, "Actually, I feel relieved that you can think like that. It proves that your nature is good. But distinguishing when to strike and when not to strike is also a part of cultivation." Qinzi just hugged his ears, with tears in his eyes, lamenting, "It hurts so much, disciple." No matter what happens in the future, remember, keep your original intention unchanged and you will not fall into the abyss. Ye Lingchang also appeared, rubbed his head to appease him, then looked at Qin Chuan and pouted, releasing a heart shape. "He, Qin Chuan Darren, am I explaining this correctly?" Suddenly, Qin Chuan pointed and said loudly, "My son, you're still far from it. What you need to think about now is how to not have your life controlled by others," Qinzi called out in a panic. "Father?" He turned around and waved his hand, saying, "Prepare to accept the next challenge. Recognize your own insignificance, and you will no longer have the mind to think about these things." Ye Lingchang followed excitedly beside him. Qinzi, upon hearing this, could only helplessly think, "Yeah, I'm still too young. Thinking so much before even reaching the Puryang realm is just worrying for nothing." Scene change. A while later, a voice echoed in the forest, "Dad? What exactly are you looking for?" Qin Chuan, at this moment, was looking left and right, greatly amused by his son's confusion. Suddenly spotting a cave, he exclaimed with delight, "This must be the place. Kid, come over here." As he spoke, he quickly laid down on the ground. "See that cave over there?" Qin Chuan asked him. The kid quickly replied, "Yeah." Qin Chuan began to explain, "That's the cave of the scarlet flame foxes. There should be cubs this season." Upon hearing this, Qinzi's face turned pale with fright as he asked, "Dad, you don't mean you want me to steal the fox cubs, do you?" As if it were the most obvious thing in the world, Qin Chuan raised a finger, winking as he replied, "Worthy of being my son, Qinzi, you're so smart." Qinzi instantly turned to stone. His face looked as if it had no attachment to the world anymore. Qinzi forced a smile and said, "Dad, if I remember correctly, scarlet flame foxes are usually demonic beasts at the 7th level of the Nirvana realm or higher." But immediately, Qin Chuan used all his strength to throw his beloved son up into the air, saying, "My son, just go without worry. I've scouted ahead, the mama fox is gone, and the cubs are only at the peak of the origin core realm." Qinzi's expression at this moment was beyond description, resigning himself to fate. Afterwards, he managed to regain his senses, and shouted while already disappearing in the sky, "Dad, at least give me a moment to prepare." After tossing his son away, Qin Chuan turned to the system and asked,
System, you were the one who said this, right? If my son provokes demonic beasts, I can raise my strength. If anything happens, you'll take responsibility, right? The system immediately replied. This system adheres to the principle of an invincible father, and powerful enemies include all other races.
Hearing this, Xinchuan recalled the moment he sprinkled some kind of solution on Xinzi and smirked. The earth-suppressing demon powder should let the mama fox quickly smell its natural enemy in return. My good son, you're really suffering for this. This old man isn't that cruel to his son. Xinzi at this moment had already groped his way to the entrance of the cave in the distance. He took a breath to calm himself and tried to reassure himself. Stay calm, father has already scouted ahead. I just need to face one fox cub. Suddenly, the earth and rocks around him shifted, startling him. Xinzi looked down in a panic. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? At this moment, a spirit beast with red eyes and sharp fangs ran over. Wherever it ran, the ground cracked. It started sniffing around, then suddenly stopped in front of the cave entrance. Xinzi, not knowing what to do, observed and pondered. It's strong, but it seems to be a cub too. Cultivation around the pure yang realm. What does this spirit beast want to do? Then, the giant rat lunged to run into the cave. He panicked. Could this rat be trying to steal the fox cubs too? Inside the cave at this moment were two little fox cubs together. One of them sensed something was strange and stood up. The giant rat had already run in, opening its mouth, wanting to gnaw on the two baby foxes. Xinchuan, observing this from above, his eyes lit up as if he had struck gold and exclaimed, My good son, what kind of fortunate encounter have you run into now? Xinzi at this moment had quickly jumped into the cave. Then, grabbing one fox cub in each hand, run, not forgetting to curse the giant rat. Ugly thing. What's the big deal about bullying fox cubs? Xinchuan above was astonished when he saw this, and exclaimed inwardly, This situation is so familiar. After Xinzi rescued the two fox cubs, he put them down and said, You two, hurry up and run. Then, his eyes became sharp as he looked up. Xinzi faced the giant rat, baring its teeth in anger, and scolded. So, you're just a big rat, can't beat their parents, so you turn to bullying children. The rat's eyes became increasingly red. It unleashed a powerful aura, attacking him. But he calmly replied, Let me see, beast. How much strength do you really have? Xinzi gritted his teeth, watching the powerful force rushing towards him. Then, using all his strength, he spread his arms out to resist the giant creature. Stop right there! Xinchuan, up above, was showing his anxiety, gripping the ground tightly as he said, Son, your father believes in you. It's just a measly pure yang realm. Xinzi, fighting the giant rat below, was already coughing up blood from his injuries, but he was still furious, he said. These two small demonic beasts are nothing special. The giant rat came running again, its eyes bloodshot. Suddenly, it sat down and opened its mouth, roaring. The sound from its mouth was like an invisible force that could attack anyone. Xinzi on this side also erupted with his own power. The flames were so strong they burned his clothes, revealing a tender, youthful body. In his hands were two blazing flames, and his face showed not a trace of surrender. Underestimating a small demon beast, could it be that I can't protect what I want to protect from you? But the giant rat opened its mouth, spewing out a powerful stream of energy straight at him. All things return to nothingness. Heaven and earth cherish existence. Ye Ling Cheng appeared, reminding him, Xinger, fall back. This beast has the strength of the mid-stage of the pure yang realm. You're not a match for it yet. Xinchuan was also anxiously thinking to himself, Damn it. Why isn't this broken system reacting yet? Whatever. Missing one or two upgrades doesn't matter. Xinzi was still desperately fighting back against the rat's powerful energy, resolutely saying, Master, I can't retreat. If I retreat now, what was the point of standing up in the first place? Ye Lingshuang gently lectured. Retreating when you can't do something is also a lesson you must learn. Retreat now and leave the rest to me. Suddenly, the two little tiger cubs returned with serious but also cute expressions. One of them even opened its little mouth to roar, trying to project power. Both tiger cubs stood beside Xinzi, opening their mouths to unleash their power and fight alongside him. Xinzi smiled at this, turning to her and saying, Master, my dad always said that a clear and intelligent Tao heart is the first task of cultivation. Then, he started using all his strength, throwing out an extremely powerful blow, yelling, Retreat now! No way, you dense MF, he growled, shouting out each word, accompanied by an even greater surge of power erupting towards the opponent. After a moment when the attack dissipated, Xinzi's entire body trembled. Now he was standing in a large crater. He tried to force a satisfied smile, saying, A pure yang realm, huh? So I can fight above my level. But it seemed he couldn't hold on any longer. Qinzi had to sit down on the ground for support. The two tiger cubs stood beside him, watching with great concern. He immediately reassured them, "Don't worry, I'm just too tired, I'm fine." Suddenly, a strong tremor appeared from the ground. Not good. From under the ground, something with bloodshot eyes crawled out. Qinzi hurriedly urged the two tiger cubs, "You guys run!" An even bigger giant rat than before came up, filled with fury, its two eyes glowing red as it looked down on the small Qinzi below. He felt helpless. He beat the small one. Now the big one came. He couldn't fathom the strength of this giant rat. It began unleashing its power to attack Qinzi. He was extremely worried and panicked. "Damn it, I'm out of strength." Finally, the system appeared and announced, "Son, host Qinzi, has provoked a Nirvana Realm Level 8 expert. Following the principle of like father like son, the father wins. Host's strength has been raised to Nirvana Realm Level 8, and is also invincible at the same level." Qinchuan heard this and immediately jumped towards that direction. Although it was slightly different from the plan, he appeared, grabbing the large horn on the giant rat's head, and said through gritted teeth, "But if you're going to bully the weak with your strength, then die for me." As soon as he finished speaking, he broke the horn off its head. The giant rat screamed in agony. Qinchuan landed on the ground, praising his son without reservation. "Zinjir, well done. Watch how your father gets revenge for you." Suddenly, a roar erupted, catching the father and son off guard. This sound is, "Mama Tiger is back." A very fierce, large tiger appeared, holding two small rats in its claws. It looked extremely angry. Qinchuan was quite worried at this point. Looking up to observe, the two tiger cubs stood in front of their mother, eagerly opening their mouths as if explaining the story to their mother. Mama Tiger listened in silence for a while, and then her bloodshot eyes returned to their original amber color. Mama Tiger took a step towards the two of them. Qinzi asked worriedly, "Dad, what does it want to do?" Qinchuan stood in front of him, reassuring him, "Don't worry, I'm here." Then, he crossed his arms confidently and said, "It's at most at the peak nirvana stage. Being able to kill that rat in an instant was just because of the bloodline suppression of the feline family." Suddenly, Mama Tiger carried her two little cubs to Qinzi, surprising him. Then, Mama Tiger put her two cubs down. Qinzi happily reached out and stroked the cubs, saying, "Did you two tell Mom that I saved you?" But he scratched his head sheepishly, saying, "I just happened to stumble upon it. Actually, I had some less than noble intentions at first." Suddenly, his mom roared again. Qinzi, along with the two tiger cubs, was now in the middle of a magic circle. Qinzi panicked and asked, "What is this?" Ling Chang then appeared, happily explaining to him, "Zinger, you're really lucky. This tiger thinks your character is good enough to entrust you with something. It wants to help its cubs form a contract with you." Qinchuan, seeing this, was in tears. Spirit beasts. Those two, Qinzi over there is happily playing with his two newly contracted spirit pets. Qinchuan sighed. "What kind of luck does my kid have? At least share one with me." Scene changes to the street outside the Qin Manor. People are standing there, crowded and bustling. Several people couldn't help but gossip. "Hey, isn't today the day of the duel between the genius of the Qin Manor and the young master of the Kagao family? But why hasn't anything happened yet? You don't know about this. The Qin family hasn't been seen for a month. I'm afraid young Master Kagao will be wasting his time coming here today." That's right, no matter what, that's the Cow family. The Qin family only has one Nirvana Realm expert. Avoiding the fight and apologizing later is the right thing to do. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared. The people around immediately made way for him. "Ah, young Master Cassio is here first. So cool, I can already feel the aura of a strong cultivator from him." Cao Jianli then appeared, carrying his sword on his back, looking totally badass. The girl standing beside him looked at him with hard eyes, filled with admiration. A single sword roaming the world, this is a true swordsman. He walked up to the gate of the Qin family and shouted, "Cao Jianli has come as promised. I invite Qinzi, young hero, to come out and fight." But the only response was silence, not a single word. When no one came out, Cao Jianli approached the steps and sat down, wondering, "Is nobody home?" He sat there waiting. The murmurs continued. What's going on with the Qin family? Did they move away? Who would dare offend the Katel family? I guess there won't be a fight today. They'll probably be back in a few days. Cao Jianli couldn't take it anymore and released his aura, shouting, "Shut up! Qinzi's spirit that day was definitely not that of a coward, afraid of battle." Suddenly, his eyes seemed to notice something. Well, the Qin father and son duo have appeared in front. Qinzi walked closer and said, "You're quite a straightforward person. I didn't expect that even though your opponent isn't here, you wouldn't badmouth them." In his arms he was holding two kittens, one orange and one gray, that were incredibly cute but were actually the two tiger cubs from before.
Cao Jianli quickly stood up and retorted, "We're not enemies. I'm just here to demand a little fairness for the Cao family." Qin Zi, hearing this, replied with great interest, "Well said. Does that mean after this fight we can become bros?" As he said that, he pushed the two kittens into Qin Chuan's arms.
Cao Jianli, a bit impatient, drew his sword and said, "Well, we'll have to see if your strength is enough to be my bro." Qin Zi, with a confident expression, rotated his wrist as if preparing to fight. "I think so too. I've grown quite a bit this month." Meanwhile, his old man in the back was constantly being messed with by the two newly awakened kittens.
Qin Zi, rushing towards Cao Jianli, shouted, "As long as you recognize your own weaknesses, then I am invincible. What happened? Let me see, let me see." The two men launched their attacks at each other. Qin Zi used his bare hands to block Cao Jianli's sword strike, commenting, "Such pure sword chi." He gritted his teeth and slashed down. Suddenly he moved the sword.
A sword cultivator with an upright and forthright heart will naturally have pure sword chi. As he spoke, Cao Jianli unleashed a powerful strike of sword chi. Qin Zi quickly jumped back to dodge, replying, "No wonder you always talk about the Cao family's honor and not about avenging those who provoked me. It's because you have an upright heart." As he spoke, he swept his leg in a kick towards Cao Jianli. "You're strong." At this moment, Cao Jianli had already created a golden spirit energy arrow above his head, saying, "There's no need for us to waste any more time. Use your strongest move."
Qin Zi, without hesitation, used the myriad ancient divine palm, his two hands crossed in front of him, surrounded by sharp aura. Both young men were now using their strongest moves, ready to fight. The two streams of aura, one blue and one red, collided. Suddenly, the remaining aura was blue. A broken sword then flew down in the air. The broken sword stabbed straight into the ground beside someone's foot. Cao Jianli was injured, blood flowing from his arm, blood also flowing from his mouth, and with a very painful expression he exclaimed, "I lost." Qin Zi was still standing there steadily, unharmed. The murmurs of the surrounding observers rang out. "How is this possible? Young Master Cao lost in less than an incense stick's time." It should be said that this Qin Zi is unexpectedly so terrifying. No wonder he's the son of a Nirvana realm expert. It seems the rumors that Qin Zi's strength surpasses the four great young masters are true. Qin Zi looked at his opponent and smiled contentedly. A moment later, in the Qin Manor's reception hall, Xin Chuan, sitting in a chair, spoke up as Qin Zi walked in. "Zinger, did you gain anything from that fight?" Qin Zinit, now brimming with excitement, replied, "That month of bitter cultivation wasn't wasted at all. I fully grasped it with that punch just now." Xu Feng immediately stood up, flicked him on the forehead, and scolded, "You blockhead, I wasn't asking about your cultivation. As your father, I'm always at ease about your training." Qin Zi clutched his aching forehead and asked back, "Then what do you mean, father?" Xu Feng sipped his tea and replied, "Have your teacher explain it to you? For the past month, I haven't even been able to enjoy a cup of tea." Yi Lingcheng happily responded upon hearing this. "With pleasure, Lord Xu Feng. Leave the explanation to me." Then, he glanced at his disciple and explained, "Didn't you notice that the Karaoke kid broke through to the Pure Yang realm this past month?" Qin Zi, upon hearing this, asked in disbelief, "That's impossible. If he was already in the Pure Yang realm, why did he only use the original in the martial arts competition just now?" Ye Lingcheng then began to offer his conjecture. "Perhaps the Cao family isn't afraid of your father. But even if he is the young master, he can't afford to offend a Nirvana realm powerhouse." Xu Feng glanced at Qin Zi from the side, thinking, "Looks like the education is complete." Afterward, he put down his teacup and said, "Zinger, the cultivation world has never only been about fighting and killing. There are also human relationships. But none of this matters. You only need to focus on your cultivation." Suddenly, two kittens appeared, clung to Qin Zi, and cried out, "Woof woof woof! Gur woof!" Wrong again, cats are supposed to meow. "What am I going to do with these little tiger cubs?" Xu Feng slapped his forehead, helplessly looking at his leopard cubs. Recalling when he was in the forest, he worried inwardly. These two spirit foxes are too special. Bringing them back will definitely attract trouble. What to do? Unexpectedly at this time, the tiger mother appeared, carrying two large peaches in her mouth, and brought them before Xu Feng. He asked back with some confusion, "What's this? You gave my son 2 tiger cubs, and now you're planning to give me 2 spirit fruits and send me away." The tiger mother rolled her eyes as if mocking him. Xu Feng was furious when he saw the tiger mother's expression and roared, "What do you mean by that?" The tiger mother then dropped the 2 spirit fruits and fed her children. "If it weren't for the fact that your cub is following my son, I would have annihilated you with one move." Zhu Feng said resentfully. Qin Zia could only hold his stomach and laugh behind him.
But unexpectedly, after eating the spirit fruits, an abundant aura emanated from the 2 tiger cubs, and in an instant, they transformed into 2 kittens, one gray and one orange. Qin Zi's eyes sparkled with hearts as he exclaimed, "Oh, so cute, this is fine. Even if they are brought back, it's okay."
Returning to the present, Zhu Feng looked at his son hugging the kittens and instructed, "Little brat, this flame-swallowing fox now has the strength of the core formation realm. It's just suppressed by that spirit fruit. You have to carefully nurture them." Qin Zi, still in his cat addiction, replied, "Don't worry, father. I think anyone who raises cats is addicted to this." Ye Ling Cheng also sat down at this time, observed the kitten, and thought contentedly, "They are also 2 female foxes. If there is a chance to transform in the future, what will they look like?"
Switching to late at night, Xu Feng was outside, gazing at the moon while thinking, "The moon is so beautiful. I wonder if I can pluck the moon down." After cultivating to the peak, the little brat is very happy, right? Finally, there's no calamity on the road. The path of cultivation can only allow the little brat to grow quickly if he maintains the identity of this invincible powerhouse father. So, the little brat can't blame dad for tricking you. What kind of father doesn't feel restless when his son is settled?
Switching to the next morning, Xu Feng was still sitting under the pavilion in the garden, waiting for news. "I thought of a way to kick the little brat out today. Why hasn't he arrived yet?"
As he poured tea, a loud voice called out, "Announcement! Xin Xiansheng, this humble one, Bai Chen, comes to pay a visit." That aura swept over, whoosh whoosh. He had to hold on to the teacup to prevent it from flying away. A moment later, Bai Chen landed at the pavilion where Xu Feng was. He quickly extended his hand in invitation. "You finally arrived. What an honor. Please come in."
Bai Chen also replied happily, "Qin brother, this time I came with a stroke of good fortune to give to you. Please sit down." Sitting down, he asked with some curiosity,
"Oh, tell me about it," Bai Chen then replied. "Brother Qin is busy day and night. I don't know if you have heard about the major events that have occurred recently."
After that, he raised his hand above, whoosh, creating a barrier separating the area where the 2 were talking. Xu Feng thought in surprise. "A sound barrier," Bai Chen then continued. 2 days ago, a subordinate area directly under the Minghao city was swept by floods through a mountain range, revealing the tomb of a Nirvana realm powerhouse." Xu Feng then waved his hand, asking back, "You mean you want me to go tomb raiding?"
No, Bai Chen quickly explained. "Such a tomb won't have much use for us, but for the younger generation, it's an excellent training ground."
Tombs like this usually hold quite a few opportunities, and it's also a chance for the younger generation to interact and compete. After all, young people need competition to be motivated to cultivate. As he spoke, he conjured an illusion of the area. Then, Bai Chen waved his hand, sending the illusion over. Qin Chuan took it, observing as he asked, "Are you saying you've told many people about this tomb, and a lot of young folks will be flocking here?" In his heart, he marveled. What profound cultivation! Hearing Qin Chuan's question, Bai Chen clasped his hands, a bit sheepishly, and replied, "I have indeed informed many Nirvana-level forces about this news, making a tidy profit. I apologize for amusing Brother Qin."
But then he quickly leaned closer to Qin Chuan and explained, "In fact, this is also the intention of the royal family's higher-ups, to give the younger generation more training to prepare for when they might be needed."
After all, this concerns the overall strength increase of the entire dynasty. Qin Chuan was stunned to hear this, thinking, the entire dynasty's strength? If it's about overall strength, then there must be some common enemy. Good thing I sent the kid out already. Still, he maintained a calm exterior, pouring wine as he asked, "Brother Bai, does the Nine Yang dynasty have any external enemies?" Bai Chen took the wine cup and replied, "Haha, not exactly. It's just that in the last 7 nations genius battle, the Nine Yang dynasty ranked last."
Hearing this, Qin Chuan stood up and said, "If Brother Bai is willing to share such important information with me, you must truly value me."
Then, he extended his hand and said cheerfully,
"I wonder if City Lord Bai would be willing to become friends with me." Bai Chen was startled, then stood up excitedly and replied, "That would be fantastic. I thought Brother Qin was a ruthless and solitary person.
I never expected Brother Qin to be so generous. Here's the map of the tomb. You can choose a good time to bring young Master Qin there."
As he spoke, he handed over a scroll. Qin Chuan took it without hesitation, then cupped his hands in thanks and said,
"I have other matters, so I won't go."
"Oh. Would it be convenient for him to go with your city lord's manners people?" Bai Chen felt there was nothing better, and happily clasped his hands in return. "If Brother Qin trusts me so much, then I dare to guarantee absolutely nothing will happen to him.
In his heart he was extremely pleased, thinking, Qinchuan is indeed someone worth befriending. He's powerful and so sincere, entrusting his son to me with peace of mind.
A moment later, Bai Chen leaped into the air and flew off, leaving a parting message. If there's nothing else, I, Bai, shall take my leave first.
Qinchuan watched his retreating figure, feeling a bit down. What kind of city lord is this, so laid back? But of course, I can't bring the overgrown brat along because I still need to stir up trouble behind the scenes.
Then, he whistled happily. Now how can I help my son cause the biggest trouble possible?
Qinchuan opened a box. A rattling sound echoed. After Qinchuan put on the black cloak from the box, he continuously rubbed his hands and wore a sinister expression, thinking, Robe on, father and son severed, spear thrust, all feelings cut, you kill, I add to the fire, you flee, I spread rumors.
The scene shifted to a few days later. Dad, we're back, and I got another treasure. Shinzina's voice echoed through the Qin manor. Then he walked, step, towards Qinchuan. Seeing this, Qinchuan thought to himself, he probably picked up another treasure from some random stall again, but it seems like this kid comes back like this every day. Isn't this a bit too much?
He then turned away with a cold expression while internally screaming, Can't you share some luck with your dad? I walk around every day for nothing and don't find any treasures. Then Qinchuan managed a forced smile and patted his son's head, praising, My son, you're amazing. In his heart he sighed, One rice weevil is enough to eat through a whole jar of rice. One lucky god is enough to consume all the opportunities in the entire city lord's manor. Sigh, it's going to be tough for the geniuses in this city.
The scene shifted to Wujiang City. At this moment, everyone had to queue up to enter the city gate. Those who had been away from home for many years returned and, seeing this scene, exclaimed, When did a small, second-tier city like ours become so crowded? At this moment, someone in front of the long-lost traveler glanced back and said, You haven't been back in a long time, have you? I heard that the tomb of a Nirvana realm expert was discovered here. Now, countless forces come searching every day after hearing the news. The long-lost traveler worried. Doesn't that mean the city will be in chaos?
Perhaps I shouldn't return to the city for now. The person in front chuckled reassuringly.
Don't worry, they're not bothering us. Many people just rest for a bit after entering the city, and then immediately head to the expert's tomb. A moment later, at the Myriad Treasures Merchant Guild, a person wearing a black cloak and a mask appeared.
Inside, one hand extended a gold ingot, and another hand quickly received it.
A quick transaction took place in a few seconds. At this moment, a pink-haired girl approached where the cloaked figure was sitting and said,
Esteemed Nirvana Realm Grandmaster, thank you for visiting the Myriad Treasures Merchant Guild in Wujiang City. How may I assist you?
The person wearing a bizarre mask said, I want to inquire about some news. I believe your intelligence system in this area is the best. The pink-haired girl replied. You can fully trust the Myriad Treasures Merchant Guild. The masked person then picked up a teacup and said, I want to know which forces, specifically, among those entering the tomb this time, have strength above the Nirvana realm.
The pink-haired girl then slowly pulled something resembling a tube from her chest, putting on a beautiful pose as she replied, This is the most sought-after information, so of course we've already prepared it.
A total of 2 Nirvana-level forces have appeared in recent days. The Yan family of Melting Fire City, the Lin family of Sky Curtain City, the Jia family of Grand Ocean City, and the Zhu family of Soaring Heaven City. Finally, there's the Minghao City Lord's Manor.
All these forces are led by peak Pure Yang realm experts, bringing their families' young masters out for training. As she spoke, the girl knelt before the masked person, pressing the item against their chest.
The masked person then unfolded the information to read it, saying, Just the names of the forces aren't enough. I want detailed information about these forces. Price is not an issue. Like, what's the buzz on the up-and-coming young cultivators? Gotta have pics. Who their elders are, their cultivation levels, family ties, and who's the strongest in the clan, and if they're in seclusion.
The pink-haired girl clasped her hands together, cheerfully replying, I'll go prepare it immediately. Please, have some tea and wait a moment.
With that, she turned and left. Mask Guy watched her go, then leaned back in his chair, sighing, thinking, Ugh, that kid I picked up. Your daddy's working overtime here, so that's Qinzian's stepdad, always setting up problems for his kid to deal with.
Scene change. Tomb entrance. Lots of soldiers with swords are guarding the area, along with an announcement. By order of Lord Ming Hao, while the young talents explore the tomb, large-scale fighting and killing are strictly prohibited. Those who disobey are enemies of the Nanyang dynasty.
Meanwhile, some dude lurking in the bushes muttered, The big shots take the meat, gotta leave us some soup, right?
Maybe some young talent comes out wounded, and we can snag some loot. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind him. "How's the recon going?" The dude jumped, startled. "Who?" Qinchuan grabbed his neck, quietly reminding him, "Shh, things are pretty tense up there right now." He glared down at the dude, his face cold, and warned him, face to face, getting caught would be bad news. The dude was easily intimidated, and tears started streaming down his face from fear. After a little questioning, he spilled that those forces had been inside for 2 hours already, and nothing unusual had happened so far. Hearing that, Qinchuan released his neck. Suddenly, he slammed the dude's head into the ground, coldly saying, "Yeah, no soup for you, go drink the northwest wind." While the dude next to him was probably seeing stars, Qinchuan grinned, a sly, calculating smile on his face. "Let's go, my good son. Let me see your troublemaking skills. Then your old man will come to back you up. Isn't that perfect? Hehe." Whoa! Up ahead, two guys are chatting. "Trisk, this trip wasn't a waste. If I didn't come, how could I see such exciting scene?" The brown-haired dude smiled as he recalled the scene. That Qin Zi roasted the young master of Feng family so good that he couldn't say a word. The white-haired dude casually said, "I think he's a dead man. The Feng family is a top Nirvana-level clan, always been overbearing. They won't let him get away with being so cocky." The brown-haired dude nodded in agreement. "Too bad. First time I've seen someone roast like that. If he survives, he's destined for greatness." Hearing their story, Qinchuan summoned a stat sheet in his hand, looking it over and musing. "Young Master Feng, huh? Let's see if this is enough." Young Master Feng of the Feng family, Feng Xiao, reached the 9th level of the core formation realm at the age of 18. His father is the head of the Feng family, Feng Sheng, 6th level of Nirvana. The strongest in the Feng family is Feng Xiao's grandfather, Feng Lan, 9th level of the Nirvana realm. Because Feng Xiao's mother was a courtesan, he's always disliked his grandson. Reading that, he couldn't help but think, "Oh, kiddo, you messed with the wrong person. Grandpa and grandson don't get along. If I kill him, Feng Sheng might go ballistic, but Feng Lan might actually cheer." Then, he scratched his head in annoyance. "If Feng Xiao's gone, Feng Sheng will make a move, but his strength isn't as good as mine. But if I provoke Feng Lan, this situation will no longer be related to me, and I can't increase my strength. This time is tiring." Then he was lying on the ground, as if all his ideals in life had been lost, and asked the system, "If I am invincible among people of the same level, then can an 8th level expert beat a 9th level expert?" The system immediately replied, "Once the host's cultivation level increases, the system guarantees that there will be no match at the same level. Theoretically, you can fight people 3 minor realms higher." Hearing this, he felt even more hopeless. So that means, if the other party's cultivation level is higher than mine, and they also have powerful treasures, martial arts, and auxiliary skills, or if they also have invincible strength at the same level, then I will lose. He quickly regained his determination and said, "No, I can't lose. I can't even afford to win badly. Every time I take action, I must maintain such an absolute crushing posture, so that I can maintain the image of an invincible strongman." He recalled the adorable image of his son and thought, "This kid is kind-hearted and even a little timid. It's hard for him to be a little more arrogant. If he suddenly finds out that his invincible father is actually a paper tiger, how can he feel at ease causing trouble?" After that, Qinchuan sat up, and suddenly a scream came from inside a cave. "Xinzi, Feng Xiao, I swear to cut you into pieces." Accompanied by a wave of spiritual power released outside, the soldiers panicked. What suddenly flashed? At this time, Qinzi also jumped out, responding to the scream just now. "Then I will destroy you now." At this time, his hair had transformed into a very familiar golden color. Qinchuan sensed the aura and understood. This aura is the old master's body possession mode. He began to analyze in his heart. If it were normal, after being possessed, the hair color would turn into the hair color of the person who possessed him. Is the old master a blondie? Then he suddenly fell back when he realized something. Hey, empiricism killed people. Have I always guessed wrong? The person in the ring is not an old man, but a blondie hottie. At this time, he looked at Shinzi's back and refuted himself. No, the vision is too limited. It may also be a blonde beauty. If so, maybe this is my son's wife. After that, Qinchuan's cheeks flushed and he drooled while thinking, sure enough, a beauty is the best martial arts teacher for a teenager. Qinchuan's legs in his previous life were the best, but he was betrayed by his best friend, so pitiful. He quickly returned to reality and ran away quickly. That's right, I have to go and see what's going on. I can't let that kid Feng run away, otherwise I'll have to wait a long time to cause trouble again. At this time,
In another place, an old man was flying swiftly in the air, carrying someone in his hand, constantly worried. "Damn it, faster! He's catching up!" Qinzi, trying to reach the blonde dude, yelled, "Feng Zhao, your heinous acts deserve 100 deaths." Feng Zhao, being dragged along like a sack of potatoes, still had the nerve to point and curse at Qinzi. "Don't push your luck. Leave now, and I'll pretend none of this ever happened." Qinzi, now channeling Yeling Chang's power, was super buff and roared back, "You're the one pushing it. A minor squabble outside the tomb, and you wanted me dead. I thought about the bigger picture and let it slide." As he spoke, he conjured a giant eagle made of spirit energy in the sky, sending it to attack the two, and continued. "In the tomb, I was a bro, and helped you break the formation, and you tried to off me hit. If I wasn't lucky, I'd be 6 feet under. Seeing me get a lucky break, you and your lapdog tried to kill me for the loot. You call that me pushing it? Today, I'll show you what pushing it really means." The old geezer stepped in front of Feng Zhao, saying, "Young master, get behind me." He used all his strength to resist Qinzi's power, but the pressure was too much, and he spat out blood. Qinzi was closing in on the two, who looked up in panic. The old man shouted, "Young master, grab onto me." Feng Zhao quickly obeyed, wrapping his arms around the old man's shoulders. Then the old man used the blood escape technique. A split second before Qinzi's attack landed, the two vanished into thin air. Yeling Chang quickly left Qinzi's body, and he asked, panting, "Master, should we chase them?" The gold color on her faded, making her seem much weaker. Yeling Chang replied, "Let's leave it for now. My soul energy isn't easy to recover, and I've used almost all of it." He could only watch the trajectory of the two who escaped, then said to Yeling Chang with a sad face, "Master, sorry. I acted impulsively." She replied seriously, "Silly child, I'm your master. Of course, I can't just stand by when you need me." Then she approached and patted his head, comforting him. "Besides, if something happened to you, I couldn't face your father." Qinzi panicked even more. "Face my father? Did I cause trouble for him and make him lose face?" Yeling Chang, on the other hand, thought, "Why is his face turning red over something else? That guy touched the brat's head like that, and now I'm doing it too. Isn't that like holding his hand indirectly? I'm hopeless when it comes to guys." Then Qinzi suddenly spoke up. "Right, master, there's also my dad." Yeling Chang quickly retracted her hand and asked, "Huh, what? What was that?" Qinzi quickly repeated. "Master, you said my dad is so strong, he must have a way to help you recover your soul energy." Hearing this, her cheeks flushed, feeling all fluttery. Then she tried to calm herself down, coughed, and said, "Don't worry about that, he won't do it." He was confused. "Why not, master?" Yeling Chang looked up and replied, "Do you remember what your father said the night he laid his cards on the table? He made it very clear then that if I taught you to become strong, you would help me revive myself. It's a private agreement between us. Your father already made his position clear. He's just a witness, testifying to our agreement." Qinzi scratched his head and asked, "I don't get it. If it's an agreement between us, what's the point of having this witness? Wouldn't it be better to have Dad revive you directly?" Yeling Chang explained seriously, "With him as a witness, neither of us can break the agreement after you become strong. If you don't revive me, who knows if he'll punish you, I'm not sure. But if I don't teach you well or abandon you?" At this point, she unconsciously grabbed the hem of her skirt, fearing that I would be worse off than I am now, living a life worse than death. Hearing this, Qinzi was filled with determination and said, "Master, don't worry. I will definitely do what I promised you. You treat me so well, I will never let you down." In his heart, he thought, "Master, are you scared of my dad or something?" She smiled contentedly and said, "Yeah, I know your character. Otherwise, I wouldn't have accepted you as my disciple in the first place." Qinzi, at this moment, Bai Yishen, suddenly appeared and called out, "What's wrong? Are you okay? Where's that Feng Zhao guy?" He was a little startled and replied, "He ran away." At this moment, the sky was still blue, and in the area that was originally silent, suddenly a surge of power erupted from underground, as if something was about to burst out, and the ground cracked open. It was the two who had just fled from Qinzi. The old man had lost an arm and looked extremely painful. Feng Zhao, supporting him, turned and asked, "Damn it, that bastard! Uncle Lu, how are you? Are they going to chase us?" The one called Uncle Lu replied with difficulty, "Don't worry. After losing them, I changed direction. He shouldn't be able to catch up. But I used the cursed blood seal technique, and my vital energy is severely damaged. Even if he catches up, I won't be able to fly anymore." Suddenly, some force impacted him, causing him even more pain. This Feng Zhao, without a shred of emotion, pierced Lu Ba's body with his hand, his expression unchanged. Lu Ba, unable to believe the reality, gasped, "Why, young young master."
Feng Chao withdrew his hand, splattering blood everywhere, but his face remained coldly indifferent as he said, "Lu Ba, you can't blame me. Grandfather never liked me anyway. A family struggle means he wouldn't send a Nirvana realm expert to hunt for my sake. Qinzi, only your death will enrage the Feng family. You've protected me since I was little,
so consider this one last act of loyalty." With that, he quickly tossed Lu Ba's body away. Suddenly, applause rang out from above, accompanied by a decisive voice, bearing a hint of Qin Ya's presence from back then. "But there's one thing. You weren't careful enough." Feng Chao looked up and asked, "What's that?" Qin Chuan appeared, his face cold, and replied, "Killing him alone probably isn't enough." Seeing him above, Feng Chao shouted, "Who are you? What do you want?" Qin Chuan pointed down and said casually, "I'm just a regular dad, no need to be tense. I'm here to help you." Then, he jumped down beside him. Feng Chao was completely bewildered and asked, "A regular dad? Could what my mother told me be true? Feng Cheng isn't my real father. You're my dad. You're here to acknowledge me." Qin Chuan's expression twisted in utter exasperation, and he quickly explained, I think you've got the wrong idea. I'm here to help you piss off the Feng family and get your revenge." Feng Chao panicked, retreating repeatedly, and exclaimed, "What do you mean revenge for me? Shouldn't it be revenge for Lu Ba?" Dad felt like he explained reasonably already, but the guy kept calling him Dad. Annoyed, he summoned a flame in his hand and yelled, "Then let me educate you a little. You die for calling the wrong dad." With that, he pierced his forehead with that one strike. He only managed to utter a few broken words before falling, "I'm the Feng family's young master." Finally, his entire body fell into the abyss below. Qin Chuan created another flame of spirit energy in his hand, then began to enlarge the flame, saying, "To kill someone, you must destroy the evidence, as the saying goes. If you don't hide a murder well, trouble will abound." Suddenly, he noticed two glittering objects inside the flames, then slapped his forehead in regret, helpless. "Ugh, how could I forget the spatial rings? It would be a huge loss if they get burned." Then, he controlled his energy to retrieve the two rings, calculating, "It's better to take the spatial rings anyway. Killing someone without taking their treasures doesn't fit the motive of Qinzi killing Feng Chao. Luckily, I usually have the habit of patting Qinzi's head and praising his hair, otherwise I'd have to rack my brains to think of a way to frame him." As he spoke, he flashed a sinister smile. At this moment, in Minghao City, at the city gate, Qinzi and Bai Chen were passing through a bamboo forest. He stretched and said, "It's only been 3 days, but why does it feel like half a year has passed?" Bai Chen looked up and explained, "This is the experience your father wants you to have. Only time can increase your experience." Hearing this, Qinzi respectfully clasped his hands and bowed, saying, "Thank you for taking care of me this time, Uncle Bai." "I'm very grateful," Bai Chen replied with satisfaction. "Don't be so polite. I regret not meeting your father sooner. You're like my own grandson, so of course I have to take care of you." Soon after, he quickly waved, "Goodbye, Uncle Bai. I'll go home and tell my father I'm safe." Bai Chen smiled and watched him leave. "Say hello to your father for me." When he arrived home, Qinzi was overjoyed, opening his arms and calling out, "Dad, I'm back, Dad. I've gained a lot this time." But when no one responded, he went to search in every corner. "Dad, Dad, where are you?" Then, his mood began to drop. Terrifying obsessions resurfaced. Could something have happened to Dad? Or does Dad think I'm useless and doesn't want me anymore? Yeling Shuang quickly appeared, reassuring him. "What nonsense are you thinking? Surely Grandmaster Qin Chuan has gone out on business." She also covered her nose, complaining, "What you need to do now is quickly take a bath. It's been so many days." His entire body was emitting an aura of darkness. Qinzi scratched his head, forgetting all his worries and embarrassment. "I didn't notice. As always, Master is meticulous. I'll go take a bath." Yeling Shuang then began to emit heart bubbles, looking into the distance with a fascinated expression. "Grandmaster Qin Chuan, please come back soon. I miss you so much." 3 hours later, Qinzi, having finished bathing, was sitting cross-legged cultivating, but his heart was still uneasy. Why isn't Dad back yet? Suddenly, Yeling Shuang looked up at the sky, saw a streak of light, and exclaimed, "Xinger, Qin Chuan is back." Seeing Qin Chuan land, he happily ran over and called out, "Father!" But suddenly he stopped in his tracks when he saw Qin Chuan's expression. His face was a little pale, his eyes without focus. "What's wrong with you? That's a strong smell of wine." Qin Chuan approached, patted Qinzi on the shoulder, and said without expression, "Nothing, just paying respects to an old friend. This old bro liked to drink when he was alive, so I had a drink with him. Let's go inside." Qinzi watched his staggering figure with curiosity and blurted out, "Old friend." Yeling Shuang immediately explained, What's so strange about that? No one is alone? You and your father have cultivated to such a realm, of course you have to forget some friends. It would be weird if you didn't. At this time, in the reception hall, Qinzi spoke. Is your father all right? I'll go prepare some tea to sober him up. Qin Chuan, now leaning back in his chair, waved his hand and said, No need. If I want to be drunk, why drink sobering tea? Qinzi then sat down next to him, wondering, Can you tell me about your past? I don't even know what friends you have. Ye Lingshuang saw that he was drunk and thought, Her man is too mysterious, now he's only just over 30. And not long after Xing'er was born, his cultivation was sealed, and Qinzi was frowning, thinking that when his father's cultivation was sealed, he was only 20 years old. From what he said earlier, it seemed that he had cultivated to the 9th realm, or even beyond, so what does that mean? A 2-year-old martial emperor. Suddenly, Qin Chuan sat up and said, Brat, I know what you're doubting. Since you've asked, I, as your father, have nothing to hide. It's just that I don't want outsiders to know. Ye Lingshuang, knowing what to do, politely clasped her hands and said, Yes, Qin Chuan, milord, I'll leave now. Even though she knew that the man wouldn't hear what she'd say, she quickly slipped into the ring on her hand. Qinzi was very serious, waiting. Okay, father, let's start. Qin Chuan glanced over. Actually, I, your father, shoved my face right up to his, then finished. This is my second life. Chapter 32. Qinzi was thunderstruck, his eyes widened in shock. Qin Chuan, seeing that expression, seemed to have expected it, and continued. Very surprised. I thought you guys would have guessed. Then he sat back, looking helpless, and said, Cultivation isn't easy. The later stages are even more difficult. Many people cultivate for thousands of years and still can't reach the martial emperor realm. How could I have reached it at just 20 years old? Immediately snapped his fingers, glancing over. It'd have to be 30 or 40 years old at least, huh? And Qinzi still had a silly expression. Qin Chuan continued to tell. In my previous life, I had already reached such a realm. So in this life, cultivating from scratch, there are absolutely no bottlenecks. Actually, in my previous life, I wasn't from this world either, but from the upper realm, which is also where your mother's family is. In this life, after I remembered my past life's memories, I always cultivated secretly in the Lin family. At 18 years old, I surpassed the martial emperor realm. Several kiddies trembled and approached him, then were picked up by him, but they were still trembling. Holding the 2 kiddies comfortably in his arms, he continued, Because my previous life's grudges and love affairs are all in the upper realm, and there's nothing worth caring about in this small world, so after surpassing the martial emperor realm, I directly broke through the void and went to the upper realm. Therefore, my understanding of this world isn't much. The people who can be called friends in this world are only 1 or 2. Qinzi was listening very carefully. Qin Chuan continued. The person I went to worship today was a friend I met by chance when I was young, who had similar interests and wills as me. It's a pity that after I went to the upper realm for 2 years, by the time I brought you and your mother back, he had already passed away. The 2 kiddies had already fallen asleep in his arms. After he finished speaking, he smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. The image of the 2 people, Qinzi and Ye Lingshuang, was shocked in an instant. Then she immediately understood everything and exclaimed, I get it all, I understand now. After telling the story, Qin Chuan stood and watched his son leave. He couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. Another hidden danger has been resolved. From today onwards, my son and the thing in his ring will no longer doubt why I'm so strong at such a young age. Thinking this, he showed a cunning smile, then contentedly waved his hand. In the future, it will be easy to explain if some great power or famous item appears that I don't know about. It's not that I've never seen the great world, but that I've directly gone to a bigger world, so I didn't pay attention to this small world, hee. Look at my intelligence. As for what the upper realm looks like, or even if there is an upper realm at all, it doesn't matter. The 2 kiddies had been put on the ground and were still curled up together, sleeping soundly. Going outside, he muttered to himself. Anyway, I've never been there, and the brat and the thing in the ring have never been there either. If everyone doesn't know, then I can make up anything. If something like the upper realm really exists, then we can continue to make it up when everyone goes to the upper realm together in the future. Suddenly, there was a ding sound that surprised him. A system panel popped up with a notification. Feng Cheng's Nirvana Realm's 6th layer has killing intent towards your child. Currently, the host's strength has surpassed the opponent. Please protect your son well. Qin Chuan was overjoyed to hear that. They found out. Not too far off from my estimated time either. Then he started rummaging through the system. System, don't be so stingy. It's rare for me to show off. At least give me something. The system didn't disappoint him, and quickly responded.
Detected that the opponent is from a family that cultivates powerful secret techniques. Congratulations to the host for receiving the heaven-piercing top-grade secret technique as compensation. 9 Dragon Battle Chi immediately had a powerful, colorful flame appear around him.
The next second, a powerful burst of energy erupted from Qinchuan's entire body, and rocks scattered in all directions with his tornado-like power. His eyes turned bloodshot. As he felt the power in his body, he said, "I finally have a technique I can use. Before, to avoid being seen as having a lousy technique, I could only use my fists. That's not the style of a master." Later, after digesting the 9 Dragon Battle Chi, Qinchuan began to calculate. According to the speed of the Nirvana Realm cultivators, they should arrive tomorrow. Looks like I have to reach the next level tonight. Then he thought to himself, "Kid, it's not that I'm trying to screw you over, but if I kill Feng Sheng, that 9th level Nirvana Realm Feng Lan will shift his hatred to me, and the system won't help then. The aura from just now has dissipated." And he smiled to himself again.
You have the destined talent of a trash novel protagonist. Even more resilient than a cockroach. Even if I die, you won't die so easily. I'll definitely make it up to you later.
Right then, night fell, the full moon had risen, and a voice sounded, "Kid, I have to go out again."
Someone broke the jade talisman I gave to an old friend years ago. My old friend must be in trouble. I have to go check it out, Qinchuan informed his son, Qinzi.
With a worried look, he frantically patted his chest and said, "What's the identity of your old friend? Will you be in danger? Then I'll go with you, and so can my master." Qinchuan looked at him, and waved his hand in response. "Just a normal small business owner. We met by chance on the mountain that year. His words gave me some inspiration. Consider it a favor. Don't worry, there won't be any danger."
Qinzi breathed a sigh of relief after hearing that. "Then go, don't worry about me. It's very safe in Minghao City." Qinchuan then approached, rubbed his head, and said, "Then I'm going. You stay at home." In his heart he thought, safe isn't just very safe, but extremely, extremely safe. The next day, early in the morning outside the gates of Minghao City, golden auras appeared in the sky. Everyone began to panic. What's going on? It's like the sky is about to fall. Find a place to hide. Those auras began to straighten out again, and shot off in one direction. Loud voices rang out. Nirvana Realm experts. 5 of them. Why are so many Nirvana Realm experts suddenly appearing? What on earth happened? The people were terrified by the influence of that aura. Bai Chen quickly appeared, blocking in front of the 5 streaks of light, and said loudly, "I am Bai Chen, the city lord of Minghao City. May I ask who you are?" One of the 5 streaks swirled around and spoke. "I am the head of the Feng family, Feng Sheng." It was an old man with white hair, shouting furiously. Then he continued to introduce. "These 4 are the elders of my Feng family." Then the golden lights dissipated, revealing several elders. When the 5 people appeared, old man Feng Sheng roared, "Of course, it's to seek revenge." Bai Chen politely cupped his hands and said, "Patriarch Feng Sheng is exaggerating. My Minghao City and the Feng family have never had any dealings before. I'm afraid there's some misunderstanding." The old man was extremely angry, constantly emitting sharp streams of spiritual power to attack him, and shouted, "Still playing dumb with me, Qinzi of Minghao City? You killed Feng Xiao, my son. An irreconcilable feud. I will make sure he dies a horrible death." Bai Chen tried to jump back to dodge. Then the old man continued, "I see that you are a member of the Bai family, so I'm giving you some face. Otherwise, I would have killed you already." As he stood there with a very superior expression, Bai Chen quickly explained, "What, I really don't know about this?" In his heart he was very worried. The important thing is that Brother Qin isn't in the city right now. Last night he even asked me to help keep an eye on Qinzi, damn it. When he made this decision he had to sweat a lot. The old man Feng Sheng heard this and stomped heavily on the ground, causing the floor to crack. "How can this be? How dare that Qinzi do such a rebellious thing?" Bai Chen tried to retort. He patted his chest and said, "Minghao City has such a terrible person. I, as the city lord, cannot deny responsibility. Please, the 5 of you, come to the city lord's mansion for tea first, and I will personally go and catch that kid." The old man replied, "HMPH, no need." Bai Chen remained indifferent, as if he hadn't heard the refusal, and waved his hand to call his subordinates. "Hey, you two come here, and take these 5 honored guests to the city lord's mansion for tea." The scene shifts to a building outside. The sky is still clear. Qinzi was still practicing martial arts in the yard, humming, waking up early in the morning to bask in the sun. Suddenly, when he saw the person coming, he was very surprised. "Uncle Bai, what's the rush?" Bai Chen hurriedly urged in a panic. "Run away!" He grabbed his hand and pulled him away, saying, "You killed Feng Xiao. The Feng family has sent 5 Nirvana Realm experts to Minghao City to kill you." But Qinzi replied, utterly bewildered, "Huh.
But I didn't kill Feng Xiao. I'm not as fast as him. His lackeys already helped him escape with some blood teleport thingy that day, Bai Yishen quickly explained. Whether you killed him or not doesn't matter anymore. Once they've made up their minds, even if it's a mistake, they won't let it go. Then I'm not going, he replied, slipping out of Bai Yishen's grasp, leaving the latter dumbfounded. Qinzi landed on the ground and continued matter-of-factly. They're not the type to listen to reason. If I leave, they'll probably cause trouble for you. Bai Yishen was deeply moved at this point, rendered speechless. Qinzi then gave a helpless smile, saying, That's right, I'm from the Bai family, and even the city lord of this city, with Wang Xinqin's decree, they wouldn't dare do anything to me. Suddenly, a loud shout startled him. Dare not touch you! You underestimate my Feng family too much. The shout was accompanied by a powerful surge of energy. He quickly jumped back to dodge as the old man Feng Shang furiously roared, HMPH. Ignorant whelp, you have the audacity to deceive us. The old geezers had now appeared in the sky, constantly emitting their powerful cultivation to flaunt their power. Bai Yishen was horrified and patted his chest, explaining, Esteemed sirs, I swear on my honor, Qinzi isn't lying. If he killed someone, it must be someone else. Old man Feng Sheng unleashed a blast of power towards Bai Yishen, grumbling irritably. Then I'll just kill this brat and investigate slowly. Bai Yishen was sent flying, crashing to the ground, still reminding him, Qinzi, run! While he was very worried and ran back. Uncle Bai. Qinzi gritted his teeth in anger, his fists clenched tightly, saying, Uncle Bai, I won't forget this favor. Then, he quickly shouted, Master, I have to trouble you again, lend me your power. His hair instantly turned golden. Old man Feng Sheng scoffed and pursued, HMPH. You're just at the peak of the Chunyang realm, yet you dare to run. Suddenly, Bai Yishen struggled to stand up, blocking the old geezers. Everyone, hold on! He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, Bullying a junior like this isn't the demeanor of a great family. Besides, you can't afford to mess with his father. The old man found it amusing. Can't afford to mess with him, huh? Then, arrogantly creating a surge of power in his hand, he shouted, In the Nanyang dynasty, there's no one I can't afford to mess with. In front of him, the space seemed to be constricted by some kind of dark shadow. Qinzi was still trying to run. While old man Feng Sheng was hot on his heels, he worriedly chased him all the way to the Black Wind Abyss. This Black Wind Abyss was like the mouth of a nightmare, constantly spewing out bizarre black winds. Once caught in them, there was almost no chance of survival. Old man Feng Sheng gloated, Ha ha! See where you can run now? He asked worriedly. Master, what do we do? Ye Ling Kang also felt troubled, replying, Kid, your master's current strength can't contend with them, so we can only take a gamble. Then, pointing to the dark space, he said, You're a natural-born god with great fortune, and I'm knowledgeable about terrains and formations. If we enter the Black Wind Abyss, there might be a chance of survival. He quickly replied, Okay, I trust that master definitely won't harm me. Old man Feng Sheng then threw a punch, shouting, Want to run? Not so easy. Go to hell. The punch was enormous. Heading straight for Qinzi, he had no way to dodge. Panicking, It's over. I can't fight back. I can't dodge. And I can't withstand the power of this punch. Sorry, father, I've embarrassed you. At this moment, the image of his father, Qin Chuan, flashed in his mind. Then he desperately ran into the broken black wind space. At this moment, an elder appeared, stopping Feng Sheng. Patriarch, be careful. The demonic wind is no joke. If you get caught in the Black Wind Abyss, it'll be a disaster. Since Xinzin is trapped inside, he's undoubtedly dead, and we can consider that we've avenged our grudges. The old man Feng Sheng watched, still cursing. Qinzi, it's a pity I can't mince you myself. At this point, the space of the black wind had also disappeared. At this moment, someone appeared in front of the group, clapping. Well done, I'd give it a 95. Qin Chuan, now dressed in white, revealed himself, giving a friendly smile. If you said it louder, it would be worth full marks. Elder 34 seemed wary and asked, Who are you? What do you mean by that? Qin Chuan, emanating a powerful aura, calmly replied, This old man is named Qin Chuan. The one you were chasing was my son. As for what I mean, perhaps King Yama can explain it to you. As he said this, his expression changed drastically, becoming extremely furious. Feng Sheng, seeing this, angrily shouted, Kill the big ones first, then settle with the small fry later. Countless streams of spiritual energy surrounded him. Those streams of spiritual energy headed straight towards Qin Chuan, attacking him. He stood there calmly. Then, in the next second, he vanished from the spot. From within the hazy smoke and dust, his voice echoed, Why don't you shout my son's name a few more times? You're running out of chances, so seize them while you can. His entire body emitted a surge of power, shocking those around him. Nirvana golden body. How is this possible? Only a true peerless genius of the Thunderclap sect can cultivate the Nirvana golden body. He actually did it. Even so, Feng Shang remained arrogant and yelled, "Don't be afraid, Charge. It's just a smokescreen. He's already at his limit. Even my father doesn't have the Nirvana golden body." The elders gathered together, forming a formation. "Don't let him escape, family head. Just wait and enjoy the show."
Feng Shang then turned to look at the group, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "You're all dogs of the Feng family. It's time for me to be loyal to my master. Don't worry, I'll go find my father and avenge you."
Qin Chuan, observing this, couldn't help but sigh. Truly, like father, like son, both complete scumbags. Let's test my new technique on you guys. As he spoke, he unleashed the power that the system had just returned to him. His eyes blazed as he used 5 dragon roaming the void, the dragons coiling within his spiritual energy, attacking the old geezer. Having finished them off, he frowned and said, "Those who are high and mighty because of their strength will sooner or later be doomed because of it. Such is the world, such is human nature. Don't blame anyone for your fate, old LeMay. If I ever end up like this, I won't say a word." After he finished speaking, the figures behind him began to dissipate.
Cut to 2 days later, at a bustling tea house where voices buzzed. 2 days ago, the Feng family head, Feng Shang, led 4 Feng family elders to hunt down Qin Zi. Now they're all dead. That's 5 Nirvana realm experts. Who could have killed them?
You mean that young master of the Qin family who just arrived in our Minghao city? Qin Zi, a drunkard clutching a wine jar, excitedly said. Many people saw it during the chase. Moreover, before he died, Feng Shang angrily shouted Qin Zi's name. Even I could hear it from afar. Suddenly, a streak of light flew overhead.
The drunkard, watching the streak of light, continued, "If I'm not mistaken, the one who just flew by was Qin Chuan. He dares to come back. The Feng family patriarch, Feng Lan, is at the peak of the Nirvana realm."
Bai Chen, with apologetic gesture, "Brother Qin, it's my fault I couldn't protect Qin Zi."
Qin Chuan's expression remained calm, even offering a smile in response. "It's not your fault. On the contrary, it was Qin Zi who implicated you and caused you harm." Bai Chen worriedly said, "I don't know how Qin Zi is doing. I just hope nothing bad has happened to him." Qin Chuan reassured him, "Don't worry, that kid has a tough life. He won't die so easily. He's probably just afraid to come back and trouble you, Brother Bai. Send word that I've returned to Minghao City. Qin Zi will come back. I, Bai, will definitely do it." The two clasped hands in farewell.
Bai Chen watched his departing figure, feeling relieved, thinking, "It seems I was overthinking it. Brother Qin is much more profound than I imagined." At this moment, in the Qin residence's reception hall, Qin Chuan was teasing 2 kittens with a fish. Feng Lan's reaction is much slower than I anticipated. Has he really become that scared of death?
Then, he sighed in boredom. "Could it be that I showed too much strength earlier, making that old geezer afraid to act?"
This Bai Chen is quick to act, worth befriending. After a while, night fell. Qin Zi appeared behind a wall, saying, "Master, why don't you go in and check it out first?"
Ye Lingchang turned around, disdainfully saying, "You don't have any of the demeanor of the great Qin Chuan. As timid as a rabbit," he quickly explained. "I'm just being cautious. The opponent is in the Nirvana realm."
Suddenly, Qin Chuan appeared behind him, patting his shoulder and saying ominously, "Why are you sneaking around at the door?" Qin Zi, already easily frightened, was so scared that he burst into tears.
Qin Zi, caught, turned around and quickly explained, "Ahem, I only came back after hearing you returned, to check if it was true. If it was fake, I would have run away." Qin Chuan scolded, "You stupid little rascal. With your old man here, everything's fine." Qin Zi was incredibly moved. Quickly hugging Qin Chuan tightly, he said emotionally, "Dad, I thought I'd never see you again." Qin Chuan gently patted Qin Zi's head, comforting him. "No way. You're naturally born with immense fortune, always able to turn any danger into safety."
Then he looked up at the sky, adding, "And if it really came down to it, you've still got your dad. Even if I have to smash the underworld to pieces, I'd bring you back." Seeing Qin Chuan's tender expression, Ye Lingchang couldn't help but be moved to tears, biting her handkerchief as she exclaimed,
"Lord Qin Chuan is so gentle, so touching."
The 2 little kitties were overjoyed to see him appear, pouncing on him right away. Qin Zin also happily hugged the kitties. Qin Chuan suddenly asked, "Oh, I just noticed, Zinker, have you already broken through to the Pure Yang realm?" He quickly replied, "Yes. When I was in the Black Wind Abyss, I had a small, fortuitous encounter. I was going to tell you right away, but I was worried you'd scold me for being cocky."
Qin Chuan patted his shoulder, praising, "Excellent." Qin Zi was incredibly surprised to be praised by his dad, blurting out, "WH what?" Qin Chuan praised him once more.
"Your dad isn't some demon, you know. You did really well this time. Only then did Qinzi happily reply, "Dad, I'll definitely cultivate even harder, and I'll definitely catch up to you soon. No, I'll surpass you soon." Chai Ying felt helpless hearing this, replying, "You don't need to." But before she could finish her sentence, Qin Chuan sensed something, panicking internally. They're here already. Took them long enough. And they're interrupting this nice father-son moment. Damn it! Up in the sky, a cloud of smoke appeared, and within it, the bow of a ship emerged. A moment later, the smoke dispersed, clearly revealing it was a flying ship. The ship's body was engraved with the character Feng, clearly showing it was the Feng family's flying ship. Qinzi looked up in surprise, asking, "Dad, what's that?" Then, Qinzi became extremely alarmed. Feng. Could it be the Feng family again? The system then announced. A Feng family expert, at Nirvana Realm Stage 9, has generated killing intent towards your son. As the host's strength is sufficient to counter, the system compensates with a top-tier Supreme Saint Spirit treasure. The Hell-Suppressing Cauldron. Qin Chuan calmly looked at the item before him, thinking happily. A Supreme Saint Spirit treasure. A treasure even higher grade than heaven-reaching realm artifacts. Good thing this is just a spirit treasure illusion within my dantian so others can't see it, otherwise who knows how many people would be eyeing it covetously. At this moment, a man stepped out to the side of the flying ship. He had a rather angry expression, looking down. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan was still thinking, did I maybe wrap him in some kind of super durable alchemy cauldron, or give him a too high-grade drinking cup? Qin Chuan rubbed his chin, thinking, good thing this is just a spirit treasure illusion within my dantian so others can't see it, otherwise who knows how many people would be eyeing it covetously. Then that loud shout rang out, "Qin family, father and son, come forth and face your deaths." The old man Feng Lan roared, "Don't think playing deaf will get you off the hook. Today all of you must die." Qin Chuan, however, pointed up, making a joke. "Oh my son, quick, look at that big flying ship, there's an old monkey up there." Hearing this, Qinzi already knew his father's personality. Feng Lan then flew down, accompanied by colorful swirling vortexes around him. He loudly questioned, "Are you Qin Chuan?" Qin Chuan put his arm around his son's shoulder and whispered, yet loud enough for everyone to hear, "Son, come here, come quick. Look, that old monkey can even talk." Qinzi, meanwhile, was still utterly confused. The old man was utterly furious, controlling two vortexes to attack downwards. Clueless Jr., you don't know the gap. In the Nirvana realm, Stage 8, a single sneeze can kill 10 people. Qin Chuan's eyes now sharpened as he retorted, "Then I'm afraid right now." His massive dragon opened its mouth and swallowed the two vortexes whole. "You'll have to sneeze a bit harder." Meanwhile, the two kitties were still grinding their teeth in anger. Old Feng Lan was utterly horrified seeing this. This Qin Chuan indeed has some strength. No wonder he dared to disrespect me. Then, still furious, he roared, "Your son Qinzi used schemes to kill my Feng family's patriarch and 4 elders. Do you know about such a heinous crime?" Qin Chuan then sat down and stroked his 2 trembling kitties, nonchalantly replying, "I know." The old man clapped twice and roared, "As a father, how can you have such an attitude? If a son isn't taught, it's the father's fault. No wonder your son is so utterly unfilial." Immediately, other figures appeared. Qin Chuan picked his nose, looking up as if watching a farce, as Feng Lan continued speaking. "Even so, seeing that you are also a Nirvana realm cultivator, fellow Taoist, today, if you personally kill that little rascal in front of everyone, this old man will spare your dog's life." Qin Chuan didn't really listen, immediately sneering, "Haha, the Feng family sure is putting on a grand show. Feng family, you really have no shame." At this moment, he wiped away the tears to get a better look, only to find countless rubberneckers watching the situation unfold. Then, he broke into a wide grin and boomed, sending 5 Nirvana realm experts to hunt down a youth whose cultivation hasn't even reached the pure Yang realm. Isn't that just bullying the weak with the strong? 5 Nirvana realm experts couldn't kill a nobody, and instead got killed by said nobody. The Feng family must feel so honored that they came all the way here to demand justice. As he spoke, he unleashed his aura once more. Wherever his power reached, he roared, "My son was humiliated like that. You should be grateful I didn't come looking for you, and you dare come to my doorstep." Then, he got up close to Feng Lan's face and sneered, "I'm curious. Who gave you the guts? Is your master perhaps called Liang Jingru?" Feeling utterly humiliated, Feng Lan went berserk, creating vortexes. "HMPH, you insignificant whelp, dare to get so close to me. Die." The 2 tiny vortexes hurtled towards Qin Chuan. He stood there calmly, waiting. But suddenly, the 2 vortexes were stopped by a circle of spirit energy. He exclaimed in shock, What? Nirvana, golden body. This is impossible.
Frog at the bottom of the well. Qin Chuan immediately retaliated, knocking him away.
As a result, Feng Lan crashed into the airship hovering in the sky. Everything stopped. The old man couldn't believe it. He had cultivated the Nirvana golden body at such a young age. If he doesn't die today, the Feng family is doomed. Then, he pointed at him once more and ordered his subordinates, charge. A subordinate flew over to remind the family head. Below is Minghao City. Crashing straight down will kill many people and offend the Bai family.
Having completely lost his mind, the old man gritted his teeth and said, I'm in charge here now, charge.
The airship began to lose control.
It fell downwards, causing the people below to panic and scatter. What's going on? Why is this ship falling? Run! The Feng family is crazy. We can't escape, City Lord, save us.
Qin Chuan looked down and reminded his son, Zinkir, go inside and take cover. His eyes suddenly turned steely. Are you going to hurt innocent people for such a trivial matter? Then, he manifested the golden body avatar, a giant that looked exactly like him, propping up the airship to prevent it from falling and harming the innocent civilians. He tried his best, roaring, let me see the strength you're so proud of. Then, crack!
The giant airship was snapped in half by his golden body avatar. Still arrogant, Feng Lan gathered spirit energy in his hand and charged forward. You audacious brat! Receive the Feng family's wrath.
Then, his scorching golden body avatar appeared. A huge, ferocious lion that looked rather ugly. Without a hint of fear, Qin Chuan threw a punch and shouted, What's with all the nonsense? Let your strength do the talking. You're not even as good as a warm-up.
Feng Lan finally summoned a dark red weapon, grinding his teeth.
That weapon is the Annihilation Dragon Spear? He pointed the spear at Qin Chuan. A little puzzled, Qin Chuan tilted his head, then reached out and grabbed the tiny spear. His golden body avatar stood there majestically, picking up the spear with ease. Then, he gave an amused smile. Not bad this time, but in his heart he breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, I almost revealed it. As expected of a powerful family, its power cannot be underestimated. Qin Zi watched from below, full of admiration. When will I be able to reach such heights as my father?
Ye Ling Cheng replied from the side. The Nirvana realm isn't too far from you. You are the son of a great man after all. But you won't be able to catch up to your father. He's become frighteningly strong.
I thought he wasn't even at the pure Yang realm. Qin Chuan is like a black hole, bottomless. I can't see the limit of his strength. Back then, the image of Qin Chuan in her eyes was a loafer. Now smug, Feng Lan reached out. Ha ha. Seeking your own death, don't think that talent is everything. Future generations are incompetent. More strength is suddenly gone. The spear in his hand showed signs of something not right.
Qin Chuan quickly threw the spear back, shouting, Here's your garbage back, the Dharma body is withdrawn.
He continued. Didn't expect it, did you? I'm not only big but also very strong. And very long.
Qin Chuan had returned to his normal form and began to use his ultimate move, shouting, Qin Chuan hereby declares, the Feng family is finished.
With that, he reached out his hand, and the dragons roared. On the opposite side, he had created a massive explosion.
Qin Zi also had a tough time, raising his hand to resist the oppressive force.
At this point, old man Feng Lan was flattened on the ground. Inside a newly created deep pit, Xu Feng landed near him. Now that he couldn't move anymore, he began to ramble. I spent decades building a powerful clan from scratch. In the end, it was just a long dream. Tell me, what went wrong?
Xu Feng replied. Maybe it's because people's hearts change. The moon, the dragon slayer, will eventually become a dragon. After he becomes a dragon, he will sooner or later be killed by a new dragon slayer. Feng Lan sighed at this point.
Haha, does the dragon slayer eventually become an evil dragon? Back then, I was a righteous youth, eager to move forward, hating evil like an enemy. If I hadn't ignored reason, sought out the real culprit, instead of just insisting on killing Shinzin to vent my anger, maybe everything would have been different. At this time, the fire went out, and Feng Lan also closed his eyes, waiting for death. Suddenly, Xu Feng said, Sorry, but since Feng Xiao to my son, the seed of cause and effect has been sown. Feng Xiao and Feng Shang were both killed by me.
Feng Lan, who was gradually disappearing into the air, realized in astonishment.
In the end, the knife was still handed to you by my own hand. Is this karma? Oh well. Xu Feng was momentarily silent, then promised, I promise you, as long as the Feng clan doesn't seek their own death, I will try my best to protect them from being bullied.
Cut to the city lord's mansion. Bai Zhen was holding his head in admiration. I knew Qinbro was strong, but I didn't expect Qinbro to be this strong. Then he raised his head and said to his subordinate, Go back to the Bai family and report the truth about Qinbro's events today. Tell the family head to prepare some gifts for me to bring to him." The subordinate replied, "Yes." When the man left, he began to calculate in his heart. Today's commotion is too big. The fact that Chin Bro has the Nirvana golden body has stirred up huge waves in the Bai family. I must hold on to this Ming Yu. Cut to outside the Chin mansion. Whispers were constantly heard.
"Hey you guys gather here." Chin Zi climbed onto a ladder and looked outside, sighing. Didn't they know that father and son were in the Nirvana realm long ago? This time they came to give gifts just because dad killed Feng Lan. Below, there were countless people carrying countless gifts. Ye Lingshuang quickly replied, "Of course not. Actually, it's mainly because of Qin Chuan's Nirvana golden body." Then she began to explain, "The Nirvana golden body can nurture the divine soul, and the divine soul is a sign of a Tongtian realm powerhouse. That is, when a person cultivates the Nirvana golden body, as long as he doesn't die, he can break through the Tongtian realm sooner or later. Although the Tongtian realm is not the strongest outside the dynasty, the Tongtian realm is still extremely rare throughout the Nanyang dynasty. That is a character who can shake the entire dynasty with just a stomp."
Suddenly Qin Chuan appeared and called Qin Zi, "Zinger, open the door. Prepare to receive guests."
"Just do it like last time. This is also a challenge for you, a training."
Qin Zi climbed down, hugged the ladder and burst into tears, blurting out, "Dad, why don't you do it? I feel like I'm only destined to be a martial artist in this life. Socializing with others is too hard." Qin Chuan was very surprised, Then he frowned and thought,
"Of course I know it's difficult, but if I don't use my son as a shield at this time, what's the use of having a son?" After thinking about it, he turned away and said casually, "Look at your pathetic appearance. Outside, there are only more than 30 Nirvana-level families. The leading forces like the Feng family only have 5 or 6 families. Dad believes you can do it."
Qin Zi felt very wronged by his father, raised his hand and called out, "Ugh," his whole body trembling.
Tears and snot running down his face, looking extremely pitiful. "Dad, don't you love me anymore?" Then, he turned to look at Ye Lingshuang, calling out with a puppy-like expression, "Master?" Ye Lingshuang didn't soften at this time, but ruthlessly replied, "Little brat, I've already taught you what you should have learned last time. This time you should practice on your own." After a while he had no choice but to open the door helplessly. The door was pulled open, making a creaking sound. Suddenly, a familiar person appeared, clasping his hands in salute. "Ahem. This old man Pang Ji has come to pay a visit." Pang Ji appeared, showing a happy smile, along with several people behind him. He was very puzzled in his heart. What is he here for? Suddenly, Qin Chuan's voice came from inside. "Zinger, bring the people in." He obediently replied, "Yes, Dad." After leading the people in, he said, "Dad." Qin Chuan said, "Zinger, you go outside and greet the others." After a while, Qin Zi collapsed to the ground, crying with a pale face. "Woo-woo." Master Ye Lingshuang comforted, Okay, I'll help you, hee." Inside the reception area,
Qin Chuan tapped the table a few times and then asked, "What's wrong? Your cultivation has recovered. You want to come for revenge?" Causing Peng Ji to startle. Then he hurriedly clasped his hands in panic and explained, I wouldn't dare. I came to apologize. I didn't know the extent of your power before, so I offended you. I hope you don't take it to heart. Luckily, you showed mercy in the beginning, so this old man had a chance to recover his cultivation. To show my sincerity, please accept this small gift." As he spoke, he presented a wooden box. Qin Chuan was momentarily silent. Then he took the box and opened it. Inside was a glowing golden ball. Qin Chuan closed the box and uttered 2 words, Tongtian, spiritual treasure. He really put in the effort. Pang Ji played a move, exclaiming admiringly, "You really have an eye for things. This is the Azure Sea Pearl. Once energy is poured into it, the speed will be extremely fast, with great power and unshakable." Qin Chuan was a little satisfied at this time and said, "Seeing that you are also sincere, the grudges between us are considered to be over here. But I still have a question to ask you." Pang Ji quickly clasped his hands and happily replied, "Just ask, I will definitely say everything I know." In his heart, he hugged his chest in regret. Although it's a bit of a waste of treasure, luckily Qin Chuan is considered easy to talk to. Consider it money spent to avoid disaster. Suddenly, Qin Chuan used his spiritual power to push the person. He sat down on a chair next to him and said, "Sit down first. If you encounter young people like Qin Zi in the future, will you still use your power to bully people?" He panicked, thinking, "This strength is several times stronger than when I was crippled. Luckily, I didn't blindly confront him back then." Then he quickly replied, "If there is a benefit, I probably still will do so."
He was a little displeased when he heard this, and glanced over.
Pang Ji was frightened, and quickly knelt on the ground in front of him, then began to explain, "You are a powerhouse, it's natural for me to bow to you. But towards the weak, I don't need to bow. For example, if I see someone without strength possessing a treasure, if I don't snatch it, others will. If he's going to be robbed sooner or later anyway, why should I hesitate, acting like you missed out on some great opportunity?" At this moment, Qin Chuan used his spiritual power to lift Biuta up, then reassured him, "Don't panic, I just want to ask you one question. No matter how you answer, I won't do anything to you. As for your answer just now, you see things very clearly. Faced with benefits, no one can remain unmoved. If one can't be fair and impartial, then rather than becoming a hypocritical gentleman who secretly bullies others, it's better to be a straightforward villain." Pang Ji was overjoyed upon hearing this and cupped his hands, saying, "You are the insightful one, sir. I was only thinking of my own benefit, but unexpectedly, I unintentionally agreed with your intention." Qin Chuan quickly waved his hand, reminding him, "Agreeing is agreeing, but don't count on any future friendship. We'll keep to our own sides of the river. If one day you lose to a young person, I won't help you, and I might even applaud them for doing well. If there's nothing else, you can leave now." At this moment, the box from before was still placed on the table. As Pang Ji exited the room, preparing to leave, he saw someone entering. Pang Ji hurriedly cupped his hands. "Ahem, young master. You've worked hard, farewell." Qin Zi directly brushed past him, ignoring him, but didn't forget to remind, "Take care of yourself. Don't let me find out you're doing bad things again, or I won't spare you." He glanced after him with a displeased expression, thinking, HMPH? Young people are still too naive, huh? Why don't I have a good father? Qin Chuan, seeing him enter, spoke up. "My son, have you finished the task?" He replied happily. "Yes, father. We've really struck it rich this time. Those people were extremely generous. The amount I received today alone is equal to the accumulation of a normal Nirvana stage clan." Hearing this, Qin Chuan flicked his forehead, instructing, "Look at you. Keep any spiritual herbs and pills you get for yourself." Qin Zi rubbed his sore forehead, replying happily, Hey, with so many pills, using them all should be enough for me to advance to the late Pure Yang realm." Ya Ling Chang is also appearing, scolding affectionately, "Look at your country bumpkin appearance. You're really embarrassing your father. The treasures of Lord Qin Chuan are countless. Why bother with such things?" In fact, I even suspect that Lord Qin Chuan has a treasure trove sealed within his body, which can now be gradually released. But at this moment, Qin Chuan went to stand by the door, sighing deeply, regretting in his heart, "It's a pity this body's talent is too low. Using pills is useless. If I want to increase my strength, tricking my son is still faster." Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling him. "There's a demon beast." Qin Zi happily ran over to him. Qin Chuan looked up at the sky, saying, "Is the weight of the Gia level finally here?" At this moment, a demon beast resembling a large chicken was soaring in the sky. At this moment, a middle-aged man appeared, greeting. Jia Shanha, the Grand Elder of the Seven Martial Sect, brings disciples of the Seven Martial Sect to pay respects to Lord Qin Chuan. Those outside couldn't help but exclaim, "The Seven Martial Sect, one of the 6 great sects of the dynasty, with a legacy of over 3,000 years, is this a true big shot?" The Seven Martial Sect has also come to recruit Lord Qin Chuan. Why haven't the royal family and the other 5 great sects made any moves? Another person chimed in, Hey, if I didn't tell you this, you wouldn't know it your whole lives. My third cousin's neighbor told me that there's an agreement between the royal family and the 6 great sects, you know." At this moment, the people of the Seven Martial Sect jumped down from the demon beast. Anyone young belonging to the royal family, for example, the descendants of the 4 great royal mansions, the 5 directional grand masters, the 3 dukes and 9 ministers, and the 36 city lords, cannot join the 6 great sects, and there is also a division of power between the 6 great sects, and they cannot cross this boundary no matter what they do. This place is within the sphere of influence of the Seven Martial Sect, so naturally, other forces cannot interfere. At this moment, Qin Chuan and his son warmly went out to greet Elder Jia Shanha. Jia Shanha cupped his hands politely, saying, "This old man is Jia Shanha, the Grand Elder of the Seven Martial Sect. I have taken the liberty of disturbing you. I hope Brother Qin Chuan won't mind." Qin Chuan then gestured towards the house, replying, "What are you saying, Elder? An invitation is an invitation. Please come in." After entering, he called out, "Boy, serve tea." Qin Zi quickly responded from inside, "Yes, is the tea the one from before? The Giju Zi?" Qin Zi asked Jia Shanha, looking at him. The two of them were now sitting at the tea table. He couldn't help but sigh. To break through to the pure yang realm at such a young age. Truly the younger generation is to be feared, Qin Chuan humbly replied. It's all due to luck.
Jia Shanha's gaze suddenly sharpened. I won't be polite and say much. Actually, the purpose of my visit this time is to invite Brother Qin to join the Seven Martials sect. What do you think? Qin Chuan was a little surprised, and then asked, What benefits would joining the Seven Martials sect bring me?
Jia Shanha, at this moment, pulled something out from inside his clothes, excitedly saying, Haha, good. Brother Qin doesn't beat around the bush. Speaking directly of benefits. Being so straightforward, of course, I must also be honest.
Check this out. As he spoke, he placed something on the table. Qin Chuan glanced over. Jia Shanhe continued. Let's get started. He raised both hands, speaking proudly. Our Seven Martial sect has countless cultivation experiences and insights left by our predecessors, which can save you a lot of effort. Otherwise, even if you reach the Tongtian realm, you'll have to wait until you're basically dead.
The Nirvana Golden Body is your foundation, Qin bro, right?
But you probably know, the later stages of cultivation become increasingly difficult, and each step is a world of pain. He flashed a sinister smile and glanced over.
Surely no one can resist the dawn of hope. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan remained silent.
He glanced over and thought, have I been pretending to be deep in thought for too long? Oh well, let's zone out a bit longer.
This kid's strength is increasing so fast, and no one in Minghao City dares to mess with him. If he doesn't switch to a higher level map, his ability to cause trouble won't be fully unleashed. But even when buying veggies, you gotta haggle. Even though I don't lack the spare change, I gotta have principles. At this moment, Jia Shanhe was still looking at him with a triumphant expression.
Then he tapped his fingers on the table and asked, If I join you guys, what kind of position can you offer me?
Jia Shanhe immediately pulled out an elder token and replied, The third elder of our Seven Martial sect. The old wound at the sect has kept him in seclusion for half a year, and the position of third elder has been vacant. If you join, you can immediately take up this position.
Qin Chuan closed his eyes and calmly replied, I don't need this, Jia Shanhe hurriedly explained. Little bro, you misunderstand. This isn't just an empty title, but a third elder with real power.
Qin Chuan continued to shake his head. No need. Seriously. What I mean is, compared to the real power of an elder, I'd rather be a freeloader elder. Worrying, infighting, and resolving affairs will all affect my cultivation. Hearing this, Jia Shanhe was full of admiration, clasping his hands and saying, I'm impressed, truly impressed. Not swayed by external things. Compared to you, Qin bro, I'm just wasting my time cultivating.
Qin Chuan then spoke up. Don't rush. I only said I don't want to be an elder with real power, but that doesn't mean I don't have other conditions. He quickly replied, Qin bro, just say it, don't be shy. I'd feel pressured if you became a real power elder. If you don't need it, then what other conditions do you have? Just say it.
Qin Chuan suddenly leaned close to his face and stared at him, causing Jia Shanhe to panic slightly.
Then he said, Let my son, Qin Zi, become an honorary disciple, enjoying all the benefits that honorary disciples receive. Jia Shanhe pretended to be troubled and replied, This isn't in line with reason, but who can blame you for loving your son? It's only natural to ask for that. I'll agree to this on behalf of the sect master. But in his heart, he wore a sinister smile, thinking, This is a bit of a score? And he didn't take any actual power or resources. Shinzi also has excellent talent. This is a steal. After the discussion, the two clasped hands and saluted each other. Jia Shanhe didn't forget to remind him, Elder Qin, I'll take my leave first. In 3 days, the sect will hold a grand ceremony for your investiture. Many people will come to the ceremony. I hope you'll be on time. A moment later, Shinzi appeared and asked loudly, Father, you joined the Seven Martial sect. I haven't even offered you tea yet.
They left so quickly. Qin Chuan approached him, picked up a cup of tea and said, Kid, we'll be staying in the Seven Martial sect from now on. He asked his father in confusion, Why do you want to join the Seven Martial sect? We don't lack resources nor cultivation manuals, and we don't need a backer. Why join the Seven Martial sect? Qin Chuan then patted his son's head and explained, People strive for higher places, and water flows downwards. I also have to let you see the world. Although you can't see much of the vast world in this small Juyang kingdom, relatively speaking, the Seven Martial sect is still a bit higher than Minghao City. As he spoke, he turned and took a sip of tea.
Qin Zi understood and blushed, thinking, So father is doing this for me. After a while, on the road to the Seven Martial sect, many people were climbing the road together to participate.
The new elder is really low-key. He's been here for a day and hasn't shown his face yet.
It's a good thing he hasn't shown his face. If he's a cruel person, we won't be able to live in peace. Several people walked and talked to each other. At this moment, in Qinchuan's bedroom, he was holding a piece of paper in his hand and reading. Southern Flower Sword Sect, Northern Snow Sword Sect, Wind Thunder Valley, Eastern Prince Manor, Western Prince Manor, Imperial Capital Sioux Family.
After reading it, he rolled up the paper and said with satisfaction, "As expected, they are all great clans and great sects. I've never met them before. It seems like they also give face to the Seven Martial Sect, so it will be easier for Qinzi to cause trouble."
At this moment, Qinzi appeared like a zombie, without any strength, trembling, and said, "Father, can you two come out? So many people are visiting, I'm so dizzy from dealing with them."
Qinchuan then replied,
"Kid, have you forgotten? This is a test for you." Often, social interaction and relationships are more important than cultivation. In his heart, he sinisterly thought, "If I don't push you out, how will you cause trouble, my good son?" But he pretended to be upright and solemnly instructed, "But if you meet someone who is blind, don't be afraid, just do what you want. If something happens, your father will back you up." Qinzi looked up listlessly and replied, "Father, I know everything." He held 2 kittens in his arms and said, "I want to ask someone to take care of Dao Hu and Zhao Hu. They've been sleeping soundly since we came to the Seven Martial Sect. Will they be okay?"
Qinchuan outwardly replied, "They have their own destiny, specifically, probably their master, to go ask him."
But in his heart, he was helpless. "Ugh, I'm not a doctor. How would I know? I can only pass the buck." A moment later, a subordinate came in to report, "Elder Qin, the distinguished guests outside have almost all arrived. The sect master invites you to the front hall to meet them." At this moment, the corners of Qinchuan's mouth involuntarily raised. With great confidence, he walked and said, "Zim. Let's go, follow me, and see which idiots and people from the big sects have come." A while later, Qinchuan sat propping his chin, lamenting in boredom. "This isn't right. This trip was a waste of effort."
Qinzi then walked in carrying a bowl of food and called out, "Dad, have some soup. There are many spiritual herbs on this mountain. This soup is what Master taught me to make for you to replenish your energy." Ye Lingchang gave a thumbs up from the side. Good disciple, so eloquent. But Qinchuan paid no attention, angrily pouring the bowl of soup into his mouth, thinking furiously, "Damn it, so annoying. Are all these sects full of cowards? Such a big ceremony, and not a single guy who can cause trouble for that kid?" This display made Qinzi extremely panicked, and after finishing his food, he looked up and asked, "Kid, did anyone cause trouble or act presumptuously with you at today's ceremony?" Qinzi scratched his head and replied, "From the sect master to the elders and stewards of the Seven Martial Sect, everyone was very polite to me. The distinguished guests were also very courteous." Qinchuan felt extremely dissatisfied and said,
"Such a generous host, and such polite guests. This start is all wrong.
Normally, these guys should be causing some obstacles." Qinzi stood beside him, confused. What are you saying, Dad?"
"Let me get something for you, Dad." Qinzi was about to run off when he quickly reminded him, "No need, kid. You should rest early. Now that you're at the Seven Martial Sect, you need to get familiar quickly and participate in disciple training soon." In his heart, he thought, "You have plenty of secret backers. The only way for this kid is to quickly integrate and cause trouble quickly." Qinzi turned back again, scratching his head, and asked, "Can you tell me about you and Mom?" Qinchuan was extremely surprised when he heard him ask that. "About your mom?" he replied. "Yes, I think it would be very interesting, and I want to understand more about you and Mom."
Qinchuan sat back down in his chair, coldly replying, "Aha, that. There's nothing to talk about." In his heart, he began to calculate, "Let me think about how to make up a story or gloss over this part."
Suddenly, he exclaimed, his face full of joy. Got it. A powerful energy emanated from his entire body, as if he was angry. A man who can't even protect his own woman. How interesting. How interesting is that? Then, he leaped up and flew away. Qinzi was extremely panicked by this, then seemed to realize something, and was heartbroken. Running after him. "Dad, this is my fault, Dad," I thought. A moment later, after chasing outside, he saw Qinchuan standing silently in the wind. His body was slightly trembling. Qinzi thought to himself, "Dad, could it be that Dad is crying?" Ye Lingchang also approached and said, "He must really love your mother." This indomitable man who fears nothing is also touched by an untouchable pain. After hearing this, he sat down, covered his face, and blamed himself. "Master, I didn't mean to. I really didn't mean to. I didn't know that mentioning Mom would cause Dad so much pain." Ye Lingchang hurriedly comforted him. "It's not your fault. As a child, wanting to know about your mother is natural. It's just that." But Qinzi's entire body was still trembling. Ye Lingchang continued, "The higher a person's cultivation, the harder it is to be moved by emotions. But once they are moved, it will be extremely profound, even more important than their own life.
Over the years, your dad must have been suffering in his heart. Although he looks no different from everyone else on the outside, his heart is more painful than anyone else's.
While the other two were imagining a tragic story, Qin Chuan on the other side was secretly laughing. Heh damn, I'm too smart. Instead of racking my brains to make up a bunch of lies, it's better to say nothing and let the kid figure it out himself. He was standing there pondering when suddenly an explosion came from behind. Qin Zi punched the stone statue next to him as if to vent his feelings. Ah, master, what can I do to make dad not be sad anymore?
Ye Ling Cheng replied sadly.
Alas, the only way is to save your mother and reunite your parents. But if even your dad can't do it, it's almost impossible for you to do it. Qin Zi then clenched his fists, his face full of determination. I am a divine body, and I will definitely inherit the strongest talents of my parents. I will definitely be able to save Mom.
Ye Ling Cheng was also very supportive and encouraging after hearing this. Actually, Xinjie, I can help, kid. I will definitely use all my strength to teach you.
However, her eyes became serious. Let's see, I have to use that method, but cultivating that method will be very painful. I don't know if the kid can endure it. On this side, Qin Chuan sneezed from standing in the wind for too long. He rubbed his nose and thought, damn, a dignified Nirvana realm expert should be immune to colds and stuff. Has that kid left yet? When can I go back? Alright, cut to half a month later. By now, cherry blossoms were falling in droves, super dreamy.
Qin Chuan was lying on the roof, watching the falling petals, and sighed. I came here to retire, didn't I? Every day is the same, so boring. Then, he suddenly sat up and thought, with my son's personality, causing trouble is only a matter of time. The fact that nothing's happened yet is probably because of my status as an elder. Should I try pretending to have my Dantian crippled again? But I'm afraid that'll just attract a bunch of scrubs, wasting my Oscar-worthy acting skills.
Then, he started pondering again. But actively looking for trouble isn't good either. According to Xiaozi's personality, he'll only resolutely resist to the end if he's on the side he believes is righteous. This is too hard. Right now, he's feeling a bit troubled.
Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Elder Qin, something's wrong. Xin Zi's caused trouble. Hearing this, Zhu Feng's heart immediately lifted. Here it comes, I knew it, my good son won't let me down.
Qin Zi was currently standing in the middle of a crowd of onlookers. Facing him was a young man, while a couple was sitting on the ground.
Qin Zi angrily yelled at the guy opposite him, Wu Zhao. As the grandson of Elder Wu, you're using your power to bully the weak and arbitrarily humiliating disciples in the sect. Isn't that a bit much? The couple sitting on the ground were siblings. The older brother was Shui Qinghan, and the younger sister was Shui Qingrao. They'd probably been beaten black and blue by that Wu Zhi.
Wu Zhu scornfully said, HMPH, who do you think you are, some righteous messenger? You only became a personal disciple because you have a father who's an honorary elder without real power, and you think you're a big shot.
The lackeys following him also laughed in agreement. Shui Qingrao approached and grabbed his shoulder, saying, Qin Xiong, thank you, but I was just careless and dirtied young Master Wu Shu's clothes.
It's nothing. But Qin Zi had already noticed the tiny stain on his shoulder. He immediately shouted, and you were going to take their lives for that? Wu Shu got angry and threw a punch. How can their dog lives compare to my clothes? Get out of my way. Don't push your luck.
Qin Zi quickly raised a hand to block his punch and clearly said, if that's the case, you've dirtied my clothes and even dirtied my hand, I have to punish you too, no problem, right?
After saying that, he gave him a powerful kick. Wu Shu was sent sliding across the ground by the kick, vomiting blood. Qin Zi was also surprised by his own strength. My master only had me train hard for half a month, and my strength has increased so much. Did I go a bit too hard?
Wu Shu kept coughing up blood and screaming miserably. Help! My Dantian, Atea!
An old man appeared above, anxiously calling out, Shu Por. The person who arrived was Elder Wu. He reached out with trembling hands and called out, Dada. Elder Wu put a pill into Wu Shu's mouth, urging, quickly take this third-grade bone-regenerating pill. Qin Zi wondered in surprise. He got here so fast. Has he been watching all along?
After finishing up, Elder Wu shouted, you guys, quickly help Zhuire to a place to rest. The two quickly approached and helped him away, OS. A little too heavy-handed.
Elder Wu OS. At this moment, Elder Wu glared at him angrily. Boy, how do you explain this?
Qin Zi quickly clasped his hands in response. I really didn't do it on purpose. Moreover, Wu Zhu almost killed his fellow disciples earlier.
Absurd, he shouted, and released his aura.
Destroying someone's Dantian and crippling their future is saying sorry enough. A life for a life, cripple him for me. Then, he reached out his hand to deal with him. Suddenly, another hand grabbed his hand, stopping him. Zhu Feng appeared, and coldly said, as an elder, Attacking a disciple in the sect isn't very appropriate.
Elder Wu shouted, "Let go!" Then he withdrew his hand. "Take a look for yourself. If the one who was crippled was your son, wouldn't you seek revenge?" Zhu Feng didn't respond but just brushed past him. "Excuse me, please move aside," he asked in confusion. "What do you want to do?"
Zhu Feng placed his hand on Wu Shu's shoulder and then replied to Elder Wu. "You have a point. Anyone in this situation wouldn't be able to accept it.
But I see that Wu Shu's injuries aren't irreparable. There's no need to fight to the death. Give me 3 days, and your grandson will definitely stand in front of you, as perfect as he was before."
Elder Wu's expression darkened as he replied,
"It's a deal. If you can heal my grandson, I'll not only let this matter go, but also owe you a favor. But if this is just a delaying tactic, then it's a fight to the death between you and me." Afterward, everyone gradually dispersed.
Qin Chuan immediately waved his hands, silencing the surrounding chatter.
"All right, everyone, disperse." Qin Zi then timidly spoke up. "Dad, I'm sorry I've caused you trouble again."
Qin Chuan approached and patted his head to reassure him. "It's okay, I've already heard about it. You did nothing wrong. If you hadn't acted, I would have punished you." Thinking to himself, "Good son, thanks to you, your dad has gained another divine power. Keep causing trouble."
At this moment, Shui Qingrao and her brother approached, gratefully saying, "Elder Qin, senior brother Qin Zi, this matter is because of us siblings. We've caused trouble for you both."
Qin Chuan observed her for a while and then assessed, If this young woman didn't have that birthmark, she would be considered a great beauty. Wait a minute, isn't this another hero saves the beauty trope?
When a young woman is ugly and abandoned by everyone, the chosen one stands out and becomes the only light in her life.
Maybe later, the ugly girl will awaken some kind of bloodline or receive a great opportunity, instantly transforming into an unparalleled beauty, and then it's harem time. Thinking to himself, he licked his lips greedily, imagining having a daughter-in-law. But why is he licking his lips if he's just getting a daughter-in-law, bros?
Seeing him silent, Shui Qingrao became a little worried and self-consciously lowered her head, asking, "Elder Qin, are you scared?" Qin Chuan hurriedly replied, "No. Why would I be?" "That's right. What's your name?"
The girl, self-conscious about the birthmark on her eye, continued to lower her head as she replied,
"I'm Shui Qingrao. He's Shui Qinghan."
Qin Chuan immediately raised his hand and placed it on Shui Qinghan's shoulder as if transmitting spiritual energy, while encouraging, "Work hard at cultivating. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can come find Qin Zi." Feeling what he was doing, Shui Qinghan thought, "He's forcing out the impure qi." After finishing, Qin Chuan approached, patted his son's shoulder and winked, saying, "It's fate that you two met. In the future, if they have any difficulties, help them if you can." Qin Zi obediently replied, "Yes, sir. Well, I'll head out first."
"Dad, where are you going?" He was about to follow, but Qin Chuan quickly leaped and flew away, replying, "Gonna wipe your ass for you."
Hearing this, Qin Zi blushed with embarrassment, his expression indescribable, stuttering, "Dad, can you keep it down a bit? Or just use voice transmission?" Shui Qingrao in the back heard everything and happily covered her mouth to giggle. Shui Qinghan and Shui Qingrao clasped their hands and bowed to Qin Zi. "Senior brother Qin Zi will head out first." Qin Zi also clasped his hands in return.
Watching the departing figures of the two, Qin Zi scratched his head and asked his master, "What did Dad mean by telling me to care about them earlier? As far as I know, he's definitely not the type to be nice to everyone."
Ya Lingcheng rested his chin and answered Qin Zi's question. "Your dad definitely sees further than we do." Clapping his hands, Ya Lingcheng widened his eyes and exclaimed, "I remember now." Recalling Shui Qingrao's delicate face, with a red birthmark on top of it, Ya Lingcheng said to his disciple, "I just remembered. The pattern on that young woman's face must be the 9 yin corpse physique." Thinking of Shui Qingrao's captivating beauty, her hair fluttering in the wind, her pink robes swaying behind the peach blossoms, Ya Lingcheng continued chatting with Qin Zi. Before it awakens, the yin corpse qi of the 9 yin corpse physique will flow chaotically, leading to disfigurement. But after it awakens, she will become extremely beautiful, and her cultivation talent will also be incredibly terrifying. Closing his eyes and stroking his chin, Ling Cheng exclaimed, "Trisk, trisk."
I didn't realize it before, but Great Master Qin Chuan saw through it with just one glance. This is the difference. Glancing at Ling Cheng, Qin Zi softly asked, "So what? How does this concern me? I also have a divine physique."
Slapping his forehead, Ya Ling Cheng chuckled helplessly. "You blockhead, haha."
The sky was clear. White clouds floated lazily across the blue sky. On Qin Chuan's back were shimmering orange-gold wings. As he flew, he thought, Pang Qi's Danshan was previously crippled by me, but it recovered just in time. I'll go ask him for help this time.
Remembering Peng Qi's appearance as he clasped his hands in greeting, Qin Chuan's eyes were somewhat cold. He thought to himself, this person is extremely concerned with benefits. Since I'm asking him for help this time, I'm afraid I'll have to take out some things in exchange.
Looking at the blue lotus flower emitting spiritual energy in his hand, Qin Chuan smiled slightly and thought, should I use the newly acquired technique to exchange? A heaven-grade technique like the Hellfire Lotus should be enough. The wings on his back were still glowing. Holding the lotus flower, his face full of attitude, Qin Chuan spoke.
It's been 3 times without giving me a strength boost.
Are you planning to just ignore it like that?
A blue system panel appeared with the words, your son did not provoke an enemy that you cannot defeat.
The system still provides compensation based on the opponent's strength.
Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from a crack in the ground.
Dust flew everywhere. Startling Qin Chuan, he shouted. What the heck is that?
Reddish-black smoke rose, gradually accumulating.
A gloomy shadow gradually became clear. A skull emerged from the darkness, its crimson eyes glowing brightly in the red smoke. A chilling laugh echoed, "He he he." Sealed for over 2,000 years, this old man has finally seen the sunlight again.
Sporting a sinister smile, Qin Chuan threw the blue lotus flower toward the skull and said, hearing that laugh, I know you're no good. Then I'll use you to test the power of the Hellfire Lotus. The skull angrily growled, who is it? A small fry whose cultivation hasn't even reached the heaven through realm dares to attack me.
Qin Chuan exclaimed in shock. Crap. A super-leveled boss.
Qin Chuan quickly turned around and flew away from the skull. He thought to himself,
to be able to withstand the Hellfire Red Lotus and still be so strong, it's gotta be at least a Jihi Sheng realm cultivator. Luckily, it's only just breaking the seal and is still dazed, otherwise I'd be a goner.
Smirking, Qin Chuan continued his train of thought.
My strength has been increasing too quickly, so I overestimated myself. I was too reckless just now. Consider this a wake-up call.
In the imperial capital, a strong fortress stood alongside a vast, brown-colored building. Standing before the massive city walls, Qin Chuan wondered, is this the imperial capital of the Nanyang dynasty?
The grand city was located at the center, surrounded by lush greenery, with a clear, turquoise river behind it. Sunlight shone everywhere, creating a serene and beautiful scene. Qin Chuan couldn't help but exclaim,
indeed, the scenery is beautiful. Unlike ordinary cities, the central area is the imperial city, while the vast area outside is where many powerful forces gather, inspiring fear in those who hear of them.
It's a real mixed bag. Even with his current strength, he would have to be extremely careful inside.
Glancing at the guards at the gate, Qin Chuan thought, if anyone dares to fly in the imperial capital, even if they're at the Tongtian realm, with so many gold armor guards, they could probably be knocked out of the sky.
Looking at the gate before him, Qin Chuan mused, Peng Qi's aura is right here. Looks like I've found the right place.
2 guards standing at the gate immediately stopped Qin Chuan.
The one in blue robes asked, who are you? The other, holding a sword, added, what do you want?
Qin Chuan immediately circulated his energy. From him, waves of red spiritual power burst forth like raging flames. His white hair stood on end, terrifying the 2 guards. One of them cried out in alarm, near Nirvana realm, quickly, report to Grandmaster Peng. Qin Chuan immediately stopped him.
No need, Qin Chuan shouted with all his might, the force of his voice creating large shock waves that carried the sound far and wide.
Grandmaster Peng Qi, Qin Chuan has come to pay a visit. From the rooftop not far from where Qin Chuan stood, a figure flashed by, accompanied by a voice. Ha ha, is that Grandmaster Qin Chuan? Peng Qi landed in front of Qin Chuan and asked with a smile, what brings you here, Grandmaster? This honor makes me a little scared. Without beating around the bush, Qin Chuan got straight to the point. I've come today mainly because I need a favor. Hearing this, Peng Qi immediately replied, just say the word, Grandmaster. If it's within my power, I won't refuse.
Qin Chuan smirked and requested, I want a rebirth pill, the kind you used last time to restore your Dantian. Don't worry, I won't take it for free.
Peng Qi hesitated. This, Grandmaster Qin, please come inside first and we'll talk. This isn't an easy matter.
In Peng Qi's living room, Qin Chuan crossed his arms and questioned the person in front of him. You're saying you don't have a rebirth pill either. Isn't it something you refine yourself?
Peng Qi quickly explained to Qin Chuan. Grandmaster Qin, you overestimate me. Although I am a 5th grade pill refiner, I don't have the recipe for the rebirth pill. That recipe is very precious. It's not even authorized to our Nanyang Dynasty Pill Refiners Association.
Hearing this, Qin Chuan softly asked, then where can I find a rebirth pill?
Stroking his chin, Peng Qi pondered as he answered, The headquarters of the Nine-Yang Dynasty Pill Refiner Association still has a few rebirth pills, but they can only be exchanged for pill refiner contribution points. Pang Qi covered his mouth and smiled awkwardly, then said to Qin Chuan, I won't lie, I used over half of my accumulated contribution points to exchange for the rebirth pill last time. I don't have enough points to exchange for a second one anymore. Otherwise, exchanging a rebirth pill for Grandmaster Qin wouldn't be a problem. Qin Chuan crossed his arms and asked, Pill refiner contribution points. How do you earn pill refiner contribution points? Pang Qi raised 3 fingers and listed them off. There are 3 ways. 1 is to refine pills and hand them over to the association, using them to pass the pill refiner assessment and receiving points based on the grade. A large, black pill. 2 is to make significant contributions to the pill refiner association, using those contributions to exchange for pill refiner points. A determination to contribute to the association. The 3rd is to register pill formulas. This is also the way to receive the most points. A piece of paper with red writing on it.
Qin Chuan smirked. Registering a pill formula is enough. How many contribution points can you get for registering a 5th grade pill formula?
Pang Qi clasped his hands behind his back and replied, I can't say for sure how much, but if someone uses it, you could probably exchange for a rebirth pill in a few months. Suddenly, Pang Qi's eyes widened in panic, and he hurriedly asked, Grandmaster Qin Chuan, asking like this, could it be? Qin Chuan immediately replied, yes, I happen to have a few pill formulas. Pang Qi hurriedly continued, Grandmaster knows how to refine pills. Qin Chuan calmly replied, I happened to come across a small tomb. I went in for a stroll and brought some stuff out. Hearing this, Pang Qi fell silent in thought.
Heavens! I've heard before that there was a guy with heaven-defying luck who found a 9th grade pill formula in a coffin while tomb raiding. He registered it and became the president of a pill refiner association in one step.
Touching his chin with a sly expression, Pang Qi thought to himself, looks like I should go find some tombs like that in my spare time to try my luck. Seeing Pang Qi's cunning expression, Qin Chuan wondered in his heart, what is he planning with that sinister look? Qin Chuan thought, and calculated in his head. The pill formulas Qin Zi's master gave me before, excluding those that are too powerful, I can probably take out 3 of them, that should be good enough. Pang Qi clasped his hands and said to Qin Chuan, I need to contact the president and inform all 5th grade and above pill refiners in the imperial capital to come and examine the pill formula. Qin Chuan immediately returned the greeting and said, no problem. At the Pill Refiners Association,
in the pill refining hall, a place built extremely sturdy and luxuriously, many people were gathering. A man in brown robes with circular patterns, his face etched with wrinkles, frantically raised 3 fingers and asked Qin Chuan urgently, where did you get these 3 grade 5 pill formulas? Qin Chuan circulated his energy. Golden orange spiritual energy enveloped him, and he retorted angrily, isn't this just an inspection? Are you going to investigate where the pill formulas come from too? The man in brown robes immediately said, indeed, I was being rude, but you should still suppress your aura. Even Nirvana realm cultivators in the imperial capital aren't necessarily your match. Whoosh! Qin Chuan tossed something at the man in brown and said,
hurry up and start the inspection. I'm waiting to exchange for a rebirth pill. The man immediately agreed. We'll start now. At the imperial palace, on the observation deck,
a man in golden robes, with exquisitely embroidered patterns, sat silently observing the capital below. Suddenly, a building in the capital emitted a 5-colored light, attracting the man's attention. He asked, HMPH, what are these alchemists doing again? The man in golden robes, embroidered with intricate dragon patterns, was the emperor of the Nine-Yang dynasty. The emperor's face, lined with crow's feet, was pensive as he watched the 5-colored spectacle before him. The subordinate beside him, hearing the question, reported to the emperor, reporting to your majesty, they are probably just inspecting new pill formulas. Hearing this, the emperor said with a hint of annoyance, the influence of these old fogies in the Nine-Yang dynasty is growing. It's truly unsettling. Pressing his hand to his forehead, the emperor pondered. The Alchemist Association, the Myriad Treasures Commerce, the Singing Rain Pavilion, Dark Sand, the First Generation Sect, none of these forces are useless. Looking at the 5-colored light in the distance, the emperor continued to think. Most importantly, our clan has established this nation for over 2,000 years, yet we still haven't found any clues about those treasures. I fear the main family is starting to get impatient. Sometime later, at the Alchemist Association, in the alchemy hall, the man in brown robes, his face pale and eyes darkened from excessive alchemy, held a wooden tray containing 3 pills of different colors, red, yellow, and blue. He announced, inspection passed. These 3 pill formulas are, respectively, Nirvana Breakthrough Pill, flourishing yang pill, and longevity pill, all with extremely powerful effects, and are top tier even among grade 5 pills. A young man in azure robes with moss green hair pointed towards the pills, his voice full of excitement. OMG, you know what? I participated in refining that flourishing yang pill yesterday.
It's definitely going to be even more sought after than Grandmaster Pang's breast enhancement pill. The girl in purple robes next to him put her hands on her hips and asked, Flourishing yang? Oh, don't tell me it makes short things long. That would be terrifying, and definitely as expensive as FCK. The young man in azure robes slightly pulled up his shirt to reveal his abs, then grinned mischievously and said to the woman in purple next to him, I already used it yesterday, and the effect was immediate. I'll show you tonight. The girl blushed, covering her mouth shyly. Ah, how embarrassing. The young man in purple next to them gagged and muttered. The other 2 pills are much more practical. More practical is better. The man in brown robes handed the slip of paper to Qin Chuan and said to him, Great alchemist Qin, this is truly a great contribution. Thanks to these 3 pill formulas, you might become the wealthiest person in the Alchemist Association in a few years. Perhaps even the wealthiest person in the entire dynasty. Qin Chuan reached out to receive the slip of paper and politely replied, Guildmaster, you flatter me. Watching Qin Chuan and the Guildmaster chatting happily, a person clenched their fist in anger. His expression darkened with displeasure. Peng Qi thought to himself, about 3 miles southeast of the imperial capital, there's a large tomb that looks extraordinary. I can definitely find good pill formulas there. I have to go try it out. Outside the 7 martial sect, on a mountain peak, amidst towering mountains, blue skies, and white clouds, a middle-aged man in gray robes gazed into the distance, surrounded by lush trees. He thought to himself, 3 days are almost up, but Qin Chuan hasn't returned yet. Is he planning to break his promise? Suddenly, a beam of light appeared, attracting his attention. Qin Chuan, with his golden-orange wings, slowly landed on the ground, holding a small box in his hand. He shouted cheerfully, Elder Wu, I haven't failed you. This is the grade 5 rebirth pill. After drinking it, Wu Gongzi will be fine. Elder Wu's hands trembled, his eyes wide as he stared at the glowing pill before him. This thing. Qin Chuan looked at Elder Wu and then said to him, I'll come find you for drinks tonight to tell you all about this, Elder Wu hurriedly replied. I'll await good news. At the peak of Qin Chuan's mountain, a streak of golden light landed in the courtyard. A cheerful voice rang out, Dad's back. Immediately, someone replied to the cheerful voice, Hey little brat, you're already at the 5th level of the Pure Yang realm, no wonder you're so happy. Qin Zi happily showed off his achievement. My master taught me a powerful cultivation method that greatly increased my cultivation speed, expanded my meridians, and improved my physical attributes. Even in the same realm, my combat power has been elevated to another level. Qin Chuan looked at the ring on Qin Zi's hand and said, Very good. This time your master's pill formulas helped me a lot. Thank your master for me. From now on, we're all family, so don't be too polite with me. Qin Chuan turned and walked away. Qin Zi looked at the ring on his hand and wondered, why is the ring dripping? Is it humid today? Jia Ling Shuang hugged her face, her sparkling eyes showing hearts, and said to herself, He said from today on, we're all family. All family, hey hey. As night fell, the moonlight was bright, and petals gently fell in the courtyard of a mansion. A voice rang out, What about gratitude? Qin Zi injured him in the first place. Another voice immediately replied, Different things are different things. He condoned his subordinates bullying the weak, so he deserved it. And now you saved him, so that's gratitude. In a luxurious room, Elder Wu and Qin Chuan were sitting and drinking together, with a table full of delicious and beautifully decorated dishes. Qin Chuan asked Elder Wu, That's right, Elder Wu. I heard that your family has been disciples of the 7 martial sect for many generations, so you must know a lot about the sect's history. Holding his wineglass, Elder Wu closed his eyes and replied, Yes, that's true. However, in his heart he thought, Is he already asking for repayment of the favor? I knew he wasn't simple. Could his joining the sect be for a purpose? Elder Wu said to Qin Chuan in a firm voice, Just ask what you want to know. Today, I'll tell you everything I know. At Qin Chuan's living room, on a table full of delicacies, Qin Chuan and Elder Wu sat facing each other. Qin Chuan asked, I heard that the 7 martial sect was founded by 7 powerful experts together. Is this true? Elder Wu replied, Indeed, our 7 martial sect has 7 founding ancestors. Hearing this, Qin Chuan continued to ask, I heard that martial artists who reach the Supreme Saint realm can live for thousands of years. Are the 7 founding ancestors still alive? Holding his wine cup, Elder Wu closed his eyes and explained, After the founding patriarch stabilized the sect, they disappeared. Now, over 3,000 years have passed, and more than half of them are probably pushing up daisies. Still holding his cup, Elder Wu smirked and continued. As for the Zihi Sheng realm, it's true they can live for thousands of years, but in this vast cultivation world, how many actually die of old age? Cup in hand, Qin Chuan sighed softly. Indeed. The higher the realm, the more resources required. As Elder Wu prepared to put food in his mouth, Qin Chuan's eyes widened as he asked, "Oh, right, old bro. Would you happen to know a thing or two about the inner workings of the 7 martial sects?" Picking up some food, Elder Wu replied in a low voice, "Qin bro, since you're an elder, you're naturally entitled to know. There are over 100 Nirvana realm cultivators, and around 20 or so Tongtian realm cultivators, both public and hidden, even a few at the early stages of the Tongtian realm." Qin Chuan's jaw dropped. That many? Elder Wu stood up, surprising Qin Chuan, and said, "The sect has been passed down for 3,000 years, through dozens of generations of disciples." With his back to Qin Chuan, Elder Wu slightly turned his head and continued, "Deep roots are only natural. Just take my family, my son, my daughter-in-law, even my father and grandfather are still kicking, and none of them are below the Nirvana realm." Looking up, Qin Chuan quietly asked, "The other 5 great sects and the 1,000-year-old families are the same?" In his heart, Qin Chuan was overjoyed. "Guimin is done. Now it's time to let my good son take a step and drop a few bombs." Elder Wu pulled up a chair and answered Qin Chuan's question. "Each family's situation is different." Pouring more wine, Elder Wu continued, "Their strength may not be equivalent to the 7 martial sects, but they are all strong," he lightly praised. "Good wine." Qin Chuan hesitated before asking, "What about the royal family?" Elder Wu, holding the wine pot, was startled by the question, and his expression turned serious. Elder Wu immediately replied, "The royal family is terrifying. In terms of hidden strength, they are even more terrifying than the 6 great sects combined." Hearing this, Qin Chuan's voice deepened as he stroked his long beard. "That's strong," Elder Wu calmly replied, "putting aside everything else. 2,000 years ago when Yang Jiyu founded the nation, they mobilized 3 Zhisheng realm experts alone." Turning to walk away, he continued, "Those are Zhisheng realm experts, practically extinct now." He walked behind Wu Elder. Qin Chuan wondered, "Aren't the 6 great sects afraid the royal family will make a move against them?" Closing his eyes, Elder Wu gently answered Qin Chuan's question. "If the royal family is a farmer, then the 9 Yang dynasty is their land. No farmer wants their land to be barren and desolate," he added. "Just like the sect, they won't suppress geniuses and outsiders from joining, so rest assured." With a sly grin, Qin Chuan thought to himself, "Looks like the 9 Yang dynasty has extremely deep roots. But I like deep roots. Deep soil is very fertile." At the Qin residence, Qinzi ran like the wind, shouting, "Father, father, I've broken through!" Then Qinzi happily announced, "I've reached the 7th level of the Chunyang realm. Even the 9th level would be easy." Suddenly noticing Qin Chuan sitting on the floor with a gloomy expression, Qinzi wondered, "Father, what's wrong? You look so down." Qin Chuan replied, "Nothing, just thinking about some things." But in his heart he was screaming, "It's been a month, and I haven't increased my strength at all." Qinzi blankly stared at his father. Qin Chuan was still lost in his own thoughts. Ever since the Wushu incident, no one dares to provoke him. The feeling of slowly cultivating is so frustrating, so annoying. A paper crane flew to Qin Chuan. Resting his chin on his hand, Qin Chuan's eyes widened in surprise. "Heh, I smell a chance to increase my cultivation." Qinzi stared blankly as his father opened the paper crane. Inside was a letter with the following content. "A strong expert's relic has appeared on Tianmu Mountain, and many gifted individuals in the dynasty are racing to get there. Elder Qin, please consider and arrange accordingly." Glancing at his son, Qin Chuan smirked and asked, "Kid, you wouldn't happen to not want to go, would you?" Before setting off, at the Qin residence, Qin Chuan called out to his son, "Kid, let's talk about something." Qinzi turned around and replied, "Father, what is it?" Patting his son's shoulder, Qin Chuan instructed, "That old friend whose grave I visited before, Jin, his granddaughter, is also going to the relic on Tianmu Mountain this time. If that little girl is in danger in the relic, I hope you can lend a hand." Giving a thumbs up, Qinzi immediately agreed. "Don't worry, father. I guarantee I'll complete the mission." "What's the identity of that old friend's granddaughter? What's her name?" Thinking of a girl in pink robes, with long brown hair and a beautiful face, Qin Chuan replied, "Princess Chu Yun, of the Nan Prince's Manor." Outside the tomb on Tianmu Mountain, at the foot of the mountain, many people were gathered. A young man looked at the girl in pink standing between 2 young men and exclaimed,
Wow, Princess Chu Yun is here too, so elegant. Hearing this, the girl next to her angrily said, "How dare you stare at Princess Chu Yun, I'll gouge your eyes out." Hearing the conversation, Qinzi looked towards the girl in pink robes and thought to himself, that must be Princess Chu Yun. Qinzi propped his hand up, continuing to think, there are no less than a dozen experts protecting her. Looks like father's worries are unnecessary. He also thought, if I go over and try to get close, even if I tell the truth, she won't believe me. And I might even be seen as a lecherous toad trying to eat swan meat and be looked down upon. Better to skip it. Suddenly, a brown-haired youth patted Qinzi's shoulder and asked, "What are you sneaking around doing?" That brown-haired youth was Zhao Yunsheng. Zhao Yunsheng looked at Qinzi, pointed forward, and said with a mocking tone, "Don't stare, it's just women. Some women look beautiful and young, but when they strip down, they're all the same." Qinzi covered his mouth and whispered a reminder. "Senior brother Zhao, aren't you afraid of being overheard saying such things?" Zhao Yunsheng replied arrogantly. "So what if they hear? Who would dare do anything to me?" A youth in green robes standing behind Zhao Yunsheng spoke up. "Senior brother Zhao, even so, our seven martial sect still needs to maintain its image. You'll be the one inheriting the sect leader's position later." Hearing the voice, Zhao Yunsheng turned his head slightly and called out softly, "Wu Shen." Zhao Yunsheng acted all smug in front of Qinzi and Wu Shen, then laughed loudly. "Haha, sect leader's position, don't talk nonsense. Whoever inherits the sect leader's position will still depend on their strength." Qinzi greeted cheerfully, "Wu Shen, hello senior brother." Wu Shen also greeted back happily, "Hello junior brother." Looking at Qinzi and Wu Shen, Zhao Yunsheng smiled to himself, thinking, the sect leader's position is definitely in my bag. These junior brothers are all future pillars of the sect, my capable assistants. The more I look at them, the more adorable they are. Suddenly, the stone slab cracked, and streams of green light appeared. Everyone cheered. "Ha ha! It's finally open! Let's go!" Zhao Yunsheng grinned slyly. "Two junior brothers, the tomb's array has been broken. Let's go too." Qinzi replied with a single sentence. "You guys go ahead, I'll catch up later." Then, Qinzi stared intently at Princess Chu Yun and her entourage, who were standing still. Zhao Yunsheng looked at Qinzi and smiled teasingly. "Junior brother Qinzi, women are beautiful, but it's not necessary." Staring so hard, Qinzi quickly waved his hand to explain. "It's not what you think, actually." Zhao Yunsheng interrupted before he could finish. "Qinzi, I understand everything. Actually, we're not in a rush either. Waiting a bit longer is no problem." Zhao Yunsheng and Wu Shen's eyes lit up, full of enthusiasm. Seeing this, Qinzi had no choice but to cup his hands in thanks. "You too? Then thank you, senior brother Zhao." But in his heart, he murmured, "Senior brother Zhao definitely misunderstood, but this isn't easy to explain clearly. I'll just let them misunderstand for now." Watching Princess Chu Yun gracefully fly away, Zhao Yunsheng said, "They've gone in, let's go." Qinzi immediately agreed. "All right." Qinzi flew ahead silently, with Zhao Yunsheng following behind. A group of three also flew behind them. The guy in blue said to his teammate, Liu Ge, "I still think today's mission is too strange." The person called Liu Ge heard this and replied, "Indeed. Either way, we are the dynasty's #1 assassin organization, accepting the mission to kill the princess of the Nanwang Manor. Although it's difficult, it's still considered normal." But the person flying at the head, upon hearing those words, glared back. The person flying at the head was dressed in black and embroidered with square patterns. Cutting off the conversation of the two from earlier, he said, "You guys are thinking too much. Hunting down Princess Chu Yun for a day can only be a fake surface. There is no degree of difficulty. Not receiving it is a waste. Perhaps it is a test of the Nanwang Manor for the princess. Based on the Nirvana realm strength of our brothers, there is no need to be so careful." The lamps on the cliff walls were lit, and everyone entered the cave. Torches on the walls were lit. A voice echoed out from somewhere, "Welcome to this old man's cave dwelling." Thinking that there will be many people in the cave dwelling. Now, it is of course possible that there is only one person. The voice in the cave continued to ring out. "But no matter how many of you there are, no matter whether you are people or not, it doesn't matter to this old man. After all, this old man is already dead." Hearing this, Wu Shen wondered, "Is this the information left behind by Master Wu Mu?" A person dressed in blue immediately shouted, "Shut up! Concentrate on listening. If you don't get the treasure later, I will deal with you." A blue halo appeared in the sky, and then more steps appeared. The voice in the cave rang out again, This old man's life's wealth and inheritance are all on these 9 steps. Martial artists below the Nirvana realm, whoever can go up these 9 steps will receive everything this old man has left behind, a person whispered.
Here, Zhao Yunsheng, self-important, called Wu Shen and Xin Zi. Just a few small steps. 2 junior brothers follow me up together. Qin Zin scratched his head and shyly declined. You guys go, I'll just stay here. Wu Shen also refused the suggestion. Senior brother, you go.
Zhao Yunsheng left a message. Then 2 junior brothers pay attention to safety. Then he turned and flew towards the 9 steps. He shouted loudly, "The 7 martial sect Zhao Yunsheng is here." Reaching out to touch the blue spiritual energy sources, Zhao Yunsheng exclaimed, "It really is not simple, but it is not difficult for me." A young man in green clothes, with green hair also, suddenly jumped out from somewhere and touched the green spiritual energy sources with Zhao Yunsheng. This person is Prince Dongwang's son. The tone is full of arrogance. The prince mocked Zhao Yunsheng. "Ha! Just a second-generation ancestor of the 7 martial sect dares to show his face here."
Qin Zin stood below and observed, assessing the situation secretly. The one entering with senior brother is probably Prince Dongwang's son, Yang Hong. The others are not bad either, but Zhao's senior brother is obviously a level above them. He will probably receive the inheritance.
Qin Zi turned his head to look towards Princess Chu Yun and saw a person wearing black clothes and a mask standing behind her, preparing to assassinate her.
Qin Zi rushed towards Chu Yun and shouted loudly, startling Chu Yun. "Not good, be careful." The masked man fired an arrow from his pocket. Chu Yun heard Qin Zi's shout and turned around, shouting loudly, "Who dares to cause trouble?" Chu Yun didn't notice an arrow flying towards her. Qin Zi hurriedly grabbed Chu Yun's hand.
Qin Zi wrapped his arms around Chu Yun's waist and carried Chu Yun away, explaining as he ran. "Someone wants to kill you," Chu Yun cursed angrily.
"You're acting recklessly."
Chu Yun was suddenly surprised and blushed.
So Chu Yun was angry, slapped Qin Zi in the face and scolded, "You lecherous thing! You dare!" Qin Zi hastily grabbed Chu Yun's hand and pulled her away. Qin Zi's voice was extremely urgent. "Damn it, there's no time to explain. Let's go!" Chu Yun was stunned, not understanding what was happening. How can this be? Using the fastest speed to take Chu Yun away, leaving only a long orange streak of light. A shout rang out, attracting everyone's attention. "It's not good. Someone has taken Princess Chu Yun away."
"You there, with the ripped clothes," the crown prince shouted. "How dare you kidnap someone from the royal family? You've got some nerve."
Standing on the steps, his clothes torn in several places and surrounded by azure spiritual energy, the crown prince thought to himself as he watched Zhao Yunsheng approach the final platform, "Damn, I was almost there to get the inheritance. If I, the crown prince of the Eastern Palace, only focus on fighting for treasures while the princess of the Southern King Manor is kidnapped, the royal family's ancestor is definitely going to be pissed."
With a series of bangs, hums, and thuds, the crown prince jumped down from the stairs, exerting his strength. The clothes on his body ripped apart into many pieces, revealing his toned abs. In a clear voice, the crown prince announced,
"If anyone can identify the person with the audacity to do something like this in front of so many people, I, Yang Hongbi, will reward them handsomely."
Suddenly, a person in a black cloak and a bizarre mask stood out and pointed. "That's Qin Zi, a disciple of the 7 martial sects." The person in the black cloak, wearing a mask with strange patterns, confidently affirmed, "Definitely right. I saw Qin Zi with my own eyes. He was the one who kidnapped the princess." Zhao Yunsheng unleashed his power, his entire body surrounded by mysterious and powerful magical light. He arrogantly declared, "I am the young sect leader of the 7 martial sects. What Zhao Yunsheng is spreading rumors. Step forward and say it to my face." But when he turned his head to look below, Qin Zi was nowhere to be seen. He gnashed his teeth, annoyed, thinking, "Qin Zi is gone, damn it!" Judging by his lustful look just now, it must be him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ponder. But once he is associated with this crime, whether it is Qin Zi or the 7 martial sects, the situation will be extremely unfavorable. No matter what, I can't admit it. Unable to find the person he was looking for, Zhao Yunsheng landed on the ground. He stood beside Yang Hongbi and probed,
"Little prince, you won't easily believe fabricated words, will you?"
Yang Hongbi gave him a sidelong glance and replied, "HMPH, of course I have my own judgment. But before, the 3 of you went, and now there are only 2 left." Zhao Yunsheng quickly explained, "This time, my 7 martial sects came to Tianmu Mountain for training. There are only me and my junior brother Wu. Where did the 3rd person come from?" The junior brother Wu also added, That's right, little prince. You must have mistaken someone else.
Junior brother Wu turned pale with worry. Fortunately, he didn't interact with anyone before, and no one noticed him. This time, as long as he firmly denies it, he won't dare to assert that there were 3 people on our side. Seeing that the 2 of them were determined to deny it, and unwilling to take responsibility, Yang Hongbi was extremely angry. He exploded with power, intimidating, and growled a warning. HMPH, whether you admit it or not, your 7 martial sects Qinzi cannot escape suspicion. Zhao Yunsheng was not afraid, and immediately activated his magic energy. 1v1 with Yang Hongbi. He's trying to weasel his way out of it?
Wants to frame my 7 martial sects? Wants to turn black into white? I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications. In the distance, a mysterious figure in a black cloak and a ghost mask watched the entire dispute between Zhao Yunsheng and Yang Hongbi, and muttered to himself, "That's enough, the seed of doubt has been sown. Just let it grow slowly. Doing too much will easily make people suspicious." In another development, Xinzi was tightly holding Princess Chu Yun. Fleeing, he reminded, "Don't move, someone wants to kill her, I'm saving you. Don't move, someone wants to kill her, I'm saving you, Chu Yun." Being held in Xinzi's arms, blushed in panic but still had to cling to him to avoid falling.
Chu Yun staggered and raised her hand to slap Qinzi, thinking he had bad intentions. But Qinzi, with his keen senses, noticed something was wrong. Suddenly, there was an explosion above. Chu Yun took advantage of the chaos, seeing Qinzi loosen his grip, and quickly jumped away from him. She looked at a group of mysterious people in black clothes appearing above Qinzi's head and questioned, "Who are you, Qinzi?" Seeing that he was being helpful but not trusted, angrily scolded, "I already said, someone wants to kill you. You see them and still ask stupid questions." Princess Chu Yun was stunned by the scolding. At this, the group of people in black clothes continued to attack, and the place where the 2 of them were exploded again. Qinzi rushed to Chu Yun, who was still in a daze, to push her away. "You idiot! It's a matter of life and death, what are you spacing out for?" Seeing that Chu Yun was constantly being protected by Qinzi, one of the assassins spoke up to warn, "Kid, this matter doesn't concern you. We only need that woman. If you obediently leave, we can pretend we never saw you." Chu Yun looked at Qinzi's tall and imposing back and wondered, what will he choose? He really has no reason to save me. Maybe he was just a hot-blooded youth just now.
But she didn't expect Qinzi to be determined to protect her to the end. She clearly heard his resolute words, "You can't kill her." Chu Yun couldn't help but blush, touched. "No way. What? We don't even know each other? Could it be that he has feelings for me? Or is it love at first sight so he's willing to save me?" The group in black clothes couldn't dissuade Qinzi, so they attacked. HMPH. A mere spiritual illumination realm also wants to be a hero. If that's the case, we might as well kill you as well. With that, they unleashed a series of palm strikes towards Qinzi. Parting sky palm, heaven and earth unite, 9-fold overlapping waves, grand illusion of the heavenly demon. But Qinzi, with just one move, void-shattering palm, was able to resolve a series of moves from the mysterious group. The powerful magical energies collided, creating a huge explosion that slightly shook the entire mountain range. Qinzi seized the opportunity to distract the group in black clothes, and quickly pulled Chu Yun's hand to escape. "Don't stand there spacing out, run!" As the dust from the explosion settled, Qinzi and Chu Yun had fled, disappearing without a trace. The group in black clothes didn't see the 2 of them, Qinzi and Chu Yun, and exclaimed, "Damn it, where did they go?" One of them reassured, "Don't worry, that kid coughed up blood just now. We can follow his aura to chase them." Then he asked the others, "Hey, weren't you guys holding back a little too obviously just now?" The leader suddenly held out something, saying, "Look at this." The one who spoke looked at his hand and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Tracking devil worm. This thing is ridiculously expensive, costing millions of spirit stones for a single use. You can afford to use it." Hearing this, the person released the tracking devil worm and explained, "This thing was also bought by the employer. He said that the target has a complicated identity and may have escape methods, so he gave this to ensure success." At this point, everyone was completely puzzled, unable to figure out the employer's purpose. This employer is really willing to spend money. Another person scratched his head in confusion. But if he's spending so much money, why not just kill the target? The leader thought about it when he heard the question. "Are you guys saying that this employer has problems with his head?" From beginning to end, a person hiding in a corner listened to the entire conversation of the group in black clothes and laughed to himself. Hee, it's good that you don't understand. But you dare to talk bad about me behind my back? I'll have to give you guys a beating when I pay you." Over on Qinzi's side, he and Chu Yun were fleeing when his body couldn't take it anymore and he collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Chu Yun anxiously asked, "What's wrong with you?" Qinzi suppressed his pain. Using the cliff to help him stand, he replied to Chu Yun,
This county princess only has some internal injuries. A little rest and she'll be fine.
With the last of his strength, he unleashed a move, destroying a rock wall blocking the cave entrance ahead. Qinzi then pointed to the cave and said to Chu Yun, "Let's temporarily hide in here." Chu Yun obediently agreed. Qinzi, okay. In her heart, she couldn't help but doubt his cultivation. Although he was only at the pure Yang realm, his aura was very strong. Almost comparable to the Nirvana realm, she had never heard of anyone with such outstanding talent. The two entered the small cave to rest. At this moment, Chu Yun finally had the chance to ask about Qinzi's background and reason for saving her. "Who are you? Why did you save me?" Qinzi calmly replied. "My name is Qinzi. My father is an honorary elder of the 7 martial sects. Qin Chuan is my father. He told me to protect you." Hearing this, Chu Yun continued to ask, "I don't know your father. Why would he tell you to protect me?" Qinzi circulated his energy to suppress his internal injuries, while explaining to Chu Yun, "My father said he knows your grandfather." Hearing his explanation, Chu Yun became wary. She slowly backed away while pretending to reply, "I see." But in her heart she was already imagining countless scenarios. An Anwang Manor was a branch of the imperial family, with power that could cover the sky. There were many who wanted to rely on or build a relationship with the manor. Perhaps this attack was a honey trap, set up by the person in front of her and his father. Seeing her constantly backing away, and the suspicion on her face, Qinzi angrily shouted, "Are you suspecting me? If you don't believe me, then just leave, I won't stop you." Chu Yun didn't hesitate to leave, only leaving behind a perfunctory "thank you. After I return, I will send people to deliver gifts. No matter what the truth is, I must thank you for saving my life." Qinzi could only silently watch her leave, feeling annoyed but helpless. He had done a good deed, only to be repaid with suspicion. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. He turned his head to look. His face darkened. Sensing danger nearby, he shouted loudly, "Not good! Something's happening!" Immediately following Qinzi's scream, a series of powerful attacks rained down. Chu Yun reacted quickly, dodging several attacks, and wondered in her heart, "Who exactly are you people? What grudge do you have against me?" Two black-clad figures stood aside watching Chu Yun's reactions. One jokingly said, "I haven't played cat and mouse like this since I was 7. It's kinda fun now." The other smacked his face, looking bored. "I don't see anything. Back and forth. Just running around here is making me bored." As he spoke, he suddenly shouted, "Not good!" Chu Yun seems to be exhausted. She couldn't dodge the relentless attacks, and watched helplessly as she was about to be hit. "It's over. I can't dodge." In her most desperate moment, she couldn't hold back her painful tears, and only thought of her loved ones, her parents, but the pain she imagined never came. Qinzi had just sensed the approaching danger, and rushed out to take the hit for her. While Chu Yun was still stunned, she heard Qinzi's scolding, "If you're not seriously injured, then scram. Do you want to die?" Qinzi took the full force of an attack that pierced through him, plus his unhealed internal injuries. From this point on, he couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground. "Cough!" Chu Yun anxiously asked. "Why did you block for me?" Qinzi gasped for breath, turned his head, and looked straight at Chu Yun, clearly saying, "Don't you think I want to climb up the social ladder? Now I'm telling you, no matter how powerful your Nanwang manor is, Qinzi will never have any relationship with you in this life." With that, he pushed Chu Yun away with force. Scram! Chu Yun was unexpectedly pushed away, and fell to the ground, crying out in surprise, "Ah!" As soon as he pushed Chu Yun away, he unleashed his most powerful move, Hellfire Lotus. He gritted his teeth, deciding to use the ultimate technique his father taught him, thinking to himself, "I never thought the first time I'd use the divine ability my father taught me would be when I was forced to the end of the road. What a disgrace." The powerful counterattack just now caused a heaven-shaking explosion, affecting Chu Yun even though she was quite far away. Chu Yun saw what Qinzi had done to protect her, and then thought about how she had suspected him, and couldn't help but shed tears. "I regret that I blamed him. That attack just now, if he hadn't blocked it for me, I would have been injured even if I hadn't died. These assassins aren't putting on an act." She looked at her own condition. She had no ability to help Qinzi, so she pondered, "I can't help him. Going back will only involve him. The only way he has a chance to live is if I quickly escape to find someone to save him." Thinking this, she didn't hesitate and ran away from this dangerous place. Qinzi, on the other side, was almost exhausted after unleashing the counterattack just now. He supported his wounded body, aimlessly looking ahead, muttering, "Father, I have completed the mission you gave me, but now, your son is out of strength." Chu Yun looked at the majestic and prosperous city in front of her, as if seeing a lifeline.
She used all her strength to rush towards the city as quickly as possible. Entering the city, meant she could find her father and send someone to save him. But before she could get close to the city, a giant skull appeared behind her, emitting waves of dark power that made people's hair stand on end. Seeing this scene, Chu Yun's heart was almost filled with despair. It's over! It's over! She saw a man in a black cloak in front of her, wearing a mysterious ghost mask. Despite her fear, she reassured herself, calmed down, and asked the mysterious man, "Excuse me, Senior. I have urgent business to attend to. I wonder if you could let me pass." The black-clad man didn't answer her question, but only said, "Considerate, righteous, and quite brave." With that, he raised his hand, and waves of dark, crimson-black magic gathered in front of his hand. The black-clad man directed the dark magic towards where Chu Yun stood and said, "Go to sleep." In a blink of an eye, Chu Yun was suddenly swallowed up in a dark magic ball, and only a scream could be heard. After capturing Chu Yun, the black-clad man didn't leave immediately, but stood there for a while, muttering, "This time there shouldn't be any loopholes left. Although the little guy's condition isn't very good right now, he's not in mortal danger. On the contrary, his life force is increasing. It seems he's had another fortuitous encounter. I envy him." 3 days later, in a rather desolate place near the 7 martial sects, Grand Elder Jia Tianhe nervously looked up, suppressing the fear in his heart, and asked, "Lord Nanwang, why must you do this?" Following Jia Tianhe's gaze was Nanwang Yangtu. His face was dark, frowning in anger, and he said in a stern voice, "Bring that Qinzi here, and have a face-to-face with this lord. Whether it's true or false, this lord will judge for himself." Grand Elder Jia Tianhe calmly reported the situation. "Lord Nanwang, I fear that someone is deliberately framing him. Disciples of the 7 martial sects would absolutely not do such a preposterous thing. Moreover, Xinzi has gone elsewhere for training. We don't know exactly where he went. Yangtu had no intention of letting it go. He was still determined to clarify everything. He probably went to Tianmu Mountain and hasn't returned yet, right? I heard that you also sent 2 other disciples along with him. Surely you will give me face to meet them once." Under the immense pressure and authority of the Southern King's imperial family, Jia Tianhe had no choice but to comply, not wanting to offend the prince. "How can I possibly accept an audience with Lord Southern King? If you wish to see me, just summon these 2 disciples. I'll trouble you to follow me." With that, he made a gesture and led the way. Upon entering the 7 martial sect grounds, the Grand Elder swiftly summoned Zhao Yunsheng and Wu Chen to meet Yang Tu. Standing before the Southern King, Zhao Yunsheng and Wu Chen respectfully greeted him in unison. "This junior, Zhao Yunsheng, pays respects to Lord Southern King. This junior, Wu Chen, pays respects to Lord Southern King." No sooner had they finished speaking than Yang Tu unleashed his might, roaring, "I'm asking you two, right here, right now." A colossal monster appeared right behind Zhao Yunsheng, a sharp sword clutched in its hand, resting menacingly at Zhao Yunsheng's neck, instantly draining all color from his face. This was accompanied by Yang Tu's enraged voice, as he loudly demanded, "Did Xinzi ever go to Mount Tianmu?" Zhao Yunsheng trembled uncontrollably under Yang Tu's immense pressure, stammering his reply, "No, my lord, Xinzi has never been to Mount Tianmu." Hearing this, Yang Tu didn't press him further, and instead burst into loud laughter, looking at the trembling Zhao Yunsheng before him. As expected of the 7 martial sect's #1 prodigy, your reputation truly precedes you. Under my pressure, you can't even lift your head. The 7 martial sect really has an air now. With that, he turned to Wu Chen, continuing his interrogation. "What about you? Look at me and answer me," Wu Chen replied decisively. "Xinzi never went to Mount Tianmu." Yang Tu pressed on. "Truly didn't go." Even as powerful magical currents surrounded him, Wu Chen remained resolute. "I'm absolutely sure he didn't." Yang Tu strode closer to where Wu Chen stood, his oppressive aura intensifying with every step. He questioned him one last time. So, did he or didn't he ultimately? No sooner had he finished speaking than hundreds of hands erupted from the ground, all darting straight towards Wu Chen. At this point, the young man completely lost his composure. Leaping up in sheer terror, panicked, he blurted out a loud scream. Yes. Immediately after, he was so terrified he fainted right at Yang Tu's feet. Grand Elder Jia Tianhe, watching from the side, couldn't help but sigh and worry. Oh, what was bound to happen couldn't be avoided. It had to come out eventually. Once Yang Tu got the answer he wanted, he immediately turned to interrogate Jia Tianhe. "Grand Elder Jia, do you still have anything to say now? Can you finally explain? Why aren't you explaining my daughter and Xinzi disappearing together?" No sooner had he finished speaking than a majestic voice rang out, causing Yang Tu to freeze. "Do we need to explain ourselves to you? It was the voice of the seven martial sect master, Zhao Penlong. It seemed Yang Tu's earlier grand commotion had finally stirred this esteemed sect master. He had appeared just in time to relieve Grand Elder Jia.
Zhao Panlong looked Yang Tu straight in the face, a sneer playing on his lips. He retorted, "Yang Tu, you keep claiming you suspect Qinzi kidnapped your daughter, but have you ever considered that your daughter might have kidnapped Qinzi instead?"
Sect Master Zhao Panlong's question struck Yang Tu's reverse scale. He stiffened, pointing directly at Zhao Panlong's face and roaring brazenly, "What's my daughter's status? Why would she kidnap him?" Zhao Panlong, unfazed, calmly asked him. "Then, may I ask, what good would it do for Qinzi to kidnap your daughter?" Yang Tu seemed to be utterly cornered by Zhao Panlong's logic. His face twisted with rage. He stammered and stuttered, completely at a loss for a reply. "This you know the answer and still dare to ask."
Zhao Panlong always seemed to have a way to leave Yang Tu speechless. Against the Southern King's insolent words, he calmly stated, "One cannot deny your daughter is indeed exceptionally beautiful." He paused for a moment. Then with a flick of his left hand, a line of female disciples, each as beautiful as a flower, appeared. Zhao Panlong didn't even spare them a glance, as he continued, "But my seven martial sect also has no shortage of female disciples with peerless beauty."
At this point he didn't hesitate, immediately pulling his hand back, a smirk playing on his lips as he watched Yang Tu's reaction. "I don't think Qinzin, even if he were dumber than a brick, would need to risk his life to kidnap your daughter, do you?"
Yang Tu was utterly speechless against Sect Master Zhao Panlong's razor-sharp logic. Seeing Zhao Panlong's triumphant expression, he gnashed his teeth, suppressing an explosive rage until veins bulged on his face, forcing out a guttural laugh. "Fine, so you're not going to admit anything?"
Seeing Zhao Panlong's firm refusal to admit anything, Yang Tu immediately thought of seeking aid from the imperial family. He turned and stormed off. Before leaving, he loudly threatened, "If that's how it is, I'll report this matter directly to the Imperial Clan Bureau. I want to see if you can still be so tight-lipped when the Imperial family comes to investigate." Grand Elder Jia Tianhe watched Yang Tu storm off, then hesitantly said to Zhao Panlong, "Sect Master, if the Imperial Clan truly intervenes, this could get very messy." Zhao Panlong, however, remained completely unperturbed. "Haha, there's always a way for everything." Jia Tianhe was slightly taken aback by the sect master's demeanor. He subtly glanced at Zhao Panlong, asking quietly, "What if the way turns out to be useless?" His reply was full of audacious defiance. "Then we'll just fight to the death, together." As he finished speaking, a thick wave of killing intent emanated from Zhao Panlong. He stated sternly and unequivocally, "Qinzi is a disciple of my sect. Without concrete evidence, no one can frame him. If the seven martial sect can't even stand up for its own, what face do we have left to show our ancestors?" Yang Tu had come to the seven martial sect alone in search of Qinzi. But not only had he failed his objective, he'd brought shame upon himself. He now left, just as he came, alone, to seek aid from his staunch backing, the imperial family. No sooner had he turned to leave than he heard someone call out, "Southern King, please halt!" Yang Tu glanced towards the voice, a suspicious glint in his eyes. "Huh. Who are you?" Qin Chuan immediately introduced himself concisely. "Qin Chuan, Qinzi is my son." The moment Yang Tu heard that this was the father of the person he believed had kidnapped his daughter, his anger, which had just barely cooled, immediately flared up anew. He gnashed his teeth, his face twisted into a ferocious scowl, eyes wide and bloodshot as he glared at Qin Chuan. Facing him, without a single word, he unleashed his pent-up fury upon Qin Chuan. Yang Tu immediately unleashed his power, lunging straight for Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan naturally wasn't about to stand there and take it. The sudden clash between the two of them unleashed a colossal pillar of light that slammed into the ground, causing a minor tremor. Those who witnessed this spectacle couldn't help but wonder, what just happened? Smokes billowing everywhere, gradually revealing Yang Tu, who was visibly struggling to get back on his feet. The onlookers immediately started whispering amongst themselves, "The Southern King. Looks like we've got a new Southern King on our hands." Another old man, who had seen Qin Chuan, exclaimed in shock, "In the blink of an eye, that old man Qin Chuan can actually fight on par with Southern King Yang Tu." Qin Chuan, did the elder break through to the heaven-reaching realm already? But even if he broke through, he shouldn't be that strong. How can someone at heaven-reaching realm first layer possibly contend with a heaven-reaching realm third layer expert? Turning back to Yang Tu, he was clearly struggling to get back on his feet after that last clash. He glared straight at the seemingly unfazed Qin Chuan with a murderous intensity. "Qin Chuan! Qin Chuan!" Qin Chuan calmly responded, "Southern King, why are you so worked up? This isn't the time to lay blame, but to swiftly find them. Otherwise, Those two kids might be in real danger. Young Tu-jo, after hearing what Qin Chuan said, still didn't seem to understand his meaning. What do you mean? Qin Chuan sighed and explained. Well, I'm sure Qinzi is with Princess Chu Yun, but it's probably not kidnapping, but because they're in danger together, he calmly explained to Yang Tu. Actually, before Qinzi went to Tiamu Mountain, I instructed him that if Princess Chu Yun was in danger, he should save her if he could. Yang Tu Dujio didn't seem to believe that what Qin Chuan had just said was true. He sneered and immediately retorted. Ridiculous! The Southern Prince's manor and you are strangers and have never interacted. Why would you care about my daughter so much?
Qin Chuan helplessly ran a hand through his hair and wearily explained, Years ago, I had a fairly close relationship with your late father. To be precise, you should call me uncle.
Saying this, he paused for a moment, raised his eyes full of sarcastic smiles to look at Yang Tuo, and then said a provocative word, Uncle?
As soon as Yang Tuo heard the word uncle from Qin Chuan's mouth, he jumped up, pointed directly at Qin Chuan's face, and cursed wildly. You! Dared to insult this prince! Qin Chuan remained nonchalant. You don't have to believe it. Anyway, I don't expect you to believe it, and I don't want to bully you. I'm just telling the truth. Qin Chuan had said this much. Yang Tuo couldn't help but rethink the truthfulness of his words. He was so calm, it didn't seem like he was lying. It seemed that his father had a close friend in his youth. The people around him, seeing him normally so arrogant but now suddenly strangely silent, couldn't stop whispering. This made Yang Tuo extremely ashamed and humiliated. He hesitated, not knowing what to say, stammering.
Thinking about it carefully, it seems like there isn't one, right? It seems like there is, but it seems like there isn't. Qin Chuan didn't have time to argue or explain to him. He turned and left to find Qin Zi. Forget about Yang Tuo, whether you believe it or not is none of my business. You can ignore your daughter, but I can't ignore my son. I just finished my closed-door cultivation and came out, now I have to go find my son. Grand Elder Jie Tianhe, seeing him leave, anxiously wanted to call Qin Chuan back, but before he could, sect leader Zhao Panlong, who was standing next to him, immediately stopped him. He pulled him back and said to Jie Tianhe, From his strength and aura, I think he can be trusted. But Jie Tianhe didn't think so. He quickly turned and whispered in Zhao Panlong's ear to present his idea. Sect leader, Qin Zi hasn't returned yet. If Qin Chuan leaves again, if it's later revealed that Qin Zi really kidnapped Princess Chu Yun, or if the two father and son conspired together, when the two father and son leave, the ones to bear the brunt will naturally be our seven martial sect. Before the Grand Elder could persuade the sect leader to keep Qin Chuan, Yang Tuo rushed to his side and blocked him. Now that the matter hasn't been clarified, Qin Zi hasn't cleared his suspicion, you can't go anywhere. Qin Chuan looked at Yang Tuo, still deluded and unwilling to listen to what he had said, and couldn't help but curse, idiot. Immediately, a group of about 10 people flew over and surrounded Qin Chuan tightly, not leaving a gap, determined not to let Qin Chuan leave. Qin Chuan didn't pay attention to these guys. None of them were qualified to stop him. He gave them a sharp look. 3 early-stage Tongtian realm and a few Nirvana realm guys can stop me? Qin Chuan didn't say a word, just unleashed one move and they all flew away, screaming miserably.
Damn, I can't even stop one of his normal moves. How is this possible? Yang Tuo was smart, and without delay, rushed in front of Qin Chuan, unleashing a powerful move. Vajra subduing Demon Fist. But he could easily withstand it without being injured. Yang Tuo couldn't accept not being able to stop Qin Chuan. He shouted, Today, don't even think about leaving! Qin Chuan didn't want to resort to heavy-handedness with him out of respect for his acquaintance with his father, and didn't want to waste his time dealing with such a shallow and stubborn person. He warned sternly, You are the son of my old friend. I don't want to hurt you. Now I have to go find my son. Get out of my way. But Yang Tuo no longer had any face or self-respect after not being able to argue with the seven martial sect. He refused to let Qin Chuan go, seemingly doing so to regain some face or leave himself a way out, so he didn't stop but continued to attack Qin Chuan. But before he could get close to his target, his beloved daughter, whom he wanted to find and had turned the seven martial sect upside down for, repeatedly and groundlessly accusing Qin Zi, Princess Chu Yun suddenly appeared, blocking Qin Chuan's path, not letting her father get even more wrong. She hurriedly stopped her father. Father, stop, you've misunderstood. Her face was full of anxious fear as she looked at her beloved father in front of her, who had done so many absurd things for her sake. Yang Tuo rushed in front of Princess Chu Yun. He hurriedly grabbed her shoulders and asked with concern, Yun Chair, you're finally back. What exactly happened? Tell me what I've misunderstood. Princess Chu Yun was a little scared, she weakly replied. Someone wanted to kill me, and Qin Zi of the seven martial sect saved me. Qin Chuan found a loophole in the previous statement. He grabbed her shoulder and questioned sternly, Then where is Qin Zi? Why didn't he come back with you? Hearing this,
Chu Yun's face turned pale, and cold sweat poured out non-stop. She quickly turned around, a tear flowing from the corner of her eye, looking extremely pitiful, Chu Yun hurriedly explained, her voice trembling for some reason. He hasn't returned yet. I encountered assassins in the ruins. He led me to escape but was still caught up.
Chu Yun's face flushed red. She gently raised her hand to wipe away tears, hoping others would sympathize. She continued to explain. He single-handedly stopped 5 Nirvana Realm assassins and told me to go first. Then, before Chu Yun could finish speaking,
Qin Chuan quickly stepped into the role, displaying his superb acting skills. He pretended to have just heard shocking news, and immediately shouted, expressing astonishment. What Zijia?
In the middle of the manor, the two stood facing each other, the wind blowing constantly, highlighting Chu Yun's weak appearance. She was still sobbing, continuing to cry and recount everything. After escaping the assassins, I was attacked by a mysterious man in black, and he knocked me unconscious. Qin Chuan stood by with his hands behind his back, listening silently.
Chu Yun remembered the vague figure of the white-haired man. Still dizzy, she couldn't remember his face clearly, Chu Yun whispered. When I woke up, I found myself lying next to a small river. She hesitated a bit because she wasn't sure. A rogue swordsman saved me from the man in black.
Qin Chuan rubbed his chin, pondering for a long time, while Yang Tuo was lost in thought. Mistaken, Xin Zi isn't an enemy but a benefactor.
Not only did I suffer grievances in the Seven Martial Sect earlier, but I also slapped myself in the face, losing face, and the argument.
Thinking of this, he felt regret. His face turned pale. Yang Tuo said to himself, Moreover, according to my daughter's story, this man's son is said to be aimless. Could this person really be? 2 big words appeared in his mind. Uncle. Yang Tuo repeatedly denied. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But thinking of this, he rushed forward. Hurriedly leaving, Chu Yun called out in panic. Father, Yang Tuo then told her. Let's go. Chu Yun politely bowed to Qin Chuan.
Please rest assured I will persuade my father to go find Xin Zi together. Qin, grandfather. Qin Chuan didn't seem to hear clearly, so he asked again. Chu Yun quickly retreated but still managed to shout loudly to leave a message. Qin grandfather Chu Yun takes her leave. Before she left, Zhao Panlong made an appearance. Approaching Qin Chuan then turned to apologize to him.
According to etiquette, sect leader, please forgive me for troubling the sect with my personal affairs. Zhao Panlong calmly extended his hand, leaving a step for Qin Chuan to step down. You are an elder of the 7 Martial Sect. Your affairs are naturally our affairs. Do you need the sect to help search for Qin Zi?
Qin Chuan shook his head in refusal. He replied,
No need. I left some things on that little brat. It's not difficult to find him. I'll go first. Saying that, Qin Chuan left quickly like a gust of wind.
Jia Tianhe didn't know when he had stood behind Zhao Panshlong. He softly called. Sect leader, Zhao Panshlong decisively said, Let's go back. I can feel that this Qin Chuan, although too mysterious, has no intention of harming the sect.
The scene shifts to a dark cave in a misty space. Perhaps that little bit of warm light is the light from the blazing red flames surrounding Qin Zi. He is sitting in meditation, practicing. The flames seem to be a magical healing technique for him.
She's helping him soothe the injuries piled up on Qin Zi's body.
Qin Zi focused, immersing himself in the warm stream of primordial energy, his wounds slowly closing.
Qin Zi opened his eyes, breathing a sigh of relief. Whoosh! The flames gradually disappeared, and Qin Zi excitedly shouted, Finally done! If it weren't for Master's life-saving secret technique, I'd be a goner this time. Ye Lingshuang monitored him in a hazy, primordial spirit form. She crossed her arms, sternly reminding him, Hey, you're too impulsive. If you hadn't gone head-to-head with them, you wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Qin Zi grinned sheepishly. Didn't I make it through in the end? Plus, I even gained another level of cultivation so I can break through to the Nirvana realm in a few more days.
Ye Lingshuang was extremely worried, and facing his nonchalant attitude, she became incredibly angry. She decisively smacked Qin Zi on the head, and then launched into a long lecture. This time it was just luck. If the injuries had been more severe, you might not have made it. Don't rely on luck. Qin Zi, after taking a painful hit, immediately became obedient.
Okay, alright, Master. Ye Lingshuang was still a bit annoyed. She said loudly. Alright, we have to go back. It's been so long, your father will be worried, Qin Zi replied. Yes, Master. Qin Zi glanced around, suddenly noticing a crack.
Strange. On the cliff face, this crack is getting wider and wider.
From within the crack, a red light burst out. Qin Zi and Ye Linghuang quickly dodged away. A piercing shriek rang out. Ha ha ha, who would have thought this old man would be so lucky? Just escaped confinement and already found such fresh flesh and blood. Qinzi hurriedly shouted. Master! Ye Lingshuang quickly entered his body. She yelled, Not good, run! The two of them quickly rushed out of the cave, leaving only a trail of dazzling light in the air. A sudden explosion erupted, and smoke and dust spread everywhere. Qinzi got hit. He quickly descended to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He sat down and muttered, Damn it, what kind of freak are you? A figure full of dark energy approached him and said, Fresh flesh and blood, you don't need to know who I am. Just obediently let me devour you. It was a white-haired man, in ragged clothes, who said arrogantly, Don't be fooled by my near-death appearance. Wait till I devour you, and recover some essence. I might be even more handsome than you. Qinzi charged forward, resolutely saying, Don't even think about it. A dazzling flame blazed around him. The man stood still. HMPH, you can actually transform into the late Nirvana stage, quite impressive. He allowed Qinzi's fiery red flames to approach, simply raising a finger. Struggle all you want, what other tricks do you have? The more you struggle, the more excited I get. Qinzi unleashed the Hellfire Lotus technique. A dark blue lotus flower appeared, carrying unparalleled power. The man somehow teleported behind him. He raised his hand, smiling arrogantly, Ha ha, in front of this old man, these petty tricks are useless. Qinzi turned his head worriedly. He thought to himself, How is this possible, master? What should I do? Just as Qinzi was worried, he received a decisive answer. Fight to the death. Around him, an aura began to expand powerfully, causing a small explosion beneath the ground. The power within him seemed to increase significantly as well. The man was blasted to the ground by Qinzi's power. Lying on the cracked earth from the impact, he was a bit dazed. This is a divine body. Qinzi quickly transformed, creating a sword full of power. He decisively unleashed the attack. Annihilation Sword Calamity. Qinzi dove towards the ground, slashing. The cut remained in the air, forming a perfect ray of light. Qinzi stopped his feet. He reverted to his normal form, panting heavily. Luckily, my strength increased, and Master has recovered a bit, finally. Before he could finish his words, he heard a very shrill voice. Ha ha, kid! Nice moves! Almost took this old man's life. Qinzi turned his head in horror, seeing the white-haired man's body half transformed into black smoke. He floated in the air, mocking even more arrogantly. Qinzi, since you've slain my body, then I'll just have to switch to your body. He laughed loudly, his words crazed and overbearing. Ha ha, this is even a body that's hard to come by in 10,000 years. This guy. The old man grabbed Qinzi's neck tightly. He cried out in fear. Do you even know who I am? If anything happens to me, my dad won't let you off. The man's expression immediately changed, his bloodshot eyes revealing a clear thirst for blood. You dare threaten this old man when you're about to die? Then tell me, which powerful expert is your father? Let's see if I've ever heard of him. A cold voice rang out. My name is Qin Chuan. The white-haired man was extremely shocked, his eyes widening in disbelief. Qin Chuan appeared. Using powerful strength and imposing aura, he pressed the man's head into the ground. Qinzi, thanks to this, escaped the threat and stood freely. Qin Chuan spoke in a faint but imposing voice. Now do you hear me? Qinzi was overjoyed, his face turning red with excitement. Dad, I knew you'd come. Ye Lingshuang, in her slowly fading spirit form, blushed. Ye Lingshuang thought to herself, the invincible man has finally arrived. I can finally rest in peace. After dealing with that guy, Qin Chuan smacked Qinzi. This little brat, what a place to pick. Of all places, he had to come to a place that seals a demon to get back to Quan. Qinzi clutched his head in pain, tears welling up. I didn't know about this. I just thought it was a normal cave, so I went in to heal my injuries. Who knew a ceiling formation would suddenly appear? This dark and dirty ceiling formation was clearly set up to target us, father and son. The two Qinzis looked up to observe the situation. Qinzi immediately complained. That damn Shen Hun power old man, a Tongtian realm expert. Chuan was annoyed that he was so troublesome. HMPH, still not giving up. A dot of light flashed on his forehead. The aura of power gradually condensed. Qin Chuan raised his head, and a spark shot out from his forehead. It pierced through the ceiling formation. The other side transformed into a transparent form of primordial spirit. Hurrying to escape, Qin Chuan said in a dignified voice. Who said you could leave? He continued to condense a stream of light. A magical artifact in the shape of a bottle also appeared. The golden light tore through space, and the magical artifact flew up. The other party turned back in fear. A soul-suppressing gourd.
You're only at the 3rd level of the Tongtian realm. How did you condense a soul-suppressing gourd? The magical artifact quickly sucked his soul into it. He was still unwilling. How can this be? The magical power surrounding Qin Chuan gradually dissipated. Xinzi curiously asked, "Dad, what kind of divine ability is that?"
Qin Chuan turned around and patiently explained, "This isn't a divine ability, it's just a normal technique of the Tongtian realm. You'll have it when you reach the Tongtian realm too." Ye Lingcheng clasped his hands in admiration. As expected of the great Qin Chuan, a normal technique for him. Most Tongtian realm experts cultivate their whole lives, and may not even obtain it.
Qin Chuan looked at the deep cave, and quickly made a judgment. This demon can hide in this cave all this time. This cave must have secrets.
He said to Qinzi, "Try going in, you go first." But in his heart he thought, using Qinzi as a mind detector is the best. What warm fatherly love, like boiling water in a pot.
Qinzi replied blankly.
Probably because he didn't know what his father was thinking, he still innocently thought, with Dad here, how could I encounter danger? What kind of demons and ghosts would dare to be presumptuous in front of Dad? Let's go. That's what he thought, but
as a diamond member of the Cowardly Society, Qinzi was still very cautious. He carefully dragged his feet, cautiously advancing towards the cave entrance. Qin Chuan sighed. "Sing. With Dad here, what is there to be afraid of?" Qin Chuan clasped his hands behind his back, offering a philosophical piece of advice.
"The best way to overcome fear is to face it, even challenge it," Xinzi asked doubtfully. "Challenge fear."
Qin Chuan smiled mysteriously, placing his hand on his shoulder and encouraging him. "To put it simply, no matter what's in this cave, just be strong. Do whatever you want." Hearing this, Qinzi became less cautious, and a flame of passion blazed in his eyes. Qinzi resolutely shouted, "Dad, I understand. I've heard stories about how brave people are." After speaking, he switched to trash-talking mode. Qinzi shouted into the cave, "Grandson in the cave, listen up! Your grandpa's here! Your great-grandpa's here! Hurry up and come out to greet us! Hiding your head like a turtle because you have no face to see anyone, right? Could it be that your dad slept with a wild boar in the mountains and gave birth to you? So ugly that even demons and ghosts despise you?" Seeing that his son had gone a little too far, Qin Chuan clicked his tongue. TCH, although it's effective, that's not really what I meant. A moment later, Qin Chuan raised his hand, condensing a flame to illuminate the dark space.
Qinzi still hadn't escaped trash-talking mode. He strutted ahead, loudly provoking as he walked. "I've already found a sow for him back in my hometown. Why bother running into the mountains to do this shameful thing?" Qin Chuan muttered to himself. As expected of a genius, he has talent in this field too.
Qinzi suddenly fell silent, staring intently ahead. The two stopped in front of a huge stone door. Qinzi was a little surprised. "Dad, this?" Qin Chuan pressed his hand against the stone door, and a faint stream of light gently rippled in the air. He said, "Wait a moment while I go in and take a look." He frowned and thought, "Not good." The prison-suppressing cauldron.
Qin Chuan quickly unleashed his magical power, and a stream of light condensed on his forehead again. His figure was enveloped in powerful flames. Qin Chuan assessed the situation. The Honghuang soul power is too violent.
The soul-suppressing cauldron that he condensed appeared before him. Qin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. "If it weren't for the soul-suppressing cauldron to help bear the brunt, I would have lost all face." Qin Chuan laughed heartily.
Interesting. Qinzi, standing behind, saw his old man laughing like he was autistic and still didn't understand anything, so he asked, "Dad, what's wrong?" Qin Chuan put on a cool demeanor and coldly turned around. "Don't ask. With your current meager strength, knowing won't do you any good, it'll only cause more trouble."
He turned to leave, acting mysterious and speaking ambiguously. "There's a huge opportunity in here. Of course it's useless to Dad, so I'll just leave it here for you to claim later."
Qinzi chased after him curiously, asking repeatedly, "What kind of huge opportunity is it?"
Qinzi reluctantly touched the stone gate, muttering, "I wonder when I'll be back next time." Suddenly, his hand felt a strange pain. Qinzi cried out, "Ow!" Qinzi raised his hand to look. A dark red cut appeared on his hand, continuously bleeding. Qinzi sighed. "This is really some dark magic. This stone door is too sharp."
He watched Qin Chuan's back as he walked away, thinking, Dad must have used some trick when he put his hand on the stone door to figure out what's inside.
Qinzi pondered. "Dad, what exactly is inside?" At this moment, the seemingly harmless door was quietly activating. His blood was like endless fuel, awakening it. Strange, reddish patterns appeared. Time passed. At the Seven Martial Sect, The majestic mountains seemed both grand and poetic. Countless people walked on the stone steps.
Qin Chuan brought Qin Zi back, and everyone stepped aside to make way. They gossiped. "Ah, that's senior brother Qin Zi. I didn't notice before, but he's so handsome. He held off 5 Nirvana realm powerhouses and successfully escaped. That's amazing. Who do you think is stronger, him or senior brother Zhao Yunsheng?"
A young man turned to tease Zhao Yunsheng. "Senior brother Zhao, many people are speculating about who's stronger, you or senior brother Xinzi. What do you think?" Those around him couldn't help but panic. How dare he ask that? Isn't he just asking for trouble? Another person said, "Relax, you don't get it. Senior brother Zhao is kind and generous, and he never cares about these things." As this person said, Zhao Yunsheng laughed it off after hearing the question. "Haha, how would I know without fighting?
Besides, we're all fellow disciples.
What does it matter who's stronger?" After speaking, he left gracefully. Everyone stared blankly after him. Senior brother Zhao really has class. At this moment, Zhao Yunsheng revealed his true thoughts. "I can treat my junior brothers and sisters very kindly, I can avoid acting superior, and I can even bend over backwards to care for many people. But," he gritted his teeth, "I have to bow down, I just can't look up at others."
He darkened his face and smashed a rock. "Zhao Yunsheng, I am the son of sect leader Zhao Banlong, the #1 prodigy, the #1 strongest of the 7 martial sect. It is my destiny."
He thought angrily of Qin Xing. "No one can stand in my way, Qin Zi. You're destined to lose to me." Time flies like a dog, chasing after its tail. It was already a month later.
Between the steep cliffs, a group of people gathered.
Qin Chuan leisurely rested his chin on his hand, muttering to himself. "The Death Gorge examination. This kind of examination with no risk to life is useless to both me and the kid."
Zhao Yunsheng stared at Qin Zi, standing properly in front of him, thinking,
"Qin Zi, oh Qin Zi, as long as you admit defeat and bow your head to me, then you'll still be my beloved junior brother. Otherwise, there's no turning back."
He remembered his imposing, superior demeanor when he was young. "From a young age, I've always had to be a model child. I can sacrifice for glory. I can even save people, but I won't allow anyone to steal my glory." The examination began on the steep cliff. A disciple cried out when a tree fell on him. "My back is broken." Another disciple, exhausted, crawled on the ground, crying out, "I can't do it anymore. I give up." Someone, dizzy in the toxic fumes, foamed at the mouth and trembled uncontrollably, saying, "Why is there still poison? I'm poisoned." Another, bruised and battered, moaned, I'm out, I'm out, I'm out, I give up." Halfway up the cliff, someone supported himself with his hands behind his back, looking up to the sky with pride. "Haha, 5 years have passed, and I've finally reached the 10th level. Looks like I have a chance to sneak into my junior sister's inner chambers." Another gasped, "Senior brother Zhao Yunsheng reached the 17th level last year. What's so great about you?" The first person remained indifferent. "How can I compare to senior brother Zhao? This death gorge is divided into 23 levels, and the traps and puppet soldiers inside get stronger the deeper you go." He thought of the difficulties he had experienced. Threatening beasts, burning flames, lightning strikes, none of them were easy. Normally, reaching the 13th level is already great, and the strongest disciples in the sect can only reach the 15th level on average. He pointed to a person wearing an official hat holding a scroll. "That's the past. See how many geniuses there are this year." The person holding the scroll read out loud, "Senior brother Wu Shen 18 levels. Senior brother Wu Shu 17 levels. Senior brother Lu Cheng 17 levels. Senior sister Zuo Xuan 17 levels." Just as everyone was waiting for the results, someone suddenly appeared. Zhao Yunsheng looked disheveled and dirty. He wiped the sweat from his brow and praised, "Junior brothers, your strength has increased a lot. Congratulations, congratulations." At this moment, the person holding the scroll announced, "Senior brother Zhao Yunsheng, 21 levels." Everyone there was shocked. Ha! He already has the power of the first level of the Nirvana realm. 21 levels is equivalent to the second level of the Nirvana realm. Others, hearing this, praised and discussed. The gap between the pure Yang realm and the Nirvana realm is as wide as the sky. But he has surpassed it, and even taken another step forward. Truly terrifying. I think the first place this time is a foregone conclusion. Senior brother Zhao is indeed Senior brother Zhao. Zhao Yunsheng stood in the sunlight, joyfully feeling the admiration of everyone. He murmured, "This is the feeling I want." Zhao Yunsheng glanced at those who had finished the examination, thinking, "Xin Zi wouldn't have gone farther than me, would he? Although I heard that junior brother Shin-Zi successfully escaped from the hands of 5 Nirvana realm powerhouses, that was just escaping. He found Shin-Zi in the crowd. He silently approached. Zhao Yunsheng said to himself, as long as junior brother Shin-Zi isn't stronger than me, I will still be a upright person, uniting with friends with a clear conscience, respected by everyone. Then, he'll still be my most lovable junior brother.
Shin-Zi awkwardly held out a sign with the number 23 written on it, smiling foolishly. Someone shouted the announcement, "Junior brother Shin-Zi."
2 people stuttered incoherently. Before repeating, 23, cleared. Zhao Yunsheng felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and broke out in a cold sweat.
Not believing his ears.
23, he immediately felt as if he was falling into an ice pit, his heart struggling non-stop. 23, I only reached 21. I really lost. Zhao Yunsheng's eyes were bloodshot, and he was on the verge of tears. Defeated so humiliatingly,
he spun around, wiped away his tears, and put on a bright, cheerful act. Turning to Shin-Zi, he spoke in a lively tone, but a hint of sadness still lingered in his eyes. Shin-Zi, Shidi, congratulations on passing 23 trials. I heard the sect will have a special reward for you.
Shin-Zi was stunned. Huh? Really? He scratched his head shyly.
I don't know either. I was cultivating some kind of martial arts technique earlier, entered a selfless state, and somehow passed the trials in a daze.
Zhao Yunsheng smiled brightly on the surface. Haha, is that so, Qin Shidi? You're truly blessed. No wonder you could pass the trials. This Shixiong should learn from you.
However, he was so irritated inside that he almost vomited blood. He was trying to act like he was okay, but deep down, his tears were a vast ocean.
Zhao Yunsheng's face darkened,
and he forced himself to put a hand on Shin-Zi's shoulder.
I had some insights during the battle just now. I'm going back to cultivate and digest them first, Shin-Zi. Keep it up. After saying that, he dragged his broken body away. Shin-Zi only managed to say, goodbye, Zhao Shixiong.
Shin-Zi mused to himself. Zhao Shixiong doesn't seem very happy. But it's probably nothing. Zhao Shixiong is a generous person anyway. At this moment, behind the mountain, the surrounding vegetation was enduring a violent storm. Thick smoke billowed up in waves. Zhao Yunsheng frantically attacked forward. He kept questioning. Why? I always feel helpless in front of him, How could I lose? I'm not reconciled. Suddenly, someone appeared behind him, radiating barely concealed fury. This person spoke in a gloomy voice that made Zhao Yunsheng jump in fright.
All right, you should stop now, Zhao Yunsheng shouted.
Grandfather. An elderly man with disheveled hair walked over, stood with his hands behind his back, and said, feeling down.
He walked over and placed his hand on Zhao Yunsheng's shoulder to comfort him.
Losing is losing. It's not a big deal. The world is vast, and there are many people stronger than you.
Even within the Nanyang dynasty, there are countless talents. You can't compare. You must understand that in your heart. Since that's the case, why not take it easy and let go of your attachments? Hearing this, Zhao Yunsheng felt resentment in his heart, gritted his teeth, glared, and trembled. Unable to bear it any longer, Zhao Yunsheng shouted,
I don't care about other people. And I don't want to be the number one in the dynasty. But in this 7 martial sect, I must be the number one. This is my obsession. I can't let it go.
The old man fell into deep thought upon hearing this and fell silent. He looked at Zhao Yunsheng and scolded.
Then, become the number one. Hearing him suddenly shout like that startled Zhao Yunsheng.
Zhao Yunsheng was immediately immersed in his grandfather's thoughts. Then, become the number one. Then, become the number one. Zhao Yunsheng was unwilling, struggled for a while, and then shouted loudly.
Ah. The old man glanced at him and continued.
Shin-Zi's talent is indeed higher than yours. Moreover, it's not just a little bit higher. It's not surprising at all. You will not be able to surpass him in this life, and you may even live in his shadow. The old man glared and scolded.
Now you only have 2 choices before you. Hearing this, Zhao Yunsheng clenched his fists tightly. The old man immediately rushed forward, grabbed Zhao Yunsheng's face, looked him straight in the eye, and said,
either give up competing with him, and from now on be content to serve him and follow him to revitalize the sect, or eliminate him.
Hearing this, Zhao Yunsheng was shocked and opened his eyes wide. Zhao Yunsheng calmed down, looked down at the old man's hand, pushed his hand away, and said, are these the only 2 choices? Although I am unwilling, Shin-Zi is, after all, my Shidi. Zhao Yunsheng looked at the old man and continued, I just want to become the number one genius in the sect in a proper way, and then become a sect leader respected by everyone.
The old man took something out of his sleeve.
While searching, he said, Yunsheng, having 2 paths is already very good. That's because your father and I are strong enough. That's why you have 2 paths to choose from.
The old man pulled out a colorful pill in front of Zhao Yunsheng and said, "Moreover, rest assured, I won't let you actually kill him. Eliminating him means eliminating his talent, so that he no longer has the qualifications to compete with you." Zhao Yunsheng took the colorful pill he had just given him, and he asked curiously, "What is this?" The old man replied, "This is a rank 6 elixir, the Great Doom Pill. Once swallowed, your talent will gradually disappear within 3 years, eventually becoming an ordinary person, and no one will be able to detect any traces. Go. Find an opportunity to invite Qinzi for a cup of tea." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man turned and left, leaving Zhao Yunsheng staring at the pill in confusion. The old man walked with his hands clasped behind his back, looking up at the sky and sighing. If we continue to maintain this situation of two tigers fighting, the conflict between Yunsheng and Qinzi will only become more intense. In the end, Yunsheng will most likely die in Qinzi's hands. The old man then pulled a strip of something from his robe. He fiddled with it diligently, his hands writing rapidly on the paper strip, and as he wrote, he said, "The Great Doom Pill has a rather slow effect. Qinzi still has 2 years with his talent, and secretly pushing him, he should be able to reach the Nirvana realm. Ding Feng can barely be an elder of the sect." Cut to Qin Chuan's room. At this time, Xinzin's voice sounded, "Dad, because I passed the 23 trials, after the Supreme Elders discussed it, they decided to make an exception and let me enter Nirvana, only once." Qin Chuan sat in one place, picked up his teacup, and said slowly with his eyes closed, "Take it easy, don't drain my pool." Xinzin stood to the side, holding the cute paper strip, stuck out his tongue and replied, "Yes, Dad." Cut to somewhere else. At this time, 2 feet appeared, walking lightly in the water. Qinzi had already entered the lake with Yeling Shuang, walking slowly, when someone's voice suddenly rang out. "Don't be too hasty. Cultivation must be stable. Understand?" Yeling Shuang saw this, looked up, and she said, "This time, I must restore half of my cultivation." Behind the mountain, where the clouds and mountains meet, there's a vast lake, a perfect spot for pretty girls to check in. At this moment, Zhao Yunsheng is sitting in the middle of the lake, diligently cultivating. Zhao Yunsheng is cultivating while gritting his teeth and frowning, thinking to himself, "Qinzi has been in Nirvana for 2 days already, why hasn't he come out yet?" Normally, someone at Pure Yang Realm level 7 wouldn't last more than an hour. As soon as he finished speaking, a white pillar of light shot straight into the sky, radiating dazzling light. Zhao Yunsheng looked up in surprise and shouted, "Someone is breaking through to the Nirvana realm." Then, he widened his eyes, shocked to feel that this aura belonged to Qinzi. Zhao Yunsheng immediately put on his clothes and dashed with all his might, dust flying in the air behind him. He walked and worried, thinking, "Aren't Nirvana realm light pillars all golden? Why is Qinzi's white?" As soon as Zhao Yunsheng landed, he used the trick his grandfather had taught him. He shouted loudly, ordering his disciples, "Xiao Liu, go invite Shidi Qinzi for tea. Just say I'm congratulating him on breaking through to the Nirvana realm." The person next to him immediately obeyed. Yes, scene changed to somewhere with green grass and flowers, fresh, beautiful like girls in their 20s. A hand quickly places a piece on the chessboard. That hand belongs to Zhao Yunsheng. He sits by the chessboard and mutters, "I really don't know if this decision is right or wrong." As soon as he finished speaking, Qinzi arrived. He landed and quickly spoke. "Zhao Shixiong, you were looking for me?" Seeing that Qinzi had arrived, Zhao Yunsheng immediately stood up and respectfully congratulated him. "Congratulations, Shidi, on breaking through to the Nirvana realm. You know, you are the first of our 7 martial sect disciples of this generation to break through to the Nirvana realm, worthy of congratulations." Qinzi immediately clasped his hands in response. "Just luck. If it weren't for the sect helping me to enter the Nirvana pool, I don't know how long I would have to wait." Zhao Yunsheng then gestured towards the tea table, acting politely, saying, "That's because you earned it with your strength. If you weren't strong enough, you could wait your whole life and not encounter such a good thing. Sit down." Qinzi sighed and smiled awkwardly, thinking, "Ugh, I still fear this kind of formality the most. Being too arrogant isn't good, but being too humble isn't right either, because just a little slip-up could provoke Zhao Shixiong." At this time, Zhao Yunsheng poured tea while introducing the tea to Qinzi. "Qin Shidi, this tea leaf is spirit tea that I worked hard to steal from the Grand Master. It has the effect of stabilizing your realm. Try it." Qinzi unsuspectingly picked up the teacup, smelled it, and suddenly exclaimed, "This is indeed good tea. Abundant spiritual energy. Just smelling it makes me feel that my realm is more stable." Zhao Yunsheng then reached out, a little hesitant, mixed with teasing Qinzi. "Qin Shidi,
Tea is for drinking, not just smelling, haha. Qinzi suddenly became exceptionally smart and thought back to what his father had told him before. He thought, Dad taught me, you can't eat what others give you without thinking, right? It feels weird. Seeing Qinzi holding the teacup and not daring to drink, Zhao Yunsheng opened his mouth and asked, Why aren't you drinking? Do you suspect that I poisoned you? Qinzi smiled brightly, so fresh, and replied, How could Zhao Shixiong think like that? Don't I trust Zhao Shixiong's character? As he replied to Zhao Yunsheng, he thought, Zhao Shixiong's character is worth my trust. But even if there is poison, Shifu and Dad will definitely have a way to detoxify it. Seeing Qinzi drinking happily, Zhao Yunsheng glanced and smugly thought, He drank it, he really drank it, so stupid. After thinking, Zhao Yunsheng sighed and turned to ask Qinzi, How is this tea? Is it delicious? Qinzi then smiled and replied, Yes, it's a bit bitter at first. But then it starts to become sweet, fragrant, with endless aftertaste. Seeing this, Zhao Yunsheng laughed loudly and handed Qinzi another bag of tea leaves. Haha, if you like it so much, I'll give you the rest of the tea leaves. As a congratulation for breaking through to the Nirvana realm, Qinzi also reached out to receive it. Thank you, Shixiong. Looking at Zhao Yunsheng so happy, Qinzi unconsciously thought, Yunsheng Shixiong doesn't seem like he was just now, like he's freed from some shackles. Small realm upgrade. Zhao Yunsheng continued to pull out a jar. He asked if Xin Shidi liked drinking wine. Qinzi immediately replied, I've secretly drunk it a couple of times. Haha, Zhao Yunsheng continued. Qinzi Shidi, it feels like we've known each other for a long time, drink. Let's talk about this time fighting against the 5 Nirvana realm, Qinzi replied. It was all really just luck. A few hours later, the sun gradually set behind the mountain. The sunset sky has a gentle beauty. Zhao Yunsheng stood with his hands clasped behind his back to see Qinzi off. Only the back of Qinzi gradually leaves. Zhao Yunsheng has some emotions, haha, not old but quite bold. Lucky, lucky. It turned out that Zhao Yunsheng hadn't put the pill into Qinzi's tea. He looked at the pill and said, Stupid Shidi, clearly suspicious, but still trusting me, betting your life. Trusting me so much, how could I let you down? Zhao Yunsheng immediately threw the pill down the foot of the mountain and said loudly, Grandpa is right. I shouldn't stubbornly stay at being the number 1 of the 7 martial sect. Compared to the whole world, what is the 7 martial sect? Even the 9 Yang dynasty is nothing. The world is so big I should go see it too. Qinzi, while flying, smiled and thought, Yunsheng Shixiong truly has extraordinary demeanor. I should learn from him. Scene changed to Qinchuan Prefecture. Qinchuan was chilling with 2 adorable cats. When Qinzi came back, he yelled, Dad! Qinchuan looked up. Back already, so happy. Not bad for a Nirvana realm expert, still drinking booze. Qinzi grinned. Senior brother Zhao Yunsheng was celebrating for me, plus we cultivators can handle a little. Before he finished, Qinchuan's eyes welled up, and he roared, You little punk, still talking back, you're breaking your dad's heart. You're different today. Suddenly, a golden beam shot into the sky, catching the attention of Qinchuan and Qinzi, halting their squabble. Sensing it, Qinzi exclaimed joyfully, It's senior brother Zhao Yunsheng. He broke through to the Nirvana realm. Was it because he just advanced his heart realm? Qinchuan also grinned. The geniuses of this world are no joke. The next day, Qinzi and Zhao Yunsheng stood on a red carpeted path, facing 4 figures. Qinzi spoke up. Senior brother, it's my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have had to. Hearing this, Zhao Yunsheng's veins popped in anger, and he whacked Qinzi on the head, making him spit out saliva, then said, Are you being narcissistic? Zhao Yunsheng looked up at the sky. You think you forced me to leave? Wishful thinking? Don't forget, we're both in the Nirvana realm now. Senior brother, I want to roam around. The world out there is so vast, I want to see it. That's all. Zhao Yunsheng waved goodbye and turned to leave. Zhao Yunsheng shouted, I'm off, you poor little junior brother. I also want to go out and see the world. You just stay in this tiny 7 martial sect. Qinzi stood dumbfounded, watching Zhao Yunsheng's back as he departed. Zhao Yunsheng, though far away, thought, Oh, is this the distance between us? Such a big gap. Qinzi lowered his head and called out, Dad? He was about to say something, but Qinchuan stopped him. Don't overthink it. This is the best outcome. Qinchuan glanced at Zhao Panlong. Zhao Panlong immediately said, Sect leader really knows how to educate his son. If things were normal, Zhao Yunsheng should be Qinzi's stepping stone. Then Qinchuan looked up at the sky, tears and snot streaming down his face, and he sighed. Oh, I really want to be a good dad, but the system won't let me. As soon as he finished, Qin Chuan grabbed Qin Zi by the collar and dragged him away. Alright, back to diligent cultivation. As long as your cultivation is high enough, you'll eventually meet again. Scene changed to a small path in the sect. People were bustling back and forth. Shui Qingrao was sneakily and carefully waiting for Qin Zi to pass by. She muttered to herself, "Senior brother Qin Zi will pass by here today." Thinking of Qin Zi, Shui Qingrao said, Just seeing senior brother Qin Zi once a day will give me the motivation to cultivate."
Shui Qingrao blushed. Senior brother Qin Zi is radiant but also simple and approachable, not disliking my appearance but also caring and warm. Why now, senior brother Qin Zi is here.
Accompanying Qin Zi were several leggy girls who were clinging to him. One after another they said, "Senior brother Qin Zi. Senior brother Qin Zi. Thank you for last time. Senior brother Qin Zi. Are you free tonight?" Qin Zi responded to them with embarrassment. "Ladies, today I want to go to the immortal flame pool to temper my body. We can talk about anything later."
Seeing the scene before her, Shui Qingrao couldn't control her blood boiling. She waved her hand and with a HMPH, shattered the stone surface beside her, and then shouted, "A bunch of she-devils!"
Suddenly, the pill that Zhao Yunsheng threw down earlier rolled towards her.
Shui Qingrao picked up the pill, looked at it, and wondered, what is this?
Looking at it again and again, Shui Qingrao exclaimed in panic, "Could this be a 6th grade pill? Even the Nine Sun dynasty rarely sees them. I am afraid that many elders have only seen it in books."
Shui Qingrao put her hand on her face and muttered, "How should I deal with this pill? I have only broken through the Yuandan realm. A valuable 6th grade pill like this, once exposed, will surely lead to death."
Looking at Qin Zi in front, Shui Qingrao thought, "Or should I secretly give it to senior brother Qin Zi?" Qin Chuan, wearing a mask and covered up, suddenly appeared behind Shui Qingrao and said, "I don't think you should do that."
Shui Qingrao was startled, struggled in fear, and widened her eyes, shouting, Who are you?" Qin Chuan put his hands on his hips, stepped forward, laughed, and replied, "Being in the 7 martial sect, who do you think I am, little girl? Next time just think what you think in your heart. Saying it out loud will be heard." Hearing this, Shui Qingrao calmed down, put her hands on her chest, and said, "You came to find the pill. That's right, I've already said it. Such a valuable pill. How could I just pick it up so easily?" Qin Chuan turned to leave. Before leaving, he turned back and said, "Don't worry. If this pill has fallen into your hands, it means it has a destiny with you. But the properties of this pill are not suitable for your senior brother. You should just keep it for yourself." Shui Qingrao showed a grateful expression. She said with emotion, "Thank you, senior. I will never forget your great kindness."
As soon as he left, Qin Chuan thought to himself, "I was worried that this pill would be thrown away by that kid Zhao Yunsheng and picked up by my idiot son. Now I can rest assured." Qin Chuan clasped his hands behind his back, removed his disguise, and said slowly, "The power in that girl's body is very suitable for the pill. Maybe she can use the power of the pill to reach nirvana. We have to see if you have the fate to be the female lead." At the back mountain, the weather was clear, sunny, and gently golden, a very suitable time for cultivation.
Shui Qingrao sat cross-legged, preparing to absorb the pill and cultivate. She looked at the pill and muttered, "For many years I have lived uncomfortably, not daring to die. I don't know if it's just fear of death, or if I still hold a dream in my heart. Maybe everything now, including that senior just now, is just my imagination. No matter what kind of elixir you are, I'll end it here today. If you're poisoned, then kill me. If not, then help me undergo nirvana rebirth." With that, Shui Qingrao tossed the pill into her mouth and swallowed it quickly. A beam of azure light shot straight into the sky, accompanied by Shui Qingrao's loud cry. Zhao Banlong opened his eyes wide, observing Qin Zi, who was sitting in a meditative pose. He turned to look at the azure light, sensing it for a moment, and said, "This aura feels familiar. Did some genius appear in the sect again?" Countless icy crystals, heavy with cold energy, appeared around Shui Qingrao. She hugged herself in pain, thinking, "This is so uncomfortable. Am I going to die, senior brother Qin Zi?" Just then, Zhao Banlong, with flames swirling around him, rushed over, shouting, "Gather your qi and focus your spirit. Cooperate with me to resist this cold energy." Zhao Banlong immediately unleashed a palm strike at the icy crystals that Shui Qingrao was continuously creating. Instantly, Shui Qingrao's icy crystals extinguished Zhao Banlong's flames. Zhao Banlong was knocked back, exclaiming in shock, "This cold energy is so bizarre, so dense." Suddenly, a hand appeared, striking Zhao Banlong, as if transmitting a golden stream of true qi. Then the person behind him laughed loudly. So it's Zhao Fulong," he continued. "Excellent. This female disciple must have some rare constitution.
Now that her constitution is awakening, it's truly heaven-sent luck for the seven martial sect.
Seeing his father suddenly appear, Zhao Banlong respectfully clasped his hands. Father, Supreme Elder, you say she's awakening her constitution, but isn't this a bit too much? Zhao Fumlong immediately replied. Look closely, the birthmark on her face is gradually fading. This shows that the innate chaos power within her is returning to normal.
At this moment, the birthmark on Shui Qingrao's face was indeed gradually disappearing.
Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling, Zhao Fulong, I thought you were the Supreme Elder. Why are you still meddling in everything? Go rest, I'll help nurture this young lady.
As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people surrounded Zhao Fulong. One by one they spoke up. Old Ghost Wu, get the hell out of here. We discovered this treasure together. Last time, it fell into your pocket. You won't get it this time. Old Wu, know when you've had enough? This young lady clearly has a connection with this old man.
One of the old men reached out, smiling, and said,
Actually, I feel that the most important thing when taking a disciple is to see if they're suitable, and I happen to cultivate ice attribute powers.
Without waiting for the others to say more and start fighting, Zhao Fulong grabbed Shui Qingrao's clothes and dragged her away. As he left, Zhao Fulong said, In the matter of taking a disciple, first come, first served, of course.
Zhao Fulong, you damned old man. Let's chase after him immediately.
The surrounding people flew away quickly, leaving Zhao Banlong standing there dumbfounded. Zhao Banlong reluctantly reached out, saying carefully, word by word, Father, I can actually teach her too.
Back at Qinchuan's residence, it was already night. The mystical moonlight shone down in front of the house. A voice rang out.
Father, the girl I saved before, Shui Qingrao, has been accepted as a disciple by the Supreme Elder.
Qinchuan, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, replied, I saw it. That girl has awakened her constitution, becoming as beautiful as a celestial being, with an ethereal aura.
He turned and continued,
Shui Qingrao has become a personal disciple of the Supreme Elder, and you've known her before. You should go congratulate her.
Qinzi put down his chopsticks, chewing his rice as he replied, Many people have been going to congratulate her these past few days. Wouldn't it be a bit of brown-nosing if I went now? Besides, I'm nothing special. Qinchuan went over, pointing at his son's forehead, and said, Although many people are visiting, maybe in that girl's heart you're different from the others, you know. Qinzi seriously thought about Shui Qingrao and replied, Father, I actually understand, but it's not like I care about looks. Qinchuan walked to the window, looking out, and continued, I understand you, son Qinzi. I'm not shallow, but today, seeing that girl awaken, she's as beautiful as your mother was back then.
With that, Qinchuan closed his eyes, lowered his head, and sighed. As if realizing something, Qinzi turned to his father and said, Father, even if she's as beautiful as mother, you won't want me because of her 9-yin-killing physique, would you? Qinchuan angrily retorted, You think I would care about a measly 9-yin-killing physique, you little brat? So in your heart your father is such a petty person?
Seeing Qinchuan turn his face away, sighing, Qinzi panicked, thinking, I'm so dead, what am I thinking? How could father be that kind of person? Qinchuan walked over, patting Qinzi's head. He said softly, Zir, I only said she looks very similar to your mother. As for how you feel about her, father won't interfere. It's all up to you to decide. Qinchuan turned away, dejectedly saying, Rest assured, I won't interfere in your love life, and I won't allow anyone to interfere in your love life either. Hearing this, Qinzi exclaimed, Father. As Qinchuan walked away,
after images of dragons soared around him, Qinchuan continued, Father is useless, unable to control even his own feelings and fate. But I'm determined not to let you follow my old path.
Afterward, the aura around Qinchuan exploded, shattering a region. Hearing this, Qinzia felt ashamed. Hanging his head low, Ye Lingcheng appeared and exclaimed, Alas, who can understand the suffering in his heart? No one can. Not you, kid, not me, and definitely not anyone else.
Qinzi made a determined face, clenching his fist, and said loudly, Master, father said it. She's very similar to mother, so it can't be wrong. I also want to see how beautiful this junior sister Shui is now.
Seeing Qinzi fly through the roof, Xu Feng hid behind a rock, sniffling, Trisk. Everything's ruined, gotta fix the place up again.
Xu Feng strolled around the porch, stroking his chin, pondering. So, this constitution is called the 9-yin killer physique. Wouldn't have known if he didn't say, Man, still not knowledgeable enough. At this, Xu Feng revealed a shameless face and laughed loudly. But after Shui Qingrao awakens the 9-yin killer physique, she'll definitely be highly sought after. Just stick with that kid and trouble will keep coming. Big score this time! Besides, The chosen one and the destined girl are together, so I'm not really harming anyone. That little girl already has feelings for the kid.
Cut to inside the hidden scripture pavilion. Qin Chuan muttered while reading.
I'm still lacking in knowledge. This deficiency is too serious, like a poor person pretending to be rich. If I say things like, Her Majesty the Empress uses a golden pot to bake cakes, or His Majesty the Emperor uses a golden cup to pour water, my image will be ruined. At this moment, Zhu Feng enveloped the book with his aura, continuing. Gotta quickly replenish my knowledge, or sooner or later my image will be ruined.
The next morning, at the Seven Martial Sect, on a small path, Shui Qinghan was walking along the road. A plump man spoke up. Shui Qinghan Xixiang, working so hard so late. The purple-haired girl beside him stuck out her tongue, pouting and saying, Shui Xixiang, your skirt is slit a little too high. Seeing these two chatting and laughing, Shui Qinghan thought to himself, Before, I only heard that if one person becomes an official, the whole family benefits. Now I've had my eyes opened. But this is good too. Now my sister doesn't need me to protect her anymore.
With a determined gaze, Shui Qinghan continued to think. Then I can also go to that place without fear. Snapping out of his thoughts, Shui Qinghan immediately turned away, raising his hand in farewell.
The plump man stood in place, his face flushed with anger, sighing, TCH, now he's putting on airs. Doesn't even acknowledge us anymore. The purple-haired girl was also bitter, placing her hands on her hips and saying, Just got lucky. Didn't get here based on his own strength. What's there to be arrogant about? The plump man replied. A special constitution is only one factor. If you don't work hard at cultivation, you'll definitely be inferior to everyone else.
At this moment, someone approached, standing next to a deep, bottomless cave.
It turned out to be Shui Qinghan. He stood by the cave and said, Ever since I entered the sect, a voice has been calling me to this place. Life or death, everything depends on it.
This time, little sister, your brother won't let you lose face.
After speaking, Shui Qinghan jumped into the pit without hesitation.
2 months passed in a flash. At the hidden scripture pavilion, Zhu Feng's eyes shone brightly as he sat on a pile of books and said, Learning makes me happy, knowledge is power. He collapsed onto the pile of books. Zhu Feng was tired but also happier. And even stronger, I've been stuck at the 3rd level of the Tongtian realm. For 2 months now, Qinzin doesn't know how to help his dad at all. After a long while, Zhu Feng also left the hidden scripture pavilion. As he walked, Zhu Feng muttered, Originally, that kid's strength wasn't weak. Most of the time he can handle things on his own. Even occasionally wiping out a small villainous family or something is commonplace. But the system definitely doesn't care about that. Could it be that I have to change my approach again? Feels like it's not time yet.
Suddenly, Zhu Feng heard a voice. Shui Qinghan. That's really a windfall from the heavens. It turned out to be those two guys again. The purple-haired girl frowned. Damn, in 1 month he went from the 5th level of the Yuanying realm to the Chunyang realm. He must have gotten something good from the plump man's sister's place, he replied. So jealous. Behind his sister is the Supreme Elder. Such a big shot. Even the small amount of benefits that slip through their fingers is enough for him to eat his fill. Zhu Feng eavesdropped and said, Shui Qinghan, Shui Qingrao's brother. Seems like I smell an upgrade. So Zhu Feng flew away, saying as he flew, 1 month from the 5th level of the Yuanying realm to the Chunyang realm. He's not Qinzi. How could he have so many opportunities? There must be something fishy. Found it? Zhu Feng landed in a place where many disciples were diligently practicing.
He then landed in a place and said, Ding dong, your stalking magic has been activated. In front of Zhu Feng at this time was Shui Qinghan diligently practicing.
Zhu Feng sat in a place, secretly watching Shui Qinghan practice, and smiled evilly. Ordinary cultivation skills. Ordinary talent. I know for sure there's a problem. Waiting for the evening, Shui Qinghan left in a certain direction.
As he walked, he thought, this direction is not just remote. The more remote, the better. Isn't there a promotion space in the 7 martial sect?
Seeing Shui Qinghan jump into the bottomless pit, Zhu Feng clicked his tongue and marveled. Better be careful. Don't follow him into this depth. My divine sense should still be able to probe it. So Zhu Feng enthusiastically used his divine sense. Suddenly, he exclaimed and laughed loudly. Aha, a big harvest. Shui Qinghan landed with a thud, stirring up dust.
In the cave at this time, a person was chained, hair disheveled, clothes tattered. This person looked at Shui Qinghan approaching and said, You've come. Shui Qinghan immediately knelt down and shouted loudly. Outer sect disciple Shui Qinghan pays respects to the ancestor. The man laughed loudly. Ha ha, you've cultivated my inheritance. From now on, just call me Shifu.
Shui Qinghan looked up at the person in front of her and replied, Master, your seniority is a bit unsuitable. The man in front of her burst out laughing.
Ha ha, if I say it's suitable, then it is. Once I escape this predicament, you'll be the grandmaster of your sect's leader. How great is that?
Hearing this, Shui Qinghan happily kowtowed repeatedly. Thank you, grandmaster. No, thank you, master. "Thank you, master," the man thought to himself with a cunning look.
If I seize her body now, I definitely won't face any resistance. Too bad, this body is too weak, it can't withstand my powerful soul yet. Forcibly entering would cause it to collapse. I should nurture it for a while longer.
After thinking this, a golden aura emanated from the man's body. He said, "Today I shall impart to you a secret technique to unleash your potential, called the Nine Yang Divine Skill. Prepare yourself." Shui Qinghan sat down and replied, "Yes, master."
The man released a powerful aura. "I've seen that you have excellent aptitude. Now with this secret technique, you'll be no less than any genius."
Having said that, powerful streams of energy gradually entered Shui Qinghan's head. Qin Chuan was speechless at this scene, not knowing what to say. Qin Chuan cleaned his ears and muttered mockingly,
"I can't understand it. Isn't this old guy obviously a villain? Can't this Shui Qinghan see it? He's been brainwashed. This old guy's original strength must have been very high. I wonder if the kid is provoking his past cultivation, or his cultivation after being sealed.
Impressive. Patient? This old guy is really good at making up stories."
At this moment, down in the pit, the old man coughed. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing this, Shui Qinghan rushed over anxiously. "Master, what's wrong?" The old man put on a sorrowful face and slumped down, saying, It's nothing. It's just that being imprisoned by that unfilial disciple for too long has constantly drained my essence, energy, and spirit. My cultivation has declined, so it's a bit hard to bear."
Shui Qinghan, easily fooled, angrily shouted, "Despicable! I will definitely kill that traitorous disciple who betrayed his master and destroyed his ancestors, and demand justice for master."
The old man put on a somber face and said, "Don't think too much. With your current strength, you're far from being able to kill him. You might as well cultivate to the sage realm and rescue me from this place where I can't see the light of day."
After a long while, Shui Qinghan finally jumped out of the pit. Seeing this, Qin Chuan exclaimed, "He's up!" Seeing Shui Qinghan come up, Qin Chuan muttered,
"That old guy probably isn't a good person, but those words probably aren't entirely made up." I remember there's an old book in the scripture pavilion that records the history of the 7 martial sects. A voice echoed from within the scripture pavilion. A disciple of the 6th ancestor once strayed into the demonic path, causing a storm of blood and wind. In the end, the 6th ancestor personally took action to quell the chaos.
Qin Chuan threw the book up, closed his eyes, and muttered,
"The introduction is just a simple sentence. The less content, the more it speaks volumes."
Thinking of the old man in the pit,
Qin Chuan covered his mouth. If that old guy is a demon, he probably won't teach Shui Qinghan properly. He's probably just herding sheep, waiting to fatten them up before eating them. Clapping his hands, "Got it." Qin Chuan smiled. "Awesome. If it's some kind of nefarious plot, then I won't have any guilt anymore. Time to unleash Qin Zi." The next morning, Qin Chuan led Qin Zi to the mouth of the pit. Seeing his father lead him to a remote pit, Qin Zi asked his father curiously, "What did you bring me here for?" Qin Chuan turned around and replied with a kind smile, "There's a demonic fiend down below who has slaughtered countless lives, but he's been imprisoned now. Do you dare to go down and provoke him?" Hearing this, Shinzi exclaimed in fright, Seeing this, Qin Chuan provoked, "What's wrong, you don't dare?" Hearing this, Qinzi's eyes widened, and he hurriedly said, "Hey, how could that be, Dad? What am I afraid of? Anyway, you wouldn't let anything happen to me, right?" As soon as Qinzi finished speaking, Qin Chuan grabbed Qinzi by the collar and looked at him lovingly.
"You only have one mission, to constantly humiliate him, curse at him, provoke him, and even pee on him." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Chuan threw Qinzi down the pit without hesitation. Seeing his father willing to do this, Qinzi was terrified, his eyes wide, and his mouth stretched to his crotch. At this moment, only Qinzi's voice could be heard echoing from the bottom of the pit. "Dad? Actually, I could have gone down myself." Qin Chuan didn't care, and happily sat down to wait for the results. "Trisk, how long will it take for this kid to drive that demon crazy?" A stick of incense later, the system appeared. Qin Chuan turned around with wide eyes. So fast, he really has a talent for it. Seeing the system panel appear, "Your son provoked a 6th-level heaven-reaching realm great demon. Following the principle that fatherly love is as heavy as a mountain, father must win. Your cultivation has increased to the 4th level of the heaven-reaching realm, invincible in the same level." Reading these words from the system, Qin Chuan jumped up with joy. "Long time no see." The system panel continued to appear. "Since your cultivation has not increased to the same level as the enemy, the system compensates with a divine power, the indestructible golden bell." Immediately, a golden bell with powerful energy enveloped Qin Chuan.
surprising him a little.
Qin Chuan quickly rushed down the pit, laughing loudly. "Ha ha! Zinker, I'm coming!" At the bottom of the pit, a pair of burning red eyes appeared. The old man, chained at the bottom of the pit, roared angrily, releasing a powerful red aura. He was like a pig being stuck with a knife, shouting, "Ah! Ah!" Qin Chuan just got down and asked,
"Son, what did you do to him? He's about to go crazy." Seeing his father come down, Qinzi exclaimed in surprise. "Dad," Qinzi chuckled, arms crossed, and said, "Oh, right after I came down, he tried to coax me into telling him stories, claiming he was the sect's founder who got betrayed and swallowed up by his wicked disciple. He was so convincing." Seeing him make up stories, I also made up that I was betrayed by my junior sister and disgraced. Recalling the scene just now, Qinzi continued. Then, just as he was waiting for me to kneel down and acknowledge him as my master, already getting smug, I peed right on his face.
Qin Chuan didn't expect his son to be so badass, giving him a thumbs up and saying, "So you didn't completely lose your mind, it seems." Qinzi continued to recount, Hey, then I exposed his entire flawed plan from start to finish, making him realize a harsh truth. He was the real clown. Hearing this, Qin Chuan's face turned ashen. This is both physical and mental humiliation. When did this kid pick up this core technique? Could this be the heaven-defying talent people talk about? The old demon head, breathing heavily, asked suspiciously, "Who exactly are you people?" Qin Chuan calmly replied, "Who I am is not something someone as pathetic as you is qualified to know." Hearing this, the old demon head gave a scornful laugh and said, "Haha, someone at the mediocre 4th level of the Tongqian realm dares to be so arrogant. Ignorance is bliss." If this old man was in his prime, Qin Chuan frowned and asked, "So you're saying you were very strong before?" He arrogantly continued, "If that's the case, then I'll give you a chance, let you recover to your peak, and then lose convincingly." The old man exclaimed in surprise. "What?" The old demon head asked in disbelief. "You mean you want to help this old man recover to his peak? Aren't you afraid that once I recover, I'll kill you?" Qin Chuan said with a challenging tone. "How about we make a bet?" the old man asked, puzzled. "Bet on what?" he calmly proposed. "I'll help you restore your cultivation. If you recover to your peak and still can't beat me, then you have to become my servant." The old demon head immediately burst into laughter, excitedly saying, "Haha, all talk and no action. Since you want to court death, what's the harm in me betting with you?" Qin Chuan generously asked. "What do you need? Speak up." He began to make demands. "Find me some elixirs and miraculous medicines, and as many spirit stones to replenish my essence, qi, and spirit as possible." He flatly refused. "Sorry, I'm also very poor right now. Don't have too many possessions." Hearing this, the old demon head's face darkened as he shouted, "You, Qin